Day 3, Saturday at the Test match. It's the second Test match in England. Way out in front, hoping to win the series by winning this one. Of course, there is a third Test match to be played up in Edgbaston, but it does allow us an opportunity to talk about the Pakistan men's cricket team, but also delve back into history, because what we're going to do here is we're going to identify the top 10 players that have played for the Pakistan men's team over the stretch of time that Andy will be able to give us. We're going to have some considerable debate, and joining myself and Ramiz Raja, former Pakistan captain, chairman, broadcaster, Atif Nawaz and Vic Marks as well. We're going to think about Test and one-day records, performances at their peak, longevity, influences on Pakistan cricket, and how much opponents feared them. And that's going to all form part of the debate. Pakistan, of course, has produced some extraordinary players, elegant batsmen, devastating bowlers, mysterious spinners, and one of the most influential all-rounders the game has ever seen. So, Ramiz, I'm going to come to you first of all. Who would be your first name on that list?
It's obvious. The great Imran Khan. The fact is, so I was fortunate enough to play under him for about good 8 years. Got to know the man from cricket point of view and from personal point of view. And a complete fighter, hardworking, extremely hardworking. Didn't have loads of talent, actually. You know, people feel that, he became an all-rounder because he was talented. No, he wasn't talented. It's just sheer hard work. And he was ahead of his time because he's physically fit. He would eat certain things 48 hours before the game. And it was just fitness on the job for us also. Plus his leadership qualities. He led from the front. The major thing that he did during the 92 World Cup was that he was struggling with his bowling. His shoulder had gone. He was, 41 or 42 then. And then suddenly decided that since Salim Malik was struggling at number 3, he said, I'm going to bat at number 3. And his highest score at that time in that 92 World Cup campaign was like 15 or 20. And so we objected to it. It was very rare that we reacted to whatever he wanted to do in that dugout, but we said that you don't have the form. He says, but I have the experience. And then he proved us wrong, because he got runs in the semi-final, got runs in the final. But what a smashing individual, great leader. He had the eye for talent, and then he backed that talent to the hilt. It wasn't a one-off seasonal player for him. So if he figured out that Wasim was the match winner for him, then Wasim would have to follow a certain routine throughout the tour, right? What to eat, what not to eat, how much to train, how much not to train. And the fact remains, and Vaz will tell you about this also, that he was struggling with the no balls during the 92 World Cup. He had bowled something like 25, 30 no balls. And so Imran suggested that do not try to bowl slow to adjust to the no ball problem. Just go flat out and you'll get it right. Little things like that, and what kind of field to set. I mean, we were the only team that would have 3 slips in a gully in a one-day game against Australia. So, and he said, he put it in our mind. I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit longer here. Either we're going to win or we're going to lose. So he took away the draw mentality from us, which was kind of a go-to guide for most Pakistani cricketers in those conditions. We'd be quite happy drawing a series against England, for example, or Australia. But under him, it was full guns blazing. We're going to win. And then he rightly said, you pick a different team when you want to win. You pick a different team when you want to draw a series. So he wasn't defensive at all, whether it be Test cricket or one-day cricket. And what a player.
Yeah, complete change of mentality that he brought to Pakistan cricket. Of course, we're talking about Imran Khan, the player and the captain, but we must acknowledge the current situation. And while we cannot comment on the politics on a purely human level, we hope he's okay. Wasim Akram, speaking to him over the years, has always spoken about Imran Khan fondly and just how he helped with his development as a player. But Vic, you want to say something? Would he be the first person on that top 10?
Oh, yeah, I don't argue with that. I mean, I played with him around Oxford, actually, when he was still... He wasn't quite so quick then. He was bowling his big in-duckers, and then by the end of his time at university, he was hang on a minute, he can bowl quite quickly as well. But I'm pretty sure, but Ramiz will tell me, that when he made captain, one of the first things he did, which would have taken some doing, was to omit Majid Khan, his cousin, and one of the great legends also. And he sort of dropped him, if only to prove that I'm not going to be in any way sort of parochial and sticking with the old guard, my family, and all that stuff. Sure. So it was quite it must have been quite a statement to drop Majid Khan.
Yeah.
He was a fantastic player.
And people say that they're not on speaking terms
even now. Oh, really?
So yeah, I mean, Majid took it to heart. Absolutely. Right. The other great thing about Imran was the neutral umpires. Because he introduced the concept of neutral umpires, and this was in Sri Lanka in, I think it was 85, 86 tour, and we're sitting in the lounge, hotel lobby, and he said, no other sport would have the local umpires umpiring a local game, so it has to be, and we were always looked down upon. Whenever we won a series back home in Pakistan, people would say we cheated, and that didn't sit well with Imran at all. He said, look, this has to be worked at, and so we then introduced the neutral.
He was way ahead of the game on that.
Yeah, 100%.
I think it's quite telling as well, actually, that he last played more than 30 years ago. But if you ask a 30-year-old Pakistan cricket fan, they'd probably tell you as well the first name on their all-time top 10 list is Imran Khan. That's the legend of the man. It's a bit like people who've never seen The Godfather, but they know it's a great film, right? That's what Imran Khan is this sort of legend. You might not even look up YouTube compilations or anything like that. And there's a big trend amongst young cricket fans to look up YouTube compilations. I know when Sir Garfield Sobers passed away, people were looking up clips and how great was he and things like that. How great was Brian Lara, so on and so forth. But in Pakistan, they tend to look up the fast bowlers like Shoaib Akhtar and Waqar Yunus and Wasim Akram. But Imran, you might not look, but every single Pakistan cricket fan instinctively knows if they start a list of great Pakistani cricketers, you have to start with Imran Khan. The iconic image, 1992, World Cup, Crystal Water Trophy, everybody knows it. It's like the national anthem. Everybody knows what it is around the world. Anybody with a cursory association with Pakistan knows that. If you know nothing of cricket, the one thing you know is it's that thing that Imran Khan did for Pakistan. And so that's the level of the guy, and that's why I think he's the immediate thing. You think of Pakistan cricket in its greatest moments, that's the image that comes into your head.
Well, to sort of put him in historical context, not only would he be the first name on the list of Pakistan's greatest players, but you could make an argument that he'd be up there in the top 5 from anywhere, certainly in Test cricket. Overall, 88 Tests, averaged 37 with the bat with 600s, 362 wickets, averaged 22.8 with 23 fifers. But if you look at Imran's peak, he made his debut as a young man. It took him quite a long time to really establish himself in Test cricket, but from the start of the 1980 to 81 international season to the end of the series in the West Indies in 1988, 44 Tests, average over 40 with the bat, and 216 wickets, average 17.5. One of the greatest sequences, possibly the greatest sequence an individual player has ever had in Test cricket. And there's one specific series that showed quite what an extraordinary bowler he was. Pakistan played India in a 6-test series in 1982-83 season. Imran took 40 wickets at an average of 13.9. The rest of Pakistan's attack took 41 at an average of 48, and India's bowlers collectively took 49 wickets at 60. In the 3 matches Pakistan won, it was a 3-0 series win with 3 draws. Imran took 30 wickets for 339 runs. So not only was he phenomenal over a prolonged period of time, but that specific series, you could make an argument that's the greatest single series any bowler's had in Test history.
There's an odd parallel with England had Ian Botham at that time. And what Imran's career was the polar opposite in that he started early with modest success and the graph just getting better and better and better. And Ian's career absolutely staggering, and then there was a sort of it went down the other way.
That's right. Yeah, it was just the fitness also. One incident I remember. We talk about great leadership, and a leader has got to be selfless. So Javed was playing against India, and this was before my time actually. I think a couple of seasons before I actually made my debut. And Imran declared him when he was 280.
Right.
And so Pakistan fans were up in arms saying, so near getting to that 365. But Imran mentioned that, winning is more important than individual milestones. So Pakistan won, and I think it was against India. He then bats against Sri Lanka, and I remember because playing that game at Faisalabad. He's 92 or 94, and he declares the innings. Just to make a point that, individual scores are not relevant in a team sport. Which was like, and we were stunned. Because he said, okay, fine, we're declaring. And he was 94 not out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's that kind of a character.
What does that do to the dressing room?
I mean, we were absolutely scared of his personality, number one, because he's a no-nonsense kind of a guy. So, and it was like a 10-year-old talking about the game all the time. So he was restless. He was like, when we were going out to bat as openers, he had already padded up at number 7. And so we would ask him, what's wrong with you? I mean, either you don't believe in our skills or you are jittery or nervous. He says, no. So what he would do is with tennis ball, he'll start practicing the pull shot and he'd be like a kid. And he'd talk about the game all the time, which was astonishing. And we were being fed with stories and, with technique and how to take on the opposition. I remember once we were playing in New Zealand and it was a 3-day game. I mentioned it somewhere else also. And Richard Hadley was still bowling quite quick. And I opened and he took me to a side. He says, he doesn't like being hit. And he doesn't bowl a lot of bouncers. So if he bowls you a bouncer, pull him and he'll not bowl a bouncer again to you. I got a 70 odd. He bowled me one bouncer. I played the pull shot for 4, never got another short pitch delivery from him. So that kind of education and reading the opposition.
Yeah, this is fascinating and hearing about Imran Khan, the leader. But Ramiz, what about him as a player? We've just heard the numbers there.
Yeah.
And
so, I mean,
a lot of contributions, both with bat and with ball. But if you can just allude to how influential he was.
He was extremely influential. So he'll put himself in a very, very tough situation and then, both with the bat and ball. He wasn't a natural. I mentioned that earlier. He had to work extremely hard to be a good all-round cricketer. Then he became a great all-round cricketer. But, if he was off cricket for 15 days and when he was having nets after 15 days, it appeared as if he was a number 11 batsman. He would not time anything. He had a very awkward grip, and he had a 3 pound, 5 ounces bat. It was so heavy. But somehow, whenever there was a situation, he would get in there and get things sorted out, He'll be battered, bruised. One thing he had mentioned very clearly, that he'll only play those players who are brave-hearted, who have got ticker. So I mentioned it last time also, that, fronting up to the task by the tail enders was as important as someone opening the innings, because it sent a message to the opposition that, from 1 to 11, we're not scared of you. So little things made us a great team in the end. And that series against the West Indies in '88, which I believe, and according to a website also, probably the best 3 test match series ever played. And I say it quite frankly, had West Indies not cheated in the last test match, we would have beaten them because it ended up to be a 1-1 draw game. And in those days, West Indies were like untouchables. I mean, they had Marshall and they had, Ambrose and all those. And you could bowl 6 bounces in an over during that period. But it was because of Imran, because he had set such high goals for his side and for himself that he said, look, we want to become the best. And to become the best, we've got to beat the best team. He's just a crazy individual that way. Very educated from cricket point of view and generally a great leader.
You talked about work ethic there, but
Yeah.
I want to hear about him as a bowler because he was the one who really kind of got you all buying into reverse swing.
Yeah. So in those days, when we came over, and I mentioned it when Agus was having this show with us, 92 World Cup, we felt that, scratching the ball is a normal thing because to survive back home in Pakistan, you had to do it. And when Imran was doing it, we felt it was kosher because here was this leader who was like, a proper cricketer. But then obviously, he mentioned it himself that, he'd used bottle tops and all that kind of stuff. But he was such an asset when the ball was reversing. It's just unstoppable. Look at his performance in the '87 World Cup in Pakistan. He picked up 5 wickets every second match. And we had great advantage because England or Australia would be 5 down for 230 in the 40th over and bowled out for 250.
Well, Pakistan kept doing that, but am I right in thinking that it was Safraz Nawaz?
Yeah, he started.
Who played
yeah.
in England for
That's
Northants, and I think he was the guy who kind of became he wasn't that quick,
Yeah.
Safraz, although he liked to think he was very quick. but he was the guy who kind of recognised the potential
Yeah.
of this reverse swing,
That's
and
right.
he was the kind of tutor
That's right,
that
yeah.
passed it down the line. And he played for Pakistan quite a lot,
Yeah,
didn't he? And
yeah.
I played against him when we were befuddled. The ball be 50 overs old. You think, well, we've cracked the new
Yeah,
ball here.
yeah.
And then all of a sudden, Safraz would come on, just darting back in. And what's going on?
I think he picked up 9 wickets against Australia in one of the test matches.
And Imran obviously learned from
Yeah.
that, and then he
Yeah,
became a tutor as well.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, just iconic, isn't it? I remember as a kid, actually, the first cricket book I was ever gifted was called Imran Khan's Cricket Skills. And you kind of get, like, you get players who endorse books and things like that, and someone will come to you and say, yeah, don't worry, I'll write this, and just put your name on it, we'll take some photos. But you could tell he'd had a huge part in this, because every single page had a photograph of Imran Khan posing in the pose that he's, and like, so for example, he shows a pull shot and he's in all 3 positions that he wants to show: your starting point, your execution point, your follow through. And I remember just studying it closely. Wow, this guy. And you could put a bow on it and just say, like, the icon, the sort of the style of the man. Obviously he was very popular in England as well, and he's gone on to do different things and remain immensely popular. And he's just an
Socially.
icon.
You mean socially?
Socially, obviously, well, like just here in England, I mean, it was before my time, really, but my older siblings describe how intensely popular he was, and like he was a sex symbol here in England as well. He'd go out to parties, the paparazzi following him everywhere he goes. People really, really, really adored him.
I mean, he never drank, but I think he liked to party, and one of the reasons he left Worcester to go to Sussex is that Sussex,
Nightlife.
Brighton, a bit nearer London as well.
Well, I
think that was
remember-
quite an attraction.
I remember him wearing a T-shirt in New Zealand. So this is going way back in 1985. Somebody gave him a T-shirt, and obviously he wore it everywhere. Nightlife in New Zealand. It just had a big black round thing on the T-shirt.
Can I ask you, Ramiz, because I heard this right, and you probably know this because I've heard this. I don't know if this is true. He would go to, there's a nightclub in London called Annabelle's, which is very popular and things. So he'd like to go there, and his order, the Imran Khan, was a glass of milk. So he'd turn up every time, and he'd ask for an Imran Khan, and it was a glass of milk. Is this true?
I'm not sure about Annabelle, but we used to get in Australia, for example. So the Australian dugout would have 15 jars of beer. We'll have 15 jars of milk.
Nice.
And so I mean, and
Skimmed?
we were all scared that nobody, even Javed, who
Javed
drank.
was scared.
Yeah, he was scared actually.
Wow.
Yeah,
That was a Capital Dev favourite.
Milk.
But you're saying that a player that loves to party, that they're making the top 10. Is that what you're saying?
he had a theory regarding
but
alcohol.
He loved to party, but he didn't drink.
He said that
Alcohol.
it stays in your system, so you're not able to perform for the next 2 days. So stay away from alcohol.
I don't think the parallel's exact then.
But he was again personality to go with his skill set as well. This is the thing. Like, I mean, there were so many great players and great people who could execute great skills. But they had some personality to go with it, a look and everything. It's a whole package with Imran.
Yeah.
We kind of brushed over the topic of reverse swing and how Imran Khan got it to happen. But we did talk about it the other day up at Headingley. So we are going to move on.
Sure.
Well, you've got 10 to go.
Nine now.
Well, who's going to keep... Oh, yeah. Well, it's 11 in the cricket team.
No, this is top 10 all-time Pakistan
We'll
men's
take 3
cricketers.
minutes for the next 9.
Okay, here we go. Who's the second on that list?
Well, it's a difficult call, actually. So, because you see, so I played in an era where everyone was a hero and a classic. Wasim, Waqar, Saeed Anwar, Zahir Abbas was before my time. But, so I've got to look at Saeed Anwar, for example, or Wasim and Waqar, and their records are outstanding.
Yeah.
So, I'd probably put one of them, either Waqar or Wasim, at number 2.
Well, I thought we'd be picking a team because it's Hanif. I mean, it's before my time, obviously. Hanif
You
Mohammed.
came in late, Vic.
Hanif,
Top 10 all time.
Hanif Mohammed would have to be considered. And then there are all those brothers. I mean, Mushtaq.
Yeah.
Do you know what Mushtaq, I think, is responsible for, and spinners all around the world will hate him for it?
For the
was the
reverse.
reverse. He was the first guy back in the 60s, 70s who started playing that reverse sweep, which is tormenting finger spinners ever since. And Mushtaq himself was a lovely wrist spinner. So Mushtaq was one of the he played about 60 when he was 16. So he is. It's a long time ago, but Mushtaq was a really serious.
He's a good
cricketer.
captain as well. So
Was he?
people
Did you
say.
play? Did you?
No, but you see, so Pakistan won in Australia when he was the captain, when Imran picked up 10 wickets, and that was the beginning of Imran Khan era, actually. So he was then the
So
captain.
but I feel my duty is apparently because of I can remember these guys.
We'll come back to spin.
Okay.
Thank you for your contributions there, Vic. But we are going. I don't think anyone would disagree with the fact that we're now going to talk about Wasim and Waqar.
Yeah.
Wasim Akram, 104 Test matches, 414 Test wickets, an average of 23. He also picked up 3 centuries in there as well, across a time period of 1985 to 2002. Also played over 300 one-day internationals, over 500 one-day wickets, average of 23 there as well. And it was about Wasim and Waqar together in the early 90s at their peak. 373 wickets for Waqar Younis, 87 Test matches, 416 wickets in one-day cricket, an average of 23. So, you know, they were phenomenal as a pair, but individually they both make that top 10 list, would you say?
Yes, no doubt about it. I mean, for me, it's easy. Like Wasim Akram, maybe there's a slight recency bias. I was going to say it's been 20 years since he played, but as recent as that could be, I think Wasim Akram is you know, I mean, Imran's on a different level, but Wasim Akram is also iconic. And again, he's somebody who's so popular with the current generation of Pakistan cricket fans as well, because he did have that incredible skill and incredible personality. I remember watching him during his career, and the thing that people used to say about him is this man can take a wicket at will. So he can run in at any given point, decide that this is going to be a wicket ball, and take it. And he knew exactly what his plan was, exactly how to execute it. I mean, in his early days, he had obviously the long run up, but towards the end, my sort of most vivid memories are of 1999, that World Cup that happened here in England, and watching him sort of run in off about 15 paces at max, and just make the ball do all sorts of absurd things. And yeah, just incredibly talented. Also, one of my favourite Test innings I've ever seen was his 253 not out, batting at number 9, which I think is still the highest score by a number 9 batter, I think. Yeah, and it also has the record for the most sixes in a Test innings, tied with Yashasvi Jaiswal. I could be wrong. I'm sure Andy Zaltzman will point that out for me. But yeah, he could bat, he could bowl, but he was so iconic, and he had this incredible control over that skill, and also a very underrated captain. I think his captaincy, people sort of, okay, you know, he didn't win a World Cup. He got them to the World Cup final in 1999, and he couldn't get over the line in that final. But he was a good captain. He's the kind of captain who had control over his dressing room, and obviously, you know, him and Waqar sort of had a back and forth, and we can talk about Waqar and his skill as well. But just in terms of iconic bowlers, I think you could talk about it, and he's got a pretty strong case of maybe being the greatest left-arm bowler of all time.
Yeah, well, he gets in my list, not team list. I mean, he was plucked out by Imran. He barely played a first-class game. And that was sort of something wonderful that Pakistan tended to do sometimes. He just saw him in the nets, thought, this man's got to play.
Yeah.
And it's chucked into the test team.
Sometimes I wish they still did that.
And I did face, I faced Wasim when he played for Lancashire. And he skipped. He looked like he was so close when he let it go, because he was very light on his feet, a bit like Malcolm Marshall.
Yes.
He'd kind of run through the crease.
Yeah.
And as a consequence of that, it felt like he was bowling from 18 yards.
Well, in the nets, he did bowl it.
He did bowl from 18 yards.
And then appeal. Useless appeals to put us down.
Yeah. So and
Both Wasim and Waqar, actually.
Yeah. I mean, the way he swung the ball. I mean, that 92 World Cup, he should manage to show how he could do that with some fantastic deliveries, but a fantastic talent. Yeah.
How does he rate in terms of bowlers you've ever seen?
So my all-time favorite will be Malcolm Marshall. I played Wasim in the nets in domestic cricket as well, but he was a magician. I mean, he could reverse it. He had, strong presence, and he would. The 92 World Cup 2 deliveries make him a legend. Simple as that. But Waqar Younis, on the other hand, was sheer brutal pace. So he just picked up 100 wickets here playing for Surrey, and then we played him in a one-day tournament back home. And I've never been afraid of getting hit here because I told him that I was seriously scared that I'll miss the ball because he was lightning fast. Akram, even though he was pacey, in the nets he would appear like a medium pacer compared to Waqar. Waqar was really brutal and quick. A bit like Jofra Archer, from nowhere.
But oddly enough, I didn't play Swakar, fortunately, and I've got toenails to prove it. But I think what was I going to say about Waqar was that actually when Waqar was playing for Pakistan, contrary to everything that happens now, you were probably better off opening the batting than coming in at number
100%, yeah.
Because he would try and bowl away swingers to the opening batsman because the ball wasn't ready
Away from the toes.
Yeah. And you have more opportunities. It was easier to face Waqar with the new ball than when winning. I mean, there's some amazing scorecards when England played against them, whereas England are sort of 300 for 3 and 342 all out.
South Africa, I remember a game we were playing in South Africa, and this is 93, 94 maybe, 220 to get, 190 for one, and 215 bowled out. It's just incredible piece of reverse swing bowling. And here, 92 series, from the top of the run-up, he'd say Yorker and bowled to the likes of David Garr and Ian Botham.
Yeah,
and I was at short leg, I could hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so, A, full of himself, B, because he knew that he could pull it off. And he knew they had no answer at 92 miles an hour, that ball reversing. And so it was, toe-crushing experience. And we loved it.
And one of the things that was quite striking about watching him, I mean, there were many things that were striking about watching him, but he had a hole in his shoe, which a lot of bowlers do nowadays, but at the time it was very unusual because those shoes were really expensive. As a young kid, you get your first pair of cricket shoes and you're going to take them to the club, and, I'm sure there were so many parents that were so angry with Waqar Younis, like, why are you cutting open a hole in your shoe? Because all these kids, I just bought them an 80-quid pair of trainers, and they're cutting holes in their shoes to look like Waqar.
Yeah.
I think I remember
I did it when I was younger.
There you go.
one specialist shoemaker that made a lot of shoes. I mean, it was leather, it's soft. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember the name.
Whiting.
Yeah,
At Northampton.
That's right.
He was the cobbler of cricket
it
boots
was
in those days.
really good. It was.
Yeah.
That's a career. I like that. Yeah, it was really extraordinary. What I really enjoyed about Waqar, obviously, he had that brutal pace. He was unbelievably quick, and it was, as Ramiz is saying, it felt like he was a lot quicker than Wasim, even though Wasim was bowling quite quickly as well. And then what I really enjoyed about Waqar is he had a couple of injuries and setbacks. He missed that 92 World Cup. So, it must be one of his sort of great regrets. And I know, having spoken to him, that it is one of his great regrets that he wasn't part of that team. But over time, he picked up stress fracture after stress fracture, and he couldn't bowl as quick anymore. And so he completely reinvented himself and turned it into what Wick was saying, like with a new ball, a way swing bowler. He actually tormented England as captain in the early 2000s as a completely different style of bowler. And you have to kind of, really respect that ability to reinvent yourself.
Yeah, I mean, with Malcolm Marshall, Malcolm Marshall was about 5'10", 5'10 and a half, and you didn't expect that ball to bounce from the length, from that short a height.
Yeah.
Waqar Younis was pretty similar. He wasn't very tall.
And his arm was quite low.
Yeah, low. And so his bouncer was lethal because he would be at you. He wasn't wasting it.
Yeah.
Tall bowlers would at times bounce more, which was fine.
Andy?
Well, just to put a bit more sort of statistical context on both of those players, and I like looking at players in their absolute peak phases. Waqar Younis had a fairly quiet start to his Test career in just his first 4 or 5 games. Then we played New Zealand in October 1990. Over his next 26 tests, he took 170 wickets. That's over 6.5 a game at an average of 17, with 19 5-wicket hauls in 26 tests. He was one of the great bowling forces in the history of Test cricket at that time. Remained effective, but not quite at that level after those injuries that Atif mentioned. Wasim Akram, through the 1990s, averaged 21 with the ball in Test cricket, and he had a very good record sort of everywhere in the world. He only played 2 tests in South Africa, didn't do it that much in those games. But in every other country he played in, he had a good record. 36 wickets in Australia at 24, for example, which is not always a place that Pakistan has thrived. So two of the great bowlers, unquestionably.
We've been talking for half an hour and we've only got 3 on the list. I'm going to ask our producer, Adam, if we can buy some more time here. Yes, absolutely, because it's still raining here at Lord's. Shoaib Akhtar, where does he come in here? 46 test matches, 178 wickets at 25. Is he in the mix?
I mean, yes, because he was very, very fast. Unusual bowling action. Controversial, but controversy doesn't hurt you a lot. I mean, he had that image and flair, and people watched him because you see, fast bowling is about showing presence at the crease. And so, I mean, to me, still, I think the most wonderful thing is for a batsman getting bowled in that middle stump, going for a toss, somebody running in from 30 yards. But obviously, maybe not in the same category as
if you're
Wasim and
picking a
Waqar.
team, which you refuse to do, he doesn't get in ahead of Imran, Wasim Akram, and Waqar.
But I tell you what, he's an X-factor player, no doubt about it. Like, if I was looking at the current Pakistan Test team in 2026, I think more than a Wasim or a Waqar, they need a Shoaib Akhtar. They need that X-factor player that teams fear. A bowler that can bowl at 100 miles an hour and hurt you and runs in looking like a Bollywood villain with his hair flopping and his facial expressions. And, like every batter that's ever talked about facing him talks about how unbelievably terrifying that experience is. Like, that's what you want. You want a player that sort of inspires fear in the heart of the opposition. I don't think there's ever been a cricketer from Pakistan that did that quite like Shoaib Akhtar. And obviously he missed more test matches than he played, and as always, as you think about what could have been with Shoaib, but a bowler like that, he's always gonna have a truncated career. It's
the classic Dale Steyn question, isn't it? If he'd have been able to continue playing, then he would absolutely. I mean, he still is one of the all-time great bowlers, but he just didn't play as much as, say, Jimmy Anderson or Stuart Broad. But Shoaib Akhtar, 247 wickets in one-day cricket as well, average of 24, fastest recorded delivery of all time in 2003. Andy?
Well, he had a relatively brief peak, but even so, from 2000 to the end of the England series in 2005, he was 127 wickets, averaged 20.5 in 26 tests with 11 fifers, but didn't play that volume of cricket. Dale Steyn still took over 400 test wickets, but there were moments. There were some incredible moments in his career. There were when he bowled in Kolkata in front of 90,000 people, bowled out Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar in successive balls, which is one of the great YouTube clips. I mean, just two completely unplayable balls at insane speed. He had a spell against Australia in a test that was played in Colombo in October 2002 in the second innings, in which he bowled out Ricky Ponting and Mark Waugh and Adam Gilchrist, and had Steve Waugh and Shane Warne LBW in the space of 15 balls, 5 unassisted wickets, 4 all-time great batters, plus Shane Warne, who was a decent lower order player. That one of the great sort of, if you have the sort of greatest 15 ball spells in Test history, that's got to be up there.
Well, there's individual balls that he's bowled. That, like his ball to Stephen Fleming in the 1999 World Cup is probably my favourite ball of all time. Like, it was just sheer pace and full and violent intent, and there's nothing you feel for the batter. There's absolutely nothing he could have done about that ball. I mean, I love Shoaib Akhtar. He's one of my favorite. He felt like box office. That's an important element of this as well. Like, these are great players. Being technically gifted is great. Having personality is great. Having great leadership is great. But who do people really want to see? Who do they pack the stadiums for? I'm not going to go to the concession stand now. Shoaib's about to start. Actually, he's got a very long run up. You could probably go grab yourself some food by the time he gets to the crease.
I think it's a legacy that these guys created. I remember growing up in club cricket and playing boys cricket, and I played with a lot of British Pakistani boys, and they all just wanted to be fast bowlers. That was all they wanted to be. It was less about the batting. It was about bowling as fast as they possibly could. Now, we're going to leave Shoaib Akhtar there. He's in and around the mix. Wasim and Waqar are definitely in that top 10. We're going to come back to you, Vic. Hanif Mohammed. You mentioned him. We're going to move to the batters now.
Well, I mean, I am actually too young to I mean, I do remember watching him on the telly as a kid, but I mean, he was a seminal person, 499, and in a period where Pakistan weren't so strong, it must have felt that he had immense pressure because he had to get all the runs, and he got stacks of runs, and he had limitless concentration, I think, and could bat for hours, and did many times.
It's always
in black and white.
it's always difficult to compare across generations, isn't it? 12 centuries, 15 50s as an opening bat. His career was between 1852? 1952.
It's not that old.
Sorry, it's not that old. 1952 and 1969.
If
Sorry, that's a typo.
if you got 1852 to 1969, he's done very well. Put him at the top of the list. Can I just say, the thing about Hanif Mohammed is the headline about him is that he played maybe the greatest Test innings by a Pakistani batter ever, 337 against the West Indies in 1958. It's one of those innings that, like, sort of your older relatives tell you about, and then you sort of go back and it's hard to find footage of it to this day. But what you can do is read loads of books that have been written about it. And you know, I know there's a book by Abdul Hafiz Kardar, who was Pakistan's first ever captain, and which I read, and he references that innings extensively. 970 minutes out in the middle, 16 hours, 10 minutes. Across 3 days, he's just batting and batting and batting and grinding the opposition into the ground. I think when he finished at the time, that was the second highest individual score ever made in Test cricket. Len Hutton's 364 was higher, and this is before Sir Garfield Sobers got to 365. But just in terms of an iconic record, obviously he's a great batter, and we know you hear all the accolades from people who saw him, but to score an innings like that. I mean, you couldn't even imagine it in the modern era. A triple hundred in a Test match across 3 days. I don't think that'll ever happen again.
He averaged just under 44 in his 55 Test 12 century. Scored 100 in his only Test in Australia. Made a century in England, and that triple century in the West Indies. So in every country he played in, he scored at least 100. Of his 1200s, 11 were made in draws and just one in a victory. Didn't have a great record in the games Pakistan won. I might have to chuck in another name, just in terms of influence on the evolution of Pakistan cricket. And it's another bowler. I'm interested to see what Rami says about him. Fazal Mahmood, who played in those early years with Hanif Mohammed for Pakistan, a fantastic bowler, 134 wickets in his Test cricket. His influence on Pakistan's early Test cricket is extraordinary. He took 12 wickets in Pakistan's first ever Test win. That was against India in their first series, 12 for 94. He came to England in 1954, took 12 for 99 at the Oval. Pakistan's first win against England, and their first win against Australia, the first Test those two teams played, he took 13 for 114. And in Pakistan's first three wins against West Indies, he had match hauls of 8, 7 and 12. So in all, he played in 7 wins for Pakistan and took 65 wickets, average 10.
Yeah, he was an icon for sure. Tallish fellow, long fingers, and he would cut the ball. So in those days, I think matting was being used in Pakistan. So he's your typical matting fast bowler, not quick, medium pacer, accurate, and he would cut the ball. And obviously, like Hanif Mohammed, one of the icons, who set the stage for us.
Again, I'll go back to that book by Abdul Hafiz Kardar. So Kardar he played 3 Test matches for India at the time of partition, and then he became the first Pakistan captain. And his sort of first task was accumulating cricketers that he thought would be good for Pakistan. Now, at the time, Fazal Mahmood and his family, they were unsure of where they were going to end up, whether he wanted to play cricket at all. And Abdul Hafiz Kardar organised for him to get a job as a policeman in what would then be Pakistan, which was considered a very good job in return for playing cricket for him. So Hafiz Kardar got him to play cricket for Pakistan, helped him get to that point, and in 1955, Fazal Mahmood became the first ever Pakistani to be included in Wisden's top 5 cricketers of the year. So that, I mean, I don't know how highly regarded it is these days, but in those days, that was an unbelievable honour to be one of the top 5 cricketers of Wisden. And there was always sort of in those days, a colonial bias to those lists for a Pakistani to break into it in 1955. That's iconic in and of its own.
Yeah, in that 1954 Oval Test in which he bowled Pakistan to victory, he got out Len Hutton, Dennis Compton and Peter May in both innings of the game. And if we're doing England's top 10, they'd all be in the conversation for that. And I found a Cricinfo article about Fazal Mahmood, and he says that over 2 innings in that game, bowling to Len Hutton, Fazal reckoned he'd bowled 27 different types of deliveries to get Hutton out twice. So that's the kind of craft he had. He wasn't quick, was he? He was a medium pacer and a lot of
accurate
craft. Yeah.
length bowler.
And there'd have been a stunning victory. I mean, out of the blue, because England were a very strong side, and no one anticipated that coming.
Sure.
We're going to have to rattle along.
Yes.
Because otherwise we'll run out of time. So some more names in there. We're moving to the batters. And Ramiz, the other day you said Saeed Anwar.
What a player. Astonishing talent, Isha. Brilliant to watch. I opened with him, and he was just about 20 yards ahead of where we were when he started to play, because he'd be so good against spin. In those days, openers weren't supposed to be that great against spin, but he was so good. And then, some of the innings that he played. I mean, I was the captain when he got his 194 against India, which stood as the highest score for a very long time in 50 overs cricket.
13 years.
13 years. He absolutely massacred all the Indian bowlers. And then, his 100 against India in Kolkata, I think it was, which turned out to be a match-winning innings again. Didn't play the 92 World Cup, but in 99 World Cup, elsewhere, I think in 2003 World Cup in South Africa. I mean, in Australia, really was a top quality player.
He didn't score as many runs as others across his career, 13-year career, but you're saying that he would be your first person on that list in terms of batting?
Yeah, so, I mean, how do you rate a player? It's an interesting question. So do you go by the stats, or do you go by the respect that he earns in the dugout, in the dressing room? So some, for example, I'm talking off the cuff about a keeper batsman that we had, Salim Yusuf. Now, Salim Yusuf would never be recognized as a great wicket-keeper batsman, but he had so much of respect in the dressing room, because on that 1988 tour against the West Indies, he played with a broken jaw, and he was hitting Malcolm Marshall for sixes through mid-wicket after he had absolutely taken care of him. So he earned a lot of respect. And so I think Saeed Anwar would be one of them who earned a lot of respect in the dressing room. Whenever he went out to bat, we felt great about this. So he'd be hammering the opposition. They'd be a bit scared of him. And he had this natural flair and talent, smooth through the offside. And in those days, he would hit sixes when probably Sri Lankans had started it through
Sanath
Jayasuriya and Kalu Vitharna.
Yeah.
And we had Saeed Anwar. And so he had a massive impact on the game.
Yeah, he really was phenomenal. The flair that he batted with, and just, it's always considered a great compliment to any left-hander when they say, oh, he looks elegant, like a Saeed Anwar. Like, I have a lot of memories of watching him bat alongside Ramiz and Amir Sahil, so they sort of alternated as his batting partner during different parts of their careers. And, so with Sahil, he was quite volatile and aggressive, whereas Saeed was always very elegant, and he was he was considered more reliable, and he still had that sort of flourish to his game that made him quite attractive to watch again at the top of the innings. He was undoubtedly a great Pakistani player.
Yeah, average 45 in Test cricket, 11 Test centuries. In one-day cricket, though, I often look when I'm looking through these periods at strike rate, and most batters are batting at a strike rate of about 70. He was at 80 for his 247 one-day internationals under 5,000 runs.
Also, he was, again, thrived in all conditions. He's one of only two Pakistan players to have made centuries in England, Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. He'd made a pair on his Test debut in 1990.
I was playing that game, actually.
And didn't play again for sort of 3.5 years, and then became one of Pakistan's great players. And also, and I know it's not sort of part of the way you judge players in terms of how great they are, but artistic impression. If we count that, he's got to be right at the top of this.
Aesthetically.
We see a lot of players hit the ball these days, particularly in short-form cricket, as if they hate the concept of spheres and hate leather. And Saeed Anwar just caressed it as if he was... I think the ball would have been pleased to be hit for a four.
The ball would have enjoyed it.
So
Well, you
aesthetically
can add
pleasing.
that quotient to your thing. But the other quotient in his favour is that he opened the batting in an era where there were some nasty bowlers to have to face opening the batting.
Purely because of time, I'm just going to throw in some names here, and then I'm going to get you to discuss. Javed Miandad, Yunus Khan, Mohammad Yusuf, Inzamam ul Haq.
That's a great listing.
Yes, and yes. Well, I mean, Yunus Khan he's got one of my favourite records, which is he scored a Test century against every country. I think in more countries than anybody else. Also, you'll be able to check this. So, because obviously he played in the UAE as well. So that was during that phase when Pakistan played in the. So he scored Test hundreds in every country, including India and the UAE and Pakistan and England and Australia and anywhere that a Test match could possibly occur. He has a Test 100. Then obviously the only Pakistani batter to cross 10,000 runs in Test cricket, and obviously one of only two Pakistani players to win a World Cup as captain. He won that 2009 T20 World Cup. I'm sure you remember that day, well, Isha.
I do.
Because I watched two of my favourite players pick up a World Cup that day.
I was 12th that day.
You still got to pick up the
Yes,
trophy.
that's true.
You did. I remember Upper Compton right there watching you guys. I mean, he's. I think because of his sort of subsequent work as a coach, and he's been quite outspoken, and there was some sort of rivalries and things like that. Maybe he doesn't get the flowers that he deserves, but he's undoubtedly one of Pakistan's best ever batters.
And one of the great characters, Javed Miandad.
Well, he was. Well, Ram will know better than I, but he was the ultimate sort of street fighter.
Yeah, he was. Cheeky.
Yeah, cheeky, but intimidated by no one. I still got in my mind that match in Australia when him and Dennis Lilly fell out, and you've got him with his bat over, and Dennis Lilly is dead. I mean, they nearly came to physical blows, but he was frightened of no one. To take on Dennis Lilly in Australia, only a fool would do that, really. But Danny Jarman was right in there.
So frankly, Vic, I mean, we've at times felt very embarrassed because cricket was played in a certain way during that era. And here was Javed, he was challenging the opposition, teasing them. I remember, I think it was here in 87 or 92, I can't remember, 87 in fact, Abdul Qadir was playing. Yeah. And Beefy was struggling to pick him. And so I think it was Imran who said, go to silly mid off. I was at short leg. Yeah. And so both of them started to sweep. And as you would know, when you're not picking a ball, you start sweeping the ball. Yeah. So he tried it 2 times, and Javed he picked it up. And Javed said, the only shot is sweep. So sweep. Every time the ball was in the air, there was this sweep in the backdrop. And I was falling apart because, you see, they're so funny. And Beefy said, I'm going to hit you with a bat. He says, how can you hit me with a bat? The only shot is sweep. So, I mean, it's that kind of an irritating guy, actually.
But he was good. He was good. He had really good bat.
23 centuries in his Test career, 124 Tests
because he was captain at Faisalabad when Mike Gatting had his little altercation. And it was a brilliant, from a Javed's point of view, that whole incident was fantastic because England were controlling that game.
Yes, you're winning.
And by one thing or another, the whole day got abandoned, and Pakistan ended up drawing the match. So and Javed, I'm sure, would have revelled in the fact that little altercation at the close of play enabled him to come away with a draw, and all was well, and the series would be under control.
He always felt like a player's captain as well. Can I ask you, Ramesh, because we watched an incident not too long ago, actually last week we were talking about that 92 tour where Devon Malcolm was getting bounced by Aqib Javed, and then the umpire calls a no ball, but he sort of really stood up for his play. He walked over and he was like, no, I'm going to take control. Don't you worry, Aqib. I got you.
So this is Javed Miandad. We're playing a 92 game against New Zealand. It's a must-win game for us. Danny Morrison was bowling at around 150. It really was bowling fast. And we were 2 down for 10 when Javed walked in. And in those days, you couldn't bowl a bouncer in ODI cricket, right? So it was no ball. First 2 balls to Javed, he bowls those great bounces. Hit him one, I think, on the side of the helmet and then on the glove. And he comes, end of the over, he says, if he bowls a bouncer, you go for the hook shot and I'll take care of the rest. I said, what do you mean? So it happened like that. He bowled me a bouncer. I was ready for it because that's the only length he was bowling. And so Danny is now walking back to his run-up, and so is Javed with him. And he says, bowl him another one. He's going to hit you out of the gun. So Danny gives
this is cheering you up, isn't it?
So Danny gives me 2 lethal bounces. I walk up to Javed. I said, what the hell is wrong with you? But it's that kind of a character you were.
It's a bit like so Tony Gray kept signalling boundaries when he was playing it. And the bloke at the other said, don't do that.
Javed Miandad, one of the great antagonisers.
But a top player, absolutely brilliant.
Andy?
You talk about players peaked. His peak basically lasted until the end of the 1980s from his debut. His first 100 tests, he averaged 57. And then tailed off just a little as he aged. But and just in terms of moments as well, Ramiz, one of the iconic moments in Pakistan's one-day history, that last ball six that he hit in.
In
Sharjah against India.
It's just incredible, that game, because we were losing it. I mean, it started at, I think, 9:30. We were at the receiving end from 9:35 to 5:05, 5 minutes to 5, and at 5 we won. It's just incredible it was, actually. So, I mean, and that was the start of us then dominating India, because we sort of won the next 20 ODIs and never looked back, just because of that psychological barrier that Javed broke, actually. Before that, we were struggling against India.
Yeah, if any listeners, if you ever find yourself in a conversation with an Indian cricket fan that you would like to end, just mention that ball that Javed made the six off
Chetan Sharma was the bowler, actually. And Kapil bowled the 49th over and gave it to Chetan Sharma.
For the last one.
For the last one. He bowled a Yorker. It was hit for a 6.
Yeah, India still talks about it now. Some pretty tough bowlers he had to face up against as well. Lily and Tomo, the West Indies fast bowlers. Mohammad Yusuf, Inzamam ul Haq. If you had to pick between one of them?
Well, I played a lot of cricket with Inzi, so I'd pick Inzi. Inzi was like, relaxed, chilled, but great under pressure. Loads of talent. I mean, he wasn't hard-working. If only he'd worked hard, he'd be at par with some of the greats of the game. Mohammad Yusuf, an artist, obviously, great record, broke Viv Richards' record for most runs in a single season. But I'd give it to Inzi. I mean, Inzi would always feature in my top list.
Yeah, I remember watching him in that World Cup semi-final in 1992. And he was young then. He was only just in the team. And it was a game that New Zealand were kind of winning again. In
semi-final.
At Auckland, I think. And we didn't know much about Inzamam from afar then.
Sure.
He was a young pup. And it was a stunning innings there. And there we go.
30 balls.
I enjoyed him when he was captain too. You'd go with a press interview. He'd sit day before the match. You go down to the ground. And you've got to sort of, what it's like. You've got to preview it and have a little press conference. Everyone else would be bowling in the nets and having a bat. Most of the time, was sat in this wicker chair. And then he would give an interview where actually he did have great English, so he didn't actually tell us.
But he had a wicked dry humour.
I bet
in Urdu, he was hilarious. He was in slow motion. He would make fun of people.
Right. Well, we didn't quite see that bit, but he was, and also he was sort of a one-off because he, by the end, he was not the most gliding athlete, but he could bat beautifully.
He was brilliant.
He became a cult figure almost, didn't he? Inzamam ul Haq. So Mohammad Yusuf in there as well.
Yes.
Andy with the numbers?
Just and a couple of other players to consider as from the batting side. Zahir Abbas, who entertained us so royally yesterday. If you look at his peak again in the early 80s, averaged almost 75 over a 22-test sequence. And if you consider one-day stats, and talked about strike rates based on the era that players were playing in, Zahir Abbas averaged 47 in one-day cricket with a strike rate of almost 85, which was off the scale in those days. I mean, for context, someone like Gordon Greenidge, who was viewed as one of the great attacking players, I think his one-day strike rate was around about 65. So Zahir was second only to Viv Richards, whose stats were even more incredible in one-day cricket, certainly of that era of one-day players, and also, fantastic test player, made those 2 double hundreds in England that we were talking about yesterday.
So I mean, I played against Zahir. I mean, you don't want to spin to Zahir. He just penetrated the field. I mean, the other one that springs to mind, he probably doesn't get in the list, but from my era, I was just played against a few times. He was just beautiful to watch and quite a character. I think it was Majid Khan.
Oh, he was.
Who was a beautiful, silky player. Quite a haughty sort of character, I think. But sort of lovely, deep voice too. Had a presence about him. But he could bat too. Or usually in very yellow pads, didn't he?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and in a cap.
Yeah.
Does Babar Azam make the list now?
No. It's and I hate to say that. I'd love to say that he would make the list, and we got very excited about him when he won that, the Player of the Year, the ICC Player of the Year, the Sir Garfield Sobers Award a couple of years ago. In fact, there was a sequence where Pakistan won back-to-back with Babar and Shaheen, and it was very good times. But I feel like at the moment, I don't think he's making that list. There's so many great players who already might not make that list, and I think I like to think by the end of his career, Isha, we might be able to put him in that list. But right now, certainly not.
I mean, I like Babar Azam. I think his overall record is impressive. I mean, his one-day record is decent. He also plays T20 cricket. So, I mean, he should feature there. I think, yeah, I mean, he's got road to travel, but it's just that you can't ignore him also. He's a stylist. Andy was talking about the aesthetics of the game. I mean, his cover drive is probably at par with any in the circuit. And Manon Song is a lovely player to watch.
Just one more name, Misbah-ul-Haq. Doesn't score so highly on the aesthetic grounds, but again, in terms of his impact on Pakistan cricket, he still averaged, I think, 46 in Test cricket, over 50 in the games that he captained them. But the influence he had as captain, taking over after the sort of low ebb of the ball tampering controversy. Spot fixing here in 2010 led Pakistan from sort of way down in the Test rankings up to number one. Had some fantastic wins, and and also played one of the quickest 50s.
Yeah, fastest 100.
The fastest 100s in Test
against
history.
Australia, I think it was.
And he equalled the record for the fastest 50 as well. I remember watching that, and he as you say, you can't state this enough. He picked up Pakistan from one of the lowest ebbs. There was a Test match during that series where Shahid Afridi briefly captained, and then he himself retired from Pakistan cricket. So there were absolute turmoil happening. Misbah takes over. He comes in. He has this gravitas. He picks up the team. All the way to world number one, as you say, and statistically, he's Pakistan's best ever captain as well. He's won 26 Test matches as captain out of his 56, which is even more than Imran Khan did. And I know Imran's got a different kind of stature because of all of his achievements. But Misbah, I think, on the basis of being the best performing Test captain, the iconic moments, the press ups here at Lords in 2016. And
where he scored a century as well.
He did. He scored a century as well. Like, he just feels like somebody who has an enormous gravitas and just that record that he's got as well. Yeah, I think you could certainly make a case for him being in the 11, in the 10.
Shahid Afridi, one of the great characters in Pakistan cricket as well. Moving it along, we'll come back to the batters because I think we're going to have to squeeze some out. Your domain, Vic. Spin.
Well, I've been waiting for the. I mean, you've got to have Abdul Qadir.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't pick him, and I had the opportunity to pick him a few times, and I found it practically impossible. But he was a wondrous, aggressive, and he was a forerunner. He brought leg spin back into wrist spin back into the game, and kind of I think, fed off Abdul, and he was probably barking mad in some ways, but he was aggressive at you, fizzing that ball down and enjoying himself immensely. I mean, you would have played with Abdul. And he was just a wonder to watch. And that, that horrendous feeling that I had, that, oh, God, so googly, I didn't pick it.
So I mean, Imran introduced leg spin to white ball cricket, actually. So we used to play two leggies. Qadir and Mushi. So we were the Mushtaq Ahmed.
Well,
So I mean, he was another who was really clever. But Abdul Qadir was iconic. He was the first, and Imran liked aggressive spinners. And he would straight away say, get a short leg in, get a silly mid-off in, get that mid-off up. And Imran loved it. And the idea was right because Imran felt to win ODIs or white ball games, you've got to pick wickets. And that's why he got Abdul Qadir playing a lot of... Javed Miandad never liked Abdul Qadir because he felt that leg spinners are difficult to handle and they give away
too many runs.
But Imran, on the other hand, was different in captaincy style. So we actually played with two leggies.
I mean, I think, I haven't studied it, but I mean, he was a fantastic test bowler as well. But like a lot of the bowlers, Australia was a problem. I mean, even Murali had a pretty modest record, and I think Abdul, the Australians, somehow I don't know, the wickets or the fact that they go after the wrist spinner. So I suppose the only flaw in his career was that he never really dominated. He dominated in England, he dominated in Pakistan.
That's right.
But he was just a wondrous sight too. He was all action.
Did he stick his tongue out as well when he bowled? Just stick it out as you bowl.
Well, I mean, I can't remember. I had enough trouble trying to spot which way the ball was spinning. I didn't bother with his tongue.
Hugely respected in Australia, though, Abdul Qadir.
And he was pretty accurate as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
for a leggy, he's very accurate.
If we're looking at numbers, Andy, Mushtaq Ahmed, Abdul Qadir, throw Sakleh Mushtaq in there as
Yeah,
well.
Sakleh,
Not a leggy, but
yeah.
mystery.
Well, Abdul, 236 wickets at 32 in his 67 tests. As we were mentioning, much more effective at home, averaged 26 in Pakistan, 47 away from Pakistan. Just getting the numbers of the those other bowlers up. Yasir Shah, another sort of more recent leg spinner, maybe didn't have quite that magic, but had fantastic wickets per match. I think he's still the quickest to 200 test wickets in terms of
in
matches
history,
played.
yeah.
Sakleh Mushtaq over 200 wickets, average 29. Maybe didn't play as much Test cricket as he might
And
have done.
another
49
innovator,
tests.
of course,
Yeah.
as well.
The Dusra.
The Dusra.
And Mushtaq Ahmed, who sort of had a slightly up and down career, almost the same average as Abdul Qadir, just under 33, 185 wickets in his 52 tests.
Sakleh, I mean, just a word on him. He was iconic, really, for a while. He just really, in a team full of fast bowlers and stars, he made his own sort of personality stand out as well. As a spinner, I believe he was the first Pakistani to take a hat-trick in a 50-over World Cup as well in '99. And, just iconic. And obviously, we love the Dusra. We liked it so much, Isha, we made a podcast
we
named
did.
it.
We did indeed. 49 test matches for him, 208 wickets at 29. Mushtaq Ahmed, 52 test matches, 185 at 32. Obviously, both played a lot of one-day internationals as well. Anyone else that we should be discussing before we finalise the 10?
Do you want a
That would
wicketkeeper? You don't
tweet.
want a wicketkeeper in this list, obviously.
Did we talk about Zahir Abbas? Yes, we did.
Yes.
Misbah, Sarfraz Nawaz got a mention. Did we talk about Shahid? Did Shahid Afridi get his day in court? I tell you why, because I think in the list we've leaned heavily on Test cricket, and rightfully so. It's, that's the format. And we're here at a Test match. But in Pakistan, you can't understate the importance of white ball cricket and the iconography of it as well. Remember, the biggest, most iconic moment is Imran Khan lifting a white ball World Cup in '92, and Shahid Afridi's record in white ball cricket is absolutely phenomenal, and so I think deserves more than a mention.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
You loved watching him bat, that's for sure. Didn't he score a century with Sachin Tendulkar's bat?
He did once score a century with Sachin Tendulkar's bat. He also held the record for the fastest one-day international century as a 16-year-old. So he was 16 years old, made his debut for Pakistan as a leg spinner, like a replacement for Mushtaq Ahmed or like a substitute for Mushtaq Ahmed. Got a game as a pinch hitter, scores a 37-ball 100 in 1996.
You know who was the next man in after he got out?
Was it yourself?
Yep. And he just massacred the opposition with a 37 ball.
And you've still got loads of time to bat.
Yeah, I said, what?
Don't worry,
What
Ryan.
should I do here?
I know the feeling. Everyone would have gone to the bar.
What shot did you play first ball, just out of interest?
I can't remember. I mean, it's just, what transpired before? It's just phenomenal hitting it was. And they were massive sixes.
But I reckon his ODI white ball record is pretty impressive as well. And he was player of the series in that World Cup they won in 2009.
But who is the best
yeah,
keeper?
I
then?
was going to say,
I don't know. I
if
don't
you're going
quite
to
know.
choose a
It's not-
keeper, who would it be?
I don't know really. It's not. There's no.
There's
Vic, I-
Moeen, Rashid, Latif.
Yeah, Rashid Latif was probably a bit like Jeffrey Dujon.
Yeah.
So he's, loose and very athletic, good against spin.
Wasim Bari, you could have
Bari
that
was
conversation.
Bari was very, very safe, they say. Then obviously Moeen Khan was an all-round keeper, batsman and keeper, was a bit like Rodney Marsh. Who else? I mean,
We had a sequence of Akmals
Kamran
before we-
Akmal.
yeah,
Kamran
yeah.
Akmal had a good time of it, but not better as a batsman than a keeper.
Yeah.
If you're listening at home, we'd love to know your thoughts. Top 10 Pakistan men's cricketers. We've been chewing the fat here over an hour or so. We've got to finalise the 10. We've got to finalise the 10. So this is going to be very difficult to do. From the conversation, this is what I've got down.
All right.
Hanif Mohammed,
Mm-hmm.
Syed Anwar, Javed Miandad. I think one of Yunus Khan or Mohammed Youssef has to go. Inzamam ul Haq, Imran Khan, Wazim Akram, Abdul Qadir,
Yeah. Waqar
You're
Yunus.
choosing Vic as the best spinner, Abdul
Yeah,
Qadir?
yeah,
Yep.
I think, but also as a sort of trailblazer
Sure.
as well.
Okay. Waqar Yunus.
That's 10.
Is that 10?
But you got to choose one of Yusuf and Khan or Inzamam.
No,
No, sorry.
Inzi is there.
Inzi's there. So wait, hold on.
So one of
No,
the...
sorry, you can keep both
Oh, you
Yunus
can keep
Khan
both.
and
Okay, cool.
Mohammed
Yeah.
Yusuf. So you're not squeezing a Babar Azam in
And you're
there?
not squeezing in Zahir Abbas.
Zahir Abbas?
Ooh.
I'd squeeze
Debate.
Fazal Mahmood in just for the impact he had on establishing Pakistan ahead of Mohammed Yusuf.
It's an impossible task, Isha, because there's so many players, and well, see, I would squeeze Abdul Hafiz Kardar in there as well, obviously because he's the first ever captain. Without him, there's nothing going forward, is there? So you could make a case for them. Sarfaraz Nawaz, without him, there's no reverse swing. But there's a lot of without him, this doesn't happen kind of situation. But if you're going on pure stats, I think Zahir makes the cut, don't you think? What do you think, Vic?
Well, I from personal experience, I would think I least liked bowling at Zahir Abbas than any of those lot, actually. I mean, I never thought I'd ever get him out, and I don't think I ever did. And that's mostly in little sort of inconsequential in some ways local derbies when Somerset played Gloucester. I mean,
Are you going to have to take a vote on this issue? Who we're
No,
getting
no.
rid of?
No, it's all
Go on,
right.
go on.
Okay, we're not going to fight
we're
over
not.
it.
No, I think Rami should
Not
have
yet.
the passing vote. And then
You're
no
all
one-
great
Yes,
then
I
no
think
one
you
will-
should,
then there'll be
Rami.
people at home that won't talk to him for a month or two.
We've had another couple come in. Ahmed Sahel, Danish Canaria.
Yeah, the Liggy.
Yeah, Danish Canary was he had really good rise in Test cricket. He was a leg spinner, took over from Mushtaq, if I'm not wrong.
Mushy, yeah.
and then he had a very good run. And Sohail was very iconic. He played some really like 205 hit at Old Trafford. Loved it. Beautiful innings in 1992. But I think overall his stats don't measure up enough to make him in the top 10.
Gents, it's been a pleasure. Really enjoyed that chat. We could have carried on for a lot longer. There's no question about that. And we probably could hear it today as well because it is still raining here on day 3 of this test between England and Pakistan. England 1-0 up in the series, a chance to win it in this one. And they are well ahead in the game. 81 for 3 is what they will continue with a lead of 261 England. Their overnight score, Emilio Gay 30 not out and Harry Brooks 7 not out. It is a pitch that has been doing a fair amount of green grass on there. It's been seaming around. Obviously the slopes come into play, and then yesterday we saw a bit of uneven bounce as well. So England in a great position coming into day 3, but we've had no play whatsoever because we had a bit of spitting rain earlier on this morning. It's set in a little bit more. Full covers are on here. It's looking gloomy. It's very grey above us as well, a grey blanket of cloud. A lot of spectators that have come in and they're waiting patiently to see if there might be a break in play to see some action today. But as it is at the moment, no forecast play. So just a reminder, we'll have a view from the boundary very shortly with Aggers. And while we did have some time earlier, I had the opportunity to speak to England assistant coach who specialises in wicket-keeping and fielding, Sarah Taylor. The legendary England wicket-keeper has been working closely with Jamie Smith this year as the trend of standing up to the stumps continues to become a key tactic. But first I asked her how she was enjoying her role with the England men's team.
I've absolutely loved it. Obviously came as a little bit of a shock, but absolutely jumped to the chance as soon as I was asked. And the boys have made it unbelievable. Well, it's just a great experience, really. And I'm learning a lot. I'm still very young in my coaching career, but yeah, it's been a pretty good summer.
You're looking very relaxed on the balcony, I have to say, watching on after obviously being involved as a player.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate to play alongside you, but this is a very different environment for yourself. Let's talk about the keeping, because a lot of attention has been focused on Jamie Smith and him standing up to the stumps. Obviously, you did it a lot in your career. You were the best at it. What have you noticed in his game that you've been working with him on, and how often has he done it previously?
I don't think he has done it that much previously. So this was obviously a little bit of a shock come this summer, where the surfaces actually almost told him to go and stand up to the stumps. But we've worked extremely hard. Every training session we've had, he's been doing keeping, and standing up has obviously become a little bit more prevalent now. So in terms of kind of technical stuff, I mean, he's an extremely good keeper. He's got an excellent pair of hands. So it was just in case of enhancing what he already had and keeping him slightly more still than what he used to. The direction of which he faces was slightly open, and I think we've gone a little bit more down the wicket. So there's just a couple of things that we've tinkered with. It's nothing major, I promise you. It is just more consistency in what he's doing. Just that push to try and do some form of standing up every single session that we do. And again, he's the one that's pushed it. So he's working extremely hard and reaping all the benefits out there.
Well, you can tell us because you did it so much. What are you looking at behind the stumps? What is important to you in terms of that being able to take those catches and having that reflex and that instinct, I guess, behind the stumps?
I think, for me, if the head's still, then the hands are in a good position to catch the ball. If the ball's moving left and right and up and down, I think you have to be then as still as possible. Jamie's worked extremely hard at that. But also, I think he's also 6'2", so you have to almost use what you've got. He has got a slightly wider stance than most because he can, which means he can access the leg side a little bit more, which is nice. But again, I can't harp on enough about how to stay extremely still and just trust your hands. Just absolutely trust your hands and assume that you will catch it. And then hopefully you'll be nice and aggressive with it.
Come on then, while we've got you.
I knew you were
yeah,
gonna
no,
do this.
come on. You're going to have the mic close to your mouth as you get down, but if the camera can just go on you. Come on, just show us, the kind of position you get yourself into.
I'm doing this right now, am I? Yes. No, so obviously I would personally set up with my left foot for a right-handed batter on, there was the traditional that it was off stump. It's going a little bit more leg stump. Just because obviously then your head is over off stump or just outside that kind of fourth stump line, which is actually what we ask the bowlers to bowl to. So actually you might as well just be there. So that's how I would set up keepers nowadays. And also you are now generally a lot more towards the leg side. So that is again another benefit and a little bit of a cheat code. And then obviously with the ball moving, you can't move your head that quick either. So it's trusting that your hands can go. So if you're nice and aggressive and attack on angles, you are more likely to catch it if the ball moves. But you have to trust your hands. So I haven't actually got in any position that you needed me to be, which is probably a good thing. But ultimately, that kind of middle to leg stump is where that left foot should start, really.
Because that's something I would say about you. You were so good with your hands. You get into position, but then you had the instinct to just move your hands to the right position. And what I'm seeing with Jamie Smith, obviously it's tough, facing 80-mile-an-hour bowling. It's quick. How difficult is it here at Lord's, especially with the slope, with the uneven bounce that we've seen? And how does he judge it to be able to get his hands in the right position?
So I think ultimately, because it is so quick, a lot of the times you can't actually look at the ball. You have to look at an area in front of you and then trust that your hands are going to get there. I'd love to say it's this massively technical thing. It is pure trust and the skill of that wicketkeeper at the time. Everyone does it differently as well, but in terms of what I've said previously about staying as still as you possibly can, and then being really, really aggressive with the angle that you catch the ball. Because obviously if you catch it behind you, the deviation essentially should be a little bit more. But if you catch it at an angle and you're aggressive with that, it in theory should be a lot closer to you. So yeah, that is ultimately wicket keeping.
And what is the expectation for him? Because, it's not easy. And, it's coming down at, 80 miles an hour, and he's having to judge the bounce. Sometimes we've seen uneven bounce here at Lord's, that the slope's been quite tricky. What is the expectation if he does miss something or it doesn't quite go in as he wants it to?
I mean, look, given that where he was at the start of the summer, I'm not saying the expectation is low at all whatsoever, but I'm expecting him to take them all. But I'm very aware that is also not possible. He's human, and also this is a project for him, and he's been working extremely hard, and he will not get it right. And he knows that, and ultimately you look at it quite factually. Why did he miss that? What did he do wrong? Rather than, I guess, being annoyed that he's probably missed it. But ultimately he's doing a service to the bowlers when he's standing up, and I think I mentioned it yesterday, just to enhance the skill of the bowlers by standing up and keeping the batsman in the crease. And that is ultimately what he's there to do. Catch it, I suppose.
I'm sure you're a great sounding board for him. What about when he's standing back then?
Yes.
What are the things that you've seen that maybe none of us would have noticed?
He's just moving slightly more. He's genuinely moving slightly more sideways. Body position just more down the wicket. He was slightly open before, and more aggressive. You'll know me, when it came to my keeping, I like to be extremely aggressive, whether that's stood up or back, and that's now what he's giving. So there's slightly more energy in what he's doing, creating better angles in how he catches it, and ultimately, hopefully, a lot more consistency with the repetition of doing what he's doing all the time. So he's doing really well. Yeah, you're right, a lot of people probably don't notice the difference in the changes, but we certainly do on the balcony, and yeah, we're just really proud of all the hard work that he's put in.
You talk about energy there. You were quite a vocal keeper. Happy to have a few words. He's not so much that. Are you expecting him to be a bit more vocal out on the field?
No, because it's not his personality. You can't change someone's personality. I think actually what you want from him is the energy to come from him in terms of his body movements, how he's running into the stumps and catching the ball. He's asking for the ball all the time. I think that's a lot more important than potentially some words that come out of his mouth. And that has definitely changed. He's a lot more energetic, and he's just putting in a hard shift for the team that, again, he has absolutely pushed himself.
What have you learnt about yourself as a coach?
Oh, threw that question in there. What have I learnt about myself as a coach? I'm a lot more patient than I thought I was. Look, I think you come into these environments thinking that you should know everything because of your experience and what you did and how you did it, and the coaches that you've learned from throughout your career. But you don't. We're all still evolving. We're all still learning. Even the coaches up there that have been coaching for a very long time are all still learning, and the game's developing. And given the fact that we're not playing, we have to learn from the players. So, yeah, it's actually been quite nice because you do fret. You think, I hope I know enough. But actually, I'm learning. I'm evolving as a coach, and there's still plenty to come, hopefully.
You've been part of high performance environments across your career. You know, Ashes winner, World Cup winner. What's the difference being in the men's environment?
I don't know if there's too much of a difference. I think I'm essentially just coaching the player, and I think that's how it always has to be, whether it's a men's environment or a female environment. Like you say, I'm lucky enough to do other franchise stuff and learning from a lot of the coaches and a lot of the players. But ultimately, I've clicked with Jamie, and that's amazing. That doesn't happen often, but I am genuinely coaching the player. Whether it's I've had the luck, I've been able to work with players like Beth Mooney. And Richa Ghosh was unbelievable, and yeah, so I'm just extremely lucky at the minute. And to be fair, nothing's really different. It is purely the personality and the cricket.
It's great to see you doing it and thriving as well. What's next for Sarah Taylor?
That is a great question. I have absolutely no idea. I would love to do this for as long as I possibly can. Obviously, work with Jamie, and then get to work with Joss in the white ball stuff. But we shall see.
Let's not forget as well, you're an unbelievable batter. So
I do forget. We're not unbelievable, but I even forget that I batted, yeah.
Are they coming to you for tips on batting as well?
It's not necessarily tips, but more just the conversations that you have around. You feel freely to talk to them about it, and then they're happy to. They want to talk as well. So what did you do when you do this? What did you do when you played here? And those conversations are great because it does remind me that I did used to bat. But it's they just want to talk cricket, and that's what's been the beauty of this change room, that they love the game so much. But yeah, batting is. I mean, I would love to be batting out there again. Not today, but. It's something that I do forget that I did, but the conversations have been very good.
Well, I can vouch for you. You were a safe pair of hands behind the stumps. It was an absolute pleasure being able to bowl and knowing you were there. So I'm sure it's going to be the same for Jamie as he evolves as a wicket keeper. But it's been just really great to chat to you, and so great to see you doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much, Ish.
Oh, that's Sarah Taylor, England's World Cup winning wicket-keeper, now England men's fielding coach and wicket-keeping coach here in the Test arena. Speaking to Isha Guha, looking out here over the ground at Lord's, it is still drizzly like rain. The covers are still on. Ground staff, though, have got some brooms out there just trying to keep the water from pooling too much, but we have still got a soggy scene, and we haven't had any play yet today on this third day. Just to let you know, the view from the boundary is coming up. Jonathan Agnew is poised and will be welcoming our guest very soon. Am I breaking the news as to who the guest is? Yes, the guest is John Sopel, a British journalist, of course, a former BBC North America editor, former chief political correspondent as well, now podcaster. So really, really interesting chat coming up with John Sopel with Aggers. A huge cricket fan, of course, so there'll be lots and lots of different conversations to be had. View from the boundary coming up. I'm up here with Isha, who we just heard speaking there to Sarah Taylor. Isha, first thing to say is that listening to Sarah, it is obvious why she has been given the job of fielding coach, wicket-keeping coach. She speaks so impressively about the art of wicket-keeping. She knows her stuff, and she has every respect from within that dressing room.
She really does, and you can see it just in the way the guys are talking to her, how relaxed she feels being on the balcony. I mentioned it there. She looks relaxed on the balcony, but she's having conversations consistently with the guys. It's no surprises to me to hear her talking like that, because I've known this about her for many, many years, having played with her. You know, just watching her, you would think she was just naturally gifted to do what she did. She put a lot of hard work into the way she played as a batter, as a keeper. One of the most aesthetically pleasing batters I've ever watched, but as a keeper, it looked as if it was melting into her gloves. But I always knew that she was very tactically astute. Technically, obviously, very good, but tactically astute when she was talking about the game and how she liked to approach it as a batter. As a keeper, she had that line of sight. She could see everything around her, and her opinion was always really valid for me when I was playing alongside her. So no surprises that she's gone into coaching and she can offer those words of wisdom. Going into the men's game as well, she said she's just coaching the player, which I think is really, really important. But at the same time, your approach might be different, you know, in terms of how that player is receiving that information, how she feels in that environment. High performance environments are different. You know, she's saying it's not too different. Ultimately, you know, everyone gets stressed at different times. Everyone's trying to prepare in a certain way so they can give their best out on the field. She would have taken a lot from her playing days into that dressing room of how she liked to tackle it. And as someone who's been quite vocal about her mental health struggles as well, and you know, she was one of the first to really come out and talk openly about it and how it affected her. You know, when I was playing with her, she always looked like she
didn't have a care in the world.
Didn't have a care in the world, was completely under control in terms of her performance. But to hear, you know, later on that she used to struggle with anxiety.
She took a break from the game, didn't she, in 2016, citing anxiety.
She took a break from the game and almost frustrated in a way, from my point of view, that we didn't get to talk about it when we were in the team together, because that certainly would have helped me. You know, the fact that she was probably the first name on the team sheet, one of the first names on the team sheet, and even she was struggling, I think certainly would have opened my eyes a bit more and kind of made us all relate a bit more to each other. But, you know, I think it's incredible what she's done, the way she's kind of stayed involved in the game. And I generally meant what I said about, you know, it's great to see her thriving and being so involved in the sport and in this way, because you know, we often talk about role models in the sport, having a female in a male environment, and to see that she's very much enjoying that, I think is great for other female coaches as well.
Yeah, and notably, her appointment did create headlines for positive reasons, that she was the first woman to coach an England men's side in a major sport. Her pathway into that, you know, actually all the way from her early days of playing for Brighton College, and she was used to playing boys cricket, so she's not unfamiliar with that being a female in a very male-dominated environment. I think she and Holly Colvin played in a Taverners Under-15 Cup tournament. They were the only girls in like 1,000 teams that had entered, and some didn't like that at the time. But then she's obviously come through her England career, 226 international caps, 3 times a World Cup winner, 250 over World Cups, the T20 World Cup as well. In 2015, she broke ground as a female playing men's grade cricket in Adelaide. I remember interviewing her then, when, again, that made headlines. But she never sought those headlines either. It was about just get your head down. This was just something she naturally got an opportunity for because of her skill. And again, she found herself welcomed, respected, and she got on and played in that team in Adelaide.
When you're the first in any environment, there are always going to be headlines. As you know, we've kind of seen it being part of broadcast that has been traditionally male-dominated. You're always wanting to break the glass ceiling and make that that future pathway easier for other females in the sport, especially when it has been so male dominated. But at the same time, what are we striving for? We want it to be normalized. You want to be criticized for the job that you do rather than the gender that you are. And I think when we can get to that point when people are just focusing on the job that you do, then that's when we know that, we've been able to achieve that equity, really.
And that sort of takes a critical mass, doesn't it? That there will then be, you'd imagine at some point there will be other women who will step into that male coaching space, and over time it will just be talked about. Here is a coach, and this is what her name happens to be, coaching this men's side. And so far as her coaching career has gone, of course, she has coached with Sussex men, England Lions under Freddie Flintoff, Manchester Originals in the 100, now helping Manchester Supergiants win the 100. I actually messaged Justin Lanka, who's coach of Manchester Supergiants, because he wouldn't have worked with Sarah Taylor until this season. And he messaged me back. He now knows I'm going to mention this on air. So I have no qualms of mentioning what he has said. And he simply says, Sarah Taylor, elite throwing arm, elite skills coach, awesome chick. That's very Australian language for great personality. He didn't know when he said that I was going to be read out on air. Massive respect by all genders in the game. And I think that sort of sums it up. So for that to come from somebody like Justin Lanka, who has obviously been in the game for so long, is a great sort of attribute for Sarah to have. Do you think it is harder? She talked about just coaching the person. I had an interesting chat with Adi Burrell, who had been coaching a women's team for the first time ever in the 100. And he's, I think, 60-something years old. So for him, he found that quite a shift as a male, suddenly coaching women. But yet there are way more men coaching in the women's game than there are women coaching in the men's game. But actually, do you think it's easier for a woman to adapt to coaching a male dressing room, just to coach a player? Do you think there are more variants in stepping into a female environment? There's just more to think about.
I think you kind of said it before. She's been part of these environments since she was young. And I think when you're going into a male-dominated environment, I never felt... I actually quite enjoyed it because I'd done it my whole life. For a lot of women out there who perhaps had kind of taking their first step into getting into cricket, and whether that's in an administration sense or a coaching sense, because there are so many different avenues for women now in the sport. There are a lot of women that come from a background where it hasn't been as male dominated, so that adjustment is a bit trickier, and knowing how to navigate that, and when you haven't seen it, when you haven't done it consistently, and you haven't kind of adapted to it, then it can be a little bit trickier. And I think what's happening now with the way cricket's moving forwards is those environments are becoming a lot more welcoming to other genders, and they're recognising how to do that. And I think this is a great example of where we're seeing some success. But again, talking about the player, everyone is different. She would have seen female players that respond in the way that male players respond, and it's just working out how people like their feedback.
That goes for whoever you're coaching. People receive information in different ways, don't they?
Absolutely, and it can be gender, it can be cultural background, it can be absolutely anything. And so you're trying to figure it out as a coach and be as understanding and empathetic as possible. And I think the modern coach now as well is there's less there's more autonomy around players having to think for themselves and find the answers themselves, and you're just there to try and guide them and support them when they need to. Jamie's just starting to do this more regularly.
She describes him as a project, or he sees himself as a project.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw him take some unbelievable takes behind the stumps, standing up where Ollie Robinson was pitching it up, and it was spitting off the pitch, and all of a sudden he's having to adjust his hands from where he think it's going to go to where it actually goes. And she's very much saying there, you've got to rely on instinct in that situation and just back yourself that you are going to take the catch. He did also get his hands into a position where it went in, but then it popped out as well. So it's that adjustment and the confidence that he gets from doing it regularly. He got a couple of blows to the fingers as well, and whether that might put him off. It's just about doing it consistently and getting that kind of feedback as he goes. How does he like to learn? How does he like to look at things? There are players that take visual cues, so he might go back and want to watch it back, and that helps him kind of adjust the next day. Sometimes it's a feel thing. And I think every single player, works in that way. Some are kind of more confident than others to kind of put it to bed and move forwards. Some, kind of stew over it a little bit more, and it's really just understanding the player and how you can get through to them.
I loved it when she said that you can't change somebody's personality, because you sometimes look at Jamie Smith and think, do you want a bit more from him? Do you want a bit more verbal? Should he be louder? But not necessarily about that, but he can create energy and in different ways as well. It's brilliant speaking to somebody who knows about wicket keeping, talking about wicket keeping. It was a wonderful chat that you had with her this morning, Isha. Thank you for the moment. We've kept you busy,
Thanks,
certainly. You've entertained us for the last hour or so. It is still wet out there at Lord's here. Covers are still well and truly on. The sky is fully set in. But Aggers, that means probably you've got a little bit more time for view from the boundary.
Certainly have, and I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you, both of you. I think you're going to have your lunch. I think they've called it an early lunch. But it isn't raining at the moment. There are no umbrellas up, and the ground staff are doing their bit. There's an army of them out there sweeping up. And looking at the radar, it's one of those where we might get lucky. There's still lots of showers out there, but there are more gaps, and so we might get lucky and get some play at some stage this afternoon. That's the hope anyway. And of course, there's lots of time that can be added on at the end of the day. The crowd are hanging on faithfully. They always do. Cricket crowds are extraordinary. Just hanging around, watching nothing in particular, and getting damp. But that's part of what being a cricket fan is all about. Anyway, time for our view from the boundary. Now, the guest today, I've been looking forward to this. My only encounter with him actually was, I think, sharing an ice cream or something like that at Wells. And I said, I'm sure I know who that is. Well, he's a journalist, presenter, podcaster who's held some of the most prestigious positions in broadcasting. He's spoken with prime ministers, presidents, and world leaders. He's been the BBC's Paris correspondent during the 2003 invasion of Iraq. He was the BBC's correspondent in Kuwait City. He's been the North America editor, chief political correspondent. He's locked horns with Donald Trump, secured a rare interview with the Emir of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He's quizzed the likes of Tony Blair, David Cameron. And since 2022, he's presented the podcast The News Agents with Emily Maitlis. That's given it away. John Sopel, lovely to see you.
Oh, it's a thrill to be here.
Well, it's great. So, there we were just on the streets of Wells next to the sea. I'm sure that's John Sopel over there.
And I thought, I'm sure that's Aggers.
Well, there we go. And here we are about a year later, which is fantastic. I'm just sorry that you're not seeing any cricket at the moment.
Well, look, it's an English summer, isn't it? It's been sort of almost unreal. The fact that I suppose this is the first day we've had proper rain in probably 3 or 4 months, and it happens on when the test match is due to be played, and so there we are.
Yeah.
But anyone who follows sport in this country, whether if you follow tennis, there's always a fair chance it's going to be kind of the covers are going to come on, and sure enough, well, it's good to see that the groundsmen are out there.
They're on the case all the time.
Just getting ready in the hope that it's...
and they get soaked, and then they get it all dry, and then it rains again, and they've got to go and start all over again. They're remarkable people,
I know.
These ground staff. They really are. So this is a ground that you're familiar with, isn't it? I mean, you know Lords?
Yeah, I do a bit. I mean, I grew up in North London, and so the 26 bus used to take me down from where I lived down here to Lords.
Yeah.
And as a kid, I would go to county games and watch Middlesex play. And I'd sit there with my little book, and I'd be marking the dots and the what's...
One of those old-fashioned books, the little squares and the dots. And,
exactly.
M for maiden. And
completely.
Yeah.
All of that, W for little wicket.
Yeah.
And so, cricket got into my bones. I mean, I was never a very good cricketer, it has to be said, but I loved coming to cricket and was lucky enough to come to a number of internationals here and, and some very memorable occasions as well. So Lord's Cricket Ground is as near as I've got to a home ground, because as I say, I used to live, you come out of Lord's Cricket Ground, you're pretty much on the Finchley Road, carry on for about 3 or 4 miles, and that's where I grew up in sort of Finchley Central.
But how lucky to be able to come somewhere like this. I mean, for some people, it's just once in a lifetime to come to this amazing place.
It is, and I feel incredibly privileged to have seen some really spectacular days of cricket here and watched it, and the atmosphere is fantastic. I was here earlier on in the summer for the test against New Zealand, which blink and you've missed it.
Well, yes, I know. That was disappointing.
Yeah, I mean that was sort of slightly unreal. As a test match, and I was here when Australia were playing, and Johnny Bairstow
Well, you're here for that.
Yeah, I was here for that. And I've never seen anything like it because I'm also a football fan. And,
Yeah.
full disclosure, later on this afternoon, I will be heading to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to watch my team hopefully have a better
Well,
season.
you've got your priorities right. You're here first.
No,
That's-
exactly. Cricket first. And then, and why it was so remarkable that day was the atmosphere suddenly felt less like a cricket match than a football match.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it?
The visceral anger
Yeah.
and the booing and the jeering and the stuff that you think, I've never seen this before at a cricket ground.
I hadn't seen it here.
Hadn't you?
It was a Sunday from memory, wasn't it? And sometimes you do get a bit of a different atmosphere on a Sunday than on other days of the week. It just feels like it's a bit more of an open sort of a crowd, rather than there's people who always go to a Saturday of the Lord's Test or always go to the second day of the Lord's Test. Sundays always feels a bit looser to me, and therefore I think a Sunday crowd is more inclined, if you like, to get to blow up like that. I mean, there's any way of saying it.
But even in the posh seats, even in the debenture stands, there was the people, whoa!
Yeah.
And it was kind of just, whoa.
Where were you sitting? You remember?
I was in the Edridge stand, just kind of
Right.
to the right of where we're sitting
so
now.
right amongst it all.
Yeah. So, but just the sense of this is wrong and this is outrageous. And
Yes.
look, there's always that kind of tastiness when it's England, Australia. Just always is, and the sledging that takes place before England turn up in Australia.
Yes.
And my son Max lives in Sydney now.
Oh, right,
So,
okay.
so he did the kind of full tour for the most recent.
Oh dear.
Ashes, that didn't go so well.
No, it didn't.
And I was with him, I think, 4 years ago when, there was a dead rubber at the SCG and we got a draw.
That's right.
And we went to that, and it was kind of like heroic. We've got a draw.
Yeah, felt like a win. Jimmy
We felt-
Anderson blocking it out.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Endlessly playing a dead bat,
Yes.
and it was. But that, so I do think there's something joyous about the atmosphere of a cricket match. That football is fast, furious, 90 minutes, and you go home. And cricket lasts all day. You've had a beer or two, and it's just that kind of
Yeah.
memorable experience.
It was. I remember. I mean, I interviewed Pat Cummins, obviously, at the end of that day down there, and he didn't seem to quite get it about why there was that reaction. I know people still say, "Well, of course, Johnny Bairstow should have been out." I felt actually that. But when Cummins had appealed and he went up, obviously the third umpire, there's a break, there's a gap while the third umpire looks at stuff. I just thought someone could have said to Pat Cummins, all this stuff that we've taken for years, particularly since Sandpaper Gate and all of that, this is the moment that we could actually erase all of that. Say to Johnny Bairstow, mate, do that again, and you're
we're
out.
out, yeah.
You're gone. But they were winning the game quite comfortably, actually. I just thought they missed a trick, actually, and that was why people were. And the incident in the long room, of course, that took place with the members. It was real anger, and I can't think that Lord has ever experienced that before.
No, look, you've seen the contrasting emotions. When England are going down in flames or whatever it is, or it's an easy victory. But that sense of anger that this is not cricket.
Yeah.
And that is a phrase that endures. It doesn't translate to America, but in the cricket playing world, people sort of understand what that phrase means.
Yes.
And I think that there is. Still a decent. I mean, look, it's a highly competitive, highly professional sport with data analysts and all the rest of it. But there is still a sense that it's this is a kind of a game played.
It feels like it's fading a bit, or never.
Yeah, of course. Look, I'm sure with increased professionalism, increased sponsorship, increased money coming into the game, that it feels different.
Yeah. So I'm trying to date you as far as your trip, not literally. Sorry, I'll put it another way. I'm trying to
Quite old.
When it was. Who would have been playing then? Let's put it that way. When you were coming down here as a kid.
Oh my God! Well, you're really going back in time.
Yes.
I mean, brilliant.
We're going to Brewley's and Smith and the opening batsman and I don't know who. So keeping wicket would have been Murray keeping wicket.
Quite possibly. I'm trying to remember myself. I was trying to rack my brains before I came in here. I mean, my most memorable day here at Lord's was in 1995, and I think it was the second Test match against the West Indies, and I was living in Winchester then. I was a political correspondent at Westminster,
right?
And I was living in just outside Winchester, a village called Cheriton. There was a lovely guy who was the publican in Winchester of the Wickham Arms, which is a beautiful pub right by the cathedral, called Graham Jameson, and he'd got us tickets to come, and bought a big picnic. I was in shorts and a T-shirt and flip-flops for this particular occasion. And then there are a couple of blokes sitting in front of me at Lord's, and there's one suddenly says to the other, "Here, that John Major's just resigned his leadership of the Tory party and has challenged all comers."
Really?
And the next thing that happens is my pager goes off. Do you remember the old pagers? Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah.
And it says, "Get to Westminster immediately." I live in Winchester. I'm in shorts, a T-shirt and flip-flops. Oh, my God.
What do you do?
What do I do now? Got a taxi to Selfridges. So I went in looking like a complete scruff, having been drinking a little bit during the course of the day,
Yes.
and then said to the sales assistant, "Right, I need a suit, a shirt, a tie, socks and a pair of shoes, please. And I need to be out of here, ideally, in the next 15, 20 minutes."
Wow.
So this woman, the sales assistant, rose to the challenge magnificently, and there was clothes were being thrown into the fitting room. And eventually, then she said, "What about a tie?" I said, "What about that one?" She said, "Oh, no, bit somber for such a fun day, don't you think?"
That's brilliant.
So she comes in, and sure enough, I go to Westminster,
Yeah.
fully kitted out, like a new boy at school. You know, where you've your first day at school, where you're wearing the blazer and the tie and everything,
perfectly.
everything's creased perfectly. So I turn up at Millbank like that, and then a few days later, I saw a diary. I told a few mates what had happened. And Norman Tebbit was then writing a diary for the Sun newspaper. And he spoke so approvingly of what I had done that day of leaving Lord's, leaving the cricket, going to Selfridges, getting a new suit and all the rest of it. And I thought, blimey, I've never normally had any words of praise from Norman Tebbit before. And what happened was that I then found out he was a director of the parent company of Selfridges. So there was a win-win. There was nothing to do with praise for me. It was a chance to show the other board members that he was worth his money on the board.
He's been a view for the boundary.
Has he?
Yes, he has. That was a few years ago now.
Yeah.
Of course, John Major was here yesterday.
Well, I saw him here yesterday.
Yeah,
I saw that he was here yesterday.
So who'd have been your favourite cricketers then, John, over the years? Who would you?
I remember when I was at university, and it was the 81. I was my final year at university.
Right.
81.
Yeah.
And there was a department store that had a sale, and it had a colour TV for, I think it was like for £20. So we had 4 housemates, and we queued all night at Carrefour in Eastleigh. That's right. It all comes back to me now. Carrefour in Eastleigh to get this colour television, and we watched the test at Headingley.
Yeah.
And so, watching Beefy in his pomp and glory, and all of those people, they were fantastic. I mean, so the all-rounders, the people who've got that force of personality that change games, or have just got that superstar quality, and you've seen it. I mean, watching Viv Richards play.
Yeah.
I mean, the effortlessness
Yep.
with which he's just knocking the ball all over the place and just seemingly enjoying it, and so cool with it. I mean, those are the sort of players that stick in the mind. I mean, I know there's been the whole controversy over Imran Khan, but watching him play in his day, he was a beautiful cricketer.
Yeah. But you're right about all-rounders having this force, though, because they are massive characters, aren't they? They bat, they bowl, they field, they're in the game all of the time, and they do have this real drive.
And I think maybe it's overstated to say one player out of 11 can turn a game, but you do feel at times that the character of Stokes, or some of these other players that you've seen down, Freddie Flintoff down the ages, that they have the power just to transform the ordinary and make it extraordinary, and they can't do it every time. And it's like, the footballers like Lionel Messi, you just think, oh my God, they've got magic attached to them. And I think that there are certain players that just have that charisma, and that just raises the team, the spirit, and other people who are participating.
Yeah. Tests for you, or are you sort of do you like all forms of cricket? Do you T20 and hundreds? Have you been to one of those?
Yeah, I went to, when we were in India, I was with my wife, Linda, and I think our daughter was there, Anna, and we were in Chennai, and it was 2012, and it was the IPL.
Oh, okay.
And it was going to be one of Sachin Tendulkar's final games before he retired.
Right.
And so there was going to be there was enormous attention.
That would have been huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Mumbai Indians playing.
the Mumbai
yeah.
Indians playing is it the Chennai,
Chennai
Super
Super
Kings?
Kings,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So they were playing the Super Kings. We got tickets and we're staying in a nice hotel. And look, they're rolling back.
Oh, they are. The cover coming off. Yeah,
the
that's a
covers
good
are coming
sign.
off. This
That's
is
a
a
good sign.
very
No, we like that.
positive. Oh yeah, this is encouraging.
Yeah.
And it was so yeah, we went to this ground. Except we got caught in the most horrendous traffic about 2 miles. And I said, right, I'm going to get out and run. I want to be there when Tendulkar comes out onto the pitch. And no, you can't, sir. You cannot get out of the car. You absolutely cannot. You get back in the car. And they chased after me and dragged me back. And they said, it's not safe. You can't do this.
Yeah,
So I've watched other forms of cricket.
It is pretty crazy there.
Oh,
isn't it? I mean, it is mad.
The obsession.
Yeah.
And, I went to India a few times for work. And, being in Mumbai and by the law courts and is it the Maiden they call it?
Yeah, Maidan, yeah. It's a beautiful setting, isn't it?
Beautiful setting.
Which is where Sachin learned how to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you watch these young kids.
Yeah.
And they are just
All
possessed.
these games they're kind of intertwined because
Somehow,
someone's playing there,
yes,
someone's playing there, and actually,
and you
who's
can't
he
work out where the boundary is.
No, and
exactly.
Who's he playing for? Which where's he fielding? But it's that chaos. But it's like India itself, isn't it? A bit chaotic, but it kind of works.
Yeah, and I suppose the other time. I mean, this is going back to my journalistic career rather than being a sports nut, which I am. I was in Sri Lanka. I was sent to cover the tsunami in 2005 and ended up in Gaul by the cricket ground.
That's a ground we know very well.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. I'm sure many of you, the listeners, have been to see that, but if you haven't, it is by this historic Dutch fort.
Yep.
It is magnificent,
It is,
and it's the most beautiful setting with the sea nearly on all sides.
Yep.
Of course, in 2005, that Christmas after Boxing Day,
it's terrible.
it was horrible,
Yeah.
and you saw.
People were playing. Harrow School were playing on the ground at the time, weren't they?
That's right. And I got there were the old score books were there. Harrow School and all the rest of it. And you kind of all washed away, all watery from the sea that had cut the.
You could see the
Indian
line,
Ocean.
the water line across the white wall. I remember.
Yeah.
We were back there about a year later. In fact, they kept they hadn't sort of whitewashed it out. They left it there. But we go there a lot. And I had played cricket quite a lot with the groundsman there. He was quite a character. And my first thought, we were in Durban, actually, the test match going on in Durban. And I remember looking at the height of the stand at the far end at Durban and imagining that
much
actually,
water.
that was the height approximately of that wave that went round. And my first thought was of him. And it was quiet for a couple of days. And then, sure enough, he's a lovely chap. He's got teeth missing, a bit of a character. He popped up, and he was okay because actually nobody, although they were playing cricket on that ground that day, nobody died on that cricket ground. The wave went round, the fort went round and sent the wave round the back, and caused utter devastation to the. We used to go out from commentating and just sit and watch out the back for a bit of a change of view at the bus station. It's so busy in little shops. Just gone, obliterated.
So I was there 3 or 4 days afterwards, and of course the cricket ground became part of the rescue centre, and where,
Did they use that for putting, like a mortuary, I suppose?
Yeah, it was, and that was tough, to look at. And I remember the U.S. Secretary of State at the time, Colin Powell, his helicopter arrived there because that was an obvious landing spot, and so the meaning of the cricket ground changed entirely. And I was presenting a lot of the BBC's coverage from there, and I remember it was going into the headlines. I was about to read the headlines, and so you've got the director in London counting down in your ear, 10, 9, 8, 7, and the guy comes over to where I'm about to do the headlines, and he says, "This is where my house was. I lost 8 of my family here." And how do you say, "Excuse me, sir, sorry, I'm just about to do the headlines. Could you just mind, could you get out of shot, please?" And of course you can't, and you've just got to react to that. And it had quite an impact on me, that time in Gaul, because it was so shocking, and the decency of the people. I remember going to what had become a refugee camp, effectively, a bit inland, where the water had stopped, and all the people who'd lived on the coast had moved out there for safety. And a food truck had arrived, and they were giving out biscuits and rice and flour and stuff like this. And this guy, very, very old guy, who talked about Clement Attlee and talked about the war and called it Ceylon.
Wow.
Yeah, ancient guy. And he'd finally got some biscuits and food. And the first thing he did was offer me a biscuit. And I had to say, honestly, sir, I'm fine, you know. And so, that's a country that has, you know, stayed with me very much.
It's a wonderful country. It's such a friendly, welcoming place, and yet it's had so many troubles over the years too, hasn't it? I mean, we've been, you know, caught up in bombs going off there, and you know, armed roadblocks and everything when the Tamil situation was going on. And cricket somehow, I think cricket's fascinating because it's sort of switching to journalistic mode here a bit, but because of the way that cricket was taken around the world during the Empire, the legacy of the Empire kind of lives on, and what actually we left behind, partition.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka, the Tamil situation. You can look at the Caribbean issues there.
In South Africa when it was apartheid.
Correct. You know, and cricket kind of finds itself linked with that history.
Yeah.
Which is part of the job that I've found so fascinating, doing my job over the years, because you end up that, you know, these things are still going on. History rumbles on through cricket, way back in those days of the Empire.
It does, and you know, and you can't divorce yourself from history. I mean, the people who say you've got to keep politics out of sport, and you think,
it's
well,
impossible, really.
It's impossible because you're part of a society, and what sometimes is happening is as a result of that. You know, if you've got, you know, going back to apartheid South Africa, if you're not picking players because of their colour, then that is an issue.
Yes.
But equally, I think that sport can be, you know, a thing that unites.
But it did with South Africa. I mean, didn't it? I mean, you know,
exactly.
The Glen Eagles agreement and the boycott of South Africa actually helped enormously to bring down apartheid.
And, you know, we're talking about a different sport now, but when South Africa won the World Cup in rugby, and the kind of, you know, Mandela and the Rainbow Nation, and there was a real sense of hope and optimism that came with it, and the support and the sport was a manifestation of that. You know, that became, you know, the rugby union, the Springboks suddenly weren't just a team of white South Africans, you know, from the ruling class. It changed, and there are positive things that happen with sport of a unifying nature.
Yes, I wish it could happen with India and Pakistan, but that's a bigger problem altogether.
Yeah.
John Sopel's with me, and we've got lots and lots to talk about. I'm just looking outside, and yes, some of the covers have been removed, which is great, and it's looking clearer. Over in the west, in that we can actually see the buildings, which wasn't always the case this morning with the rain. And there's an inspection at 1:15, I'm told. So 20 minutes' time, the umpires will come out. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that there's going to be an immediate start. And they've still got to work on the pitch and so on. But at least that is something they can come out and they'll have a look. And then we'll hear more news from them. But the fourth umpire's coming out now as well, without an umbrella, which is also a good sign. So on we go with John, and I'm loving this chat. I did listen to that little clip this morning, John. I'm going to play it now because this is you and President Donald Trump in the White House in his first spell.
Where are you from?
BBC.
Here's another beauty.
It's a good line. Impartial, free and fair.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. President.
Just like CNN, right?
On the travel ban, we could banter back and forth. On the travel ban, would you accept that was a good example of the smooth running of government?
Yeah, I do. Let me tell you about the travel.
Were there any mistakes in that?
Wait. I know who you are. Just wait. Let me tell you about the travel ban. We had a very smooth rollout of the travel ban, but we had a bad court.
How do you deal with him? How on earth? I mean, you stood your ground. To be fair,
Look. Be prepared for the unexpected with Donald Trump. So I knew that there was a fair chance, for whatever reason, he would have a go, and I thought, I'm going to be polite. I don't want to, I'm not the enemy of Donald Trump. I'm going to be respectful. He is the head of state.
Yeah.
I'm visiting. I'm there as the BBC's North America editor, and I'm working in Washington, but I'm not American, and so I, should be respectful. But equally, when he was trying to say that BBC was fake news, I just wanted to say no. free, fair, and impartial. I would still say that, even though it's 4 years since I've worked for the corporation. And I think that it was important to stand the ground. But how do you deal with him? Goodness knows. It's when he said, he said, "Stop. I know who you are."
Yes.
And my phone suddenly lights up, and it's my kid saying, "He knows who you are."
That's quite intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah, he's meant to, but he does that deliberately. I mean, that's part of the shtick. He wants to beat you up. He wants to demean you. He wants to call you fake news. And Donald Trump has been quite explicit about it. He says that he wants to create a situation where his supporters think that everything that comes out of a TV or a radio set is fake news, and the only real news is what he gives them. And he wants people to think that they can't rely and trust what they hear. And I think that's dangerous. He calls us enemies of the people, which sort of has a kind of darkness that goes back to Soviet era stuff, where there were enemies of the people in Stalin's Russia. And I think that...
Is it working? I mean, is he convincing these people that is the case?
He's convincing a certain section of the population. Look, I've loved my journalistic career. I've travelled the world. I've done amazing things. I wouldn't have changed it for anything. Have I always thought the role I'm playing is absolutely vital to society? Well, at times it's important, but, I've had good fun as well doing it. I think at the moment, given how much misinformation there is out there, I don't want to sound pompous about any of this or kind of high and mighty, but I do think that, journalism, good journalism, plays a critical role. I listened to, my former colleague Steve Rosenberg in Moscow.
I was going to mention him. I mean, what a job he's got.
What a job he's got.
Yeah.
What a fantastic guy he is as well. And, he threads that needle of being firm, holding the Russian government, regime, / whichever you want to call it, to account, whilst at the same time not falling so foul of them. So you've still got the government, Putin spokesman Dmitry Peskov still taking his calls, Putin's still calling him to ask questions. And so he
does, does he?
Yeah, and I think people like that have got a vital job to tell us what is happening in the world. And I think that if we just leave it to wannabe autocrats and dictators, then the world becomes a very much more dangerous place and bad things happen. And so I think that there is a role for calling this stuff out. And so with Donald Trump, on day one of the things that we came up against, there was suddenly this briefing that was being held on a Saturday evening. There are never briefings held in the White House on a Saturday evening. And this guy, Sean Spicer, who was then his press secretary, comes in, red-faced, sweaty, and he's not reading his own handwriting. He's clearly reading what Donald Trump has written for him, and it's so absurd, it's so ludicrous to talk about it. But it was that Donald Trump was claiming that the crowd for his inauguration was the biggest in American history, and it just wasn't. The crowd for Obama's first inauguration, was huge. I mean, it was vast, way, way bigger. But Donald Trump had... So there's me, the BBC, kind of guy in DC, who's having to interpret this. And do I say, well, on the one hand, Donald Trump is claiming this, but on the other hand... that, or do I just say it's not true? Because I think there are times, 2 + 2 is 4. Some people say 2 + 2 is 6. Only time will tell. John Sopel, BBC News. No, 2 + 2 is 4. And there are times I think when something is obvious before you, and you've got to have the courage to say it. And I think that we live in a time now where people are prepared to peddle untruths and fake news. And you can see it on, you go on your Instagram feed or you look at wherever it happens to be and you see that, hang on, is that a real picture or is that AI? Yeah. And you don't know what to believe and what to trust. And the fact that there are news organisations and hopefully our podcast, the news agents and what the BBC does, we're trying to sift and trying to sort out fact from fiction. And look, there are still people who are going to be ideologically committed from one viewpoint or another who are thinking we are fake news, we're part of mainstream media, we're not to be trusted. I can't help that. But the battle is to, there are a majority of people, I think, who are decent, want the truth, and I think that we've never got to forget that they play a vital role.
Yeah. What happened to Sean Spicer?
Sean,
He used to pop up. I mean, it was always a guaranteed laugh.
I mean, it was just hysterical. There was one day where there was some bad story that happened, and Sean Spicer hid in the bushes in the White House grounds so that he couldn't be found by a journalist. I'm not kidding you. I'm trying to remember what the story was, but he was just, I don't want to talk to the press about this. So he just went and hid. and I just think that was sort of, and he was succeeded by another press secretary, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
That's right, yes.
Who's now the governor of Arkansas. So holds an enormously powerful position in America. And I went and saw her. A cameraman of ours had been attacked by a Trump supporter at a Trump rally where Trump had turned, he will suddenly look at where the press riser is, where all the cameras are, and say, look at them over there, fake news, enemies of the people. They just make it up. You don't believe a word they say. And someone came onto the press riser. This was in Texas. Our cameraman, Ron, lovely guy from Ohio, is, holding one of these old, heavy cameras. And someone pushes him from behind and sends him flying. And I went and saw Sarah Sanders to say, look, I can't, I'm not telling you what the president says or doesn't say or what he should or shouldn't say. But if he is going to make incendiary comments, there needs to be proper protection for the journalists so that they don't get attacked. Because all we're doing is covering his speeches, and it's just not fair. And she's accepted that. She was very responsive to it, actually. And I said, just how do you cope with all of this? Without a second's hesitation, she just goes, bourbon. and I just knew she wasn't joking. I knew she wasn't joking. I think that to your original question, how do you deal with Donald Trump? Yeah. Bourbon. And I think there are a lot of people who find it that way. Yeah. But listen, he has been. There is no doubt in my mind, absolutely zero doubt, that he lost the 2020 election. Joe Biden won that election, fair, square. There is no doubt. The courts have ruled on it umpteen times. All sorts of people have ruled on it. But there is equally no doubt in my mind that he won the 24 presidential election and the 2016 presidential election fair and square. He has a very good sense of public opinion, which, other parties, other leaders endlessly do opinion polling and focus groups and qualitative research and quantitative research, and Donald Trump just has a feel of where the heartbeat is of the American people. He's not always appealing to their better angels. Yeah. He's sometimes appealing to their worst devils, but it's effective. And I think that, you look at the 2024 election when you had a sort of, Kamala Harris comes in late. Donald Trump knew that people were furious about the amount of illegal immigration, and you can transpose, Donald Trump's concerns maybe to the concerns that people feel in this country at the moment about illegal immigration, about the number of people coming across the southern border. He thought that it got too woke on trans issues and other things, and so every Saturday when college football is a huge thing in America, would run these adverts saying, Kamala Harris is for them, they, Donald Trump is for you. Brilliant bit of political sloganeering. So the man has real visceral political skill, of a sense of where the mood is, a sense of the feel. Now, I think he's losing it slightly, some of that feel. And his, approval ratings are going down. And I think the war in Iran, other things, I don't want to get involved in all the politics of it. But I think that sense that I think that into his second term, some of the things he's preoccupied about whether there's a ballroom at the White House and, the reflecting pool and all that's gone wrong there, and some of the other stuff, and building the Arc de Trump, which is what he wants to build, at the back of the Lincoln Memorial. I mean, come on, that's not what the American people are concerned about. And he's losing that sense.
Do you take him seriously? I mean, do you,
of course.
And do you have any sort of admiration might be the wrong word, but I mean, can you get a sense of where actually he is coming from with these random rants that he has in the middle of the night on Truth Social and so on?
Look, I think that there is a lot of stuff that he has done. At the start of. I just don't think he thinks things through properly. You look at what happened, what he thought would happen with Iran. Total miscalculation. Now, look, he's not the first political leader. George W. Bush, arguably Tony Blair over Iraq in 2003, where I ended up out, covering that. another great miscalculation. Politicians don't seem to learn the lessons from history, that they kind of have one success, which Donald Trump did spectacularly in Venezuela and the overthrow of Nicolas Maduro, and they think, oh, I'm invincible now. I can do whatever I like, and sure enough, they get caught out, and that is what has, I think happened with Donald Trump. But I think that, we used to talk. Oh, I can hear a cheer going
that'll be
up.
the umpires coming out, I think, possibly. Oh, it's more covers going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
The people today, there's this phrase that we kind of use about the attention economy. What was wrong with Keir Starmer as the Prime Minister? He couldn't command the attention economy. He wasn't very good at telling a story about what it is that he is doing. And look, Donald Trump controlled the attention economy back in 2016. No one else. If you were a director, I kind of thought about this. Donald Trump got 10 times more coverage than any other candidate, because every other candidate would give the same speech, whether they were in Ohio or somewhere else, whether they were in kind of, I don't know, Baton Rouge. And it didn't matter where they were, they would give the same stump speech. With Donald Trump, there was always a sense of jeopardy. You didn't know what was going to happen next. And that was exciting.
Yes.
And I think that, so Donald Trump still commands our attention because we don't know what he's going to say next, in the way he's going to say it. And, what is it this week? This week it's, Lake
Lake America.
Lake Ontario is now Lake America. And you think, oh, God. But
does he really mean it? I
don't know.
There's the Gulf of America now.
I think he means it when he says it.
Yeah.
But I think for him, it is a way of controlling the conversation. It's a way of him being the headlines.
Yes.
He wants to be the headlines all the time. And so, there's this phrase of flooding the zone. He floods the zone with his own sort of stuff, and no one else can get a look in.
And you've got to pick through it, though.
And you've got to pick through it. And the danger for a journalist like myself is we look like a demented dog that is chasing every ball that is ever thrown in a park, and is chasing its own tail, going this direction, that direction. So you've got to work out, hang on, that's just nonsense. I'm not engaging in this. But this stuff potentially is quite serious, so we ought to look at that. And that drives Trump mad if he feels that his attempts to deflect attention fail. But that's our job, to try and say, look, this potentially is really serious if he does X and he does Y, and he does Z. And, the Iran war, gas prices, fuel prices at the pump have gone up for ordinary Americans. Part of the reason he got elected was cost of living.
Yeah.
And so he hasn't delivered on that. And it's possible they'll pay a heavy price in the midterms for it.
Yeah. Just last one. When you got called there and you asked your question, how does it work? I mean, is it, do you just put your hand up because it sounds, and obviously usually when you're following a Trump press conference, you're looking at him. But he answers a question, you hear all this shrieking and shouting and carrying on and people trying to get a question. I mean, is it as disorderly as that, or is it actually, did you know that you were going to have a chance to ask the question?
No, I didn't. It was in the East Room of the White House, and which is the kind of where the state occasions happen, the banquets and whatever else. And I just thought, I got into the room early. The Secret Service, the main cover's coming off, look at that.
Oh, that's all happening. This is
all happening.
Very encouraging. You'll hear the roller in a minute, hopefully.
I tell you what, I'm a kid in the candy store up here. This is what a vantage point this is. This is the view to die for.
Yeah.
Donald, I was in the East Room of the White House, and I got a seat right on his eye line, so that I knew there was the podium. I was about 3 rows back, but on the corner of the row, and I had his eye line, and so I thought there would be a fair chance that I would catch his eye. So Donald Trump attacks me in that clip that you play. I think when it was then Twitter, I think I had 40,000 followers on Twitter, or I can't remember exactly. By the time I left the White House, I had 80,000. It was instant. So for journalists, Trump is the worst of times and the best of times.
Yeah.
He's the gift that keeps on giving. I wrote 3 books while I was out in America in the 8-year stint that I was.
What made you have time?
Well, I did, but it was so compulsive. It was so exciting. It was so kind of, and it was an enormous privilege. I covered the last 2 years of Obama. I did all of Trump, first bit of Biden.
Yeah.
And you know, and it was pinch yourself moments. So when I heard we got an sit-down interview with Barack Obama,
Amazing, yeah.
and you suddenly think, oh my God, and you know,
How long do you have to prepare for that?
there were about 4 or 5 days, but they said you can't put anything on social media because if anything happens, and he's called to the situation room,
Yeah.
the interview's off. The interview's not happening until he walks in the room. He walked in the room early, and he's never early. And we started thinking, oh my God, he's here. And I asked the first question at about 450 miles an hour. I said, actually, can we just, let's take that again.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, why don't we all take a breath? Actually, I think I've got something in my eye. And he just starts rubbing his eye. And I thought, my God, this is the first time that I've been put at ease by the person I'm interviewing. And at the end of the interview, the BBC had said to me, we've got to get clips out immediately. We've got to get a clip on 5 Live. We've got to get a clip on the news channel. We've got a clip on BBC World. And then you've got to do the package for the 6 o'clock and the 10 o'clock news. And I said, understood. And they said, just so once you stop rolling, you head out. And so I've asked the final question. And I say, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you, John. Would you like to come out and see the Rose Garden?
No.
So I had an angel on my shoulder saying, no, John, no, you can't see the Rose Garden. You've got to go back and feed the clips for the BBC machine.
Someone else could do that.
Someone else could do that. That was exactly my view. And so, but the whole crew came out, and then we go out into the Rose Garden, and we have a bit more chat. And at the end of it, he goes, "Do you think your crew would like a team photo?"
No.
And I think they probably would, Mr. President, if that's all right. So the White House photographer came out and took this lovely photo of all the team.
Yeah.
So, you know, look.
Do you find them all charismatic? I mean, the politicians I've interviewed, most of them seem to have something. They've got something when they walk in the room. Sort of, do you know what I mean? It's something that just goes charisma, or I don't know what quite the word is.
It is charisma.
They do have something.
It is charisma.
Yeah.
And I can tell this story. I don't think we interviewed Keir Starmer. Emily and I interviewed Keir Starmer for the podcast in Davos. And we told his people the room where we would be. And he walked in and he said, "Oh, should I come back later?" And you just thought, you're the leader of the opposition, mate. You know, it was when he was the Labour leader. It was before the election. I thought, you dictate the terms.
Yes.
I didn't think there was charisma there. Whereas, you know, and I'm not saying this approvingly or disapprovingly. People can be good charisma, they can have bad charisma.
Yes.
But Trump had charisma. Obama had charisma. Boris Johnson had charisma. I think Andy Burnham's got a bit of charisma. Blair had charisma. Cameron had. You know, there were a lot of them that you just thought, wow, they are.
Yeah.
You know, they're in charge. And of course, it's helped by the fact they've got an entourage and they're a secret. You know, they've got bodyguards and whatever else. I think
everyone's scurrying around.
Everyone's scurrying around.
Yeah.
And you know, when I walked out with Obama into the Rose Garden, you suddenly realise that, of course, there is this phalanx of Secret Service that are 10 paces ahead. And this is the outer edges of a force field where there is mayhem and chaos and people are being thrown to one side and pushed out the way. But at the centre of it, utter calmness and serenity. Yeah. And so I think that, you know, that helps give you that sense of augustness. But I think it's true, you know, and I think that the people that have got a good, easy charm and can relate to people, I think makes it so much easier.
Yeah. How are the roses, by the way?
Well, the roses, I think a lot of them have gone now. It's all been concreted over. A lot of the rose garden.
Is that where the ballroom's going?
Well, no, I think it's where they've made way for a helicopter pad or something.
Oh no!
So yeah,
it's not what,
it was beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the Oval Office itself is like being in a country house. You know, you almost expect the grandfather. You can almost hear the grandfather clock ticking, and because it's this oasis of calm, whereas the mayhem is going on elsewhere.
Yeah. We're just waiting for the umpires to appear, and they're going to, any minute actually, come out and have a look. The covers are off, the pitch is exposed. They're painting the crease lines. They're doing all the things that we're encouraged to see them do. I say it hasn't been rolled yet, I don't think. So that will take place. The fourth umpire's out there keeping an eye on all of that sort of a thing. So things are happening. I'm not going to say that's the end of all the rain, because it isn't. But we might get lucky, as we have done actually over the last couple of days. And the heavy stuff actually has passed us by, much of it. So anyway, we'll keep pottering out there. John Sopel's with me. It's great to have you here, John. Strange Land. I want to talk about that, because you've mentioned writing books, and there you are, eight years away. and you wrote, I think about it, saying Strangeland because of what you encountered when you came back again, back here, back to home, after 8 years in the States.
Well, I'd spent, the normal foreign correspondence book is you turn up in the country, you're fascinated by various aspects of it. And I wrote another book, which is called If Only They Didn't Speak English, which was kind of meditations on America and how we think we know it so well, and yet it is so different. And so that was the classic foreign correspondent book that I wrote, which did very well. And my publisher was very keen that I wrote more. And then I came back to Britain in 2022. And I thought the country had somehow become a bit unrecognisable. The first, this is dating me, the first general election I voted in was the 79 general election when Margaret Thatcher came to power. The Labour government, after the winter of discontent, had gone. And for the next 28 years, 28, there were 3 prime ministers. There was Thatcher, there was John Major, and there was Tony Blair. 1979 to 2007. And in 2022, we had 3 prime ministers in 1 year. And it kind of got me thinking, now something funny is going on with our politics, something's going on. And it was partly to do with, I think, the country trying to figure out, or the political class trying to figure out, okay, we voted for Brexit, but what does this look like? And how do we deliver economic growth? And that's not that easy. I think it was also post-COVID, where people are kind of looking and thinking, were the vaccines necessary? Were schools shutdowns necessary? And there was conspiracy theories galore. And I think that as a nation, Britain had always believed in cock-up. If there were things were going wrong, it was because the politicians were useless, not because they were venal or plotters. And suddenly we're buying into conspiracy theory in a big way. And I saw some of the divisions that I had seen over the previous 8 years in America, and that was new to me. That the Britain was so.
You don't think they'd been here before?
I don't think there had been that degree of polarisation.
Yeah.
I think that there were conservative and
about it.
Labour. And you look at our politics today, and it's still going on. Where you look at the support there is for Farage, very skilled communicator, for Rupert Lowe, even further right, or Zach Polanski from the Greens. There were never those forces in British politics. It was 3 parties. Then there was a Conservative Party, there was a Labour Party, and there were Liberal Democrats. There were the nationalist parties, obviously, as well. But there were never. Now there are far right parties. Now there are arguably the Greens to the far left, and that has changed in our politics. And so I was fascinated by what the forces were that were driving that. 2022 also, so 2022 I felt a bit of despair about coming back to Britain, and it also felt that everything was sort of broken. And I still think some of the things about our infrastructure and the things that go wrong, you just think, oh my God, this country. I still think a bit of that, but then the Queen died. And I realised that we had this unifying force. Yeah. And it was kind of, it was terrible and, very emotional when she passed. But what a life. And the way the country came together. And, I remember, I think it was the day of the King's coronation, and it was a football match, and I think it was Tottenham Crystal Palace. And everyone was singing God Save the King so lustily, with such passion and power. I thought, actually, you know what? We're going to be all right, because there are still things. There is a public square where we can come together and not want to tear each other to bits. And I think that is really, really important for a nation. And I think that, for all the problems there are with royalty or monarchy or whatever, I think it served this country pretty well.
Yeah. Are you enjoying being able to speak with this sort of freedom now? Because
yes. Yes. It's not that I can suddenly reveal myself as a Maoist or a kind of,
I'd be surprised if you did.
Yeah, or some kind of fascist. Yeah. But I don't have to worry about on the one hand, on the other now. And and I think, look, as I hope I've indicated, I was incredibly proud to have worked for the corporation for as long as I did. I absolutely loved my time at the BBC. I think there are things around impartiality and where the BBC has got to at times be a little tougher, of being prepared to call things out when things are clearly right or wrong. But at the same time, look, I've got freedom now to, and people can say, How dare you express that opinion? Aren't you meant to be a journalist? Yeah, I'm a journalist with an opinion now.
Yes.
But I think that the values of, trustworthy, fair reporting. I mean,
That's the word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fairness. Well, whatever your view is, and whoever you're working for, fairness is kind of.
We got accused on the podcast of betrayal when we started, it's kind of criticising Starmer for some of the things that he was doing. And say, how could you say that? Well, because we're there to speak truth to power. Don't care who's in power, but our job is to hold those people to account. Whether, and if they're doing wrong, you've got to say, that's gone really badly. That was an ill thought through policy. That was a badly phrased. And you've got to have this confidence to do that. Otherwise, I think that you leave people. Otherwise, I think it does play into the hands of people who want to peddle falsehood. And because people, I hate X at the moment, where it's just you are just generating anger, and anger is what gets you likes. And the more angry you become, the more likes you get. And so people think, oh well, I'm not going to say. Let me just respectfully disagree with Jonathan Agnew. You've got to go to war, and I just think that is so reductive and boring.
Yes.
And I just think it induces such cynicism, and I don't want to be cynical about politics and politicians. I want to be critical, but I don't think, oh God, they're all a bunch of liars. They're all a bunch of I don't doubt that Andy Burnham, Kemi Badenoch, Nigel Farage, whatever way, want to make their vision of Britain come to so that we're a better country.
Yeah.
I think some of the ways they go about things we should criticise. But I don't think we should just doubt everything about all these people. I think it's our job to scrutinise.
And has social media really made this much more difficult?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It has. But I think that the mistake people make is to think that social media is the real world. I think that 100,000 people come out angrily onto the streets of central London for a demonstration. I always think, okay, there's obviously very fired up about Gaza or whatever the issue. I'm not saying that as the issue, but whatever the issue is. But there are 68 million people who haven't, who are getting on with their lives, who are worried about their kids' education, who are worried about how they're going to make ends meet, who are worried about whether there's going to be play at Lord's on the third day of the Test match. People have other concerns. And I think that the mistake a lot of the politicians make is that they spend far too much time scrolling online. Get off your device, go and talk to people. Because I think that, when there was that terrible case of the Southport killings of those little kids, and, there were riots, and everyone was saying, oh, look at Britain, we're tearing each other, and they were terrible, some of the riots. But what about all the people who turned up the next day to help clear up, help rebuild? I think there is still a decency there. I'm willing to believe there is a decency in the majority of British people that care about their neighbours and don't want to pick fights. And I think that is there, but the forces of populism are alive and thriving at the moment. And it's that is a challenge to kind of have a calm conversation with people.
Yeah. Do you miss that sort of sudden exhilaration of being a journalist on call and your buzzer going and John Major and all of that? Do you miss that?
Do you know what the greatest treat? I genuinely, and I said this to my wife 2 nights ago, that I said honestly, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb at night now, because I used to be
not on call.
Right. We've booked you. You'd get woken up in the middle of the night that you're being told that they've booked you onto a flight to go to wherever. In America, it was inevitably because there'd been a mass shooting or something like that, and you're going to somewhere grim at a moment's notice. Yeah. And when I was traveling in the world, you were being sent to places. Ending up in Afghanistan because of after 9/11 or in Iraq or wherever it happens to be. There is a bit of the adrenaline of running towards, an aircraft, not sure where you're going to be staying when you get there, whether there is a translator to meet you at the bottom of the steps off the plane because you don't speak the language, wherever it happens to be. Of course, there is a bit of that I miss, but I did it. It was wonderful. I had a fantastic time. Wouldn't have missed it for the world. But, to think, okay, well, I've arranged to come to Lord's today to talk on View from the Boundary. I'm going to be there. There's not going to be a story that's going to interrupt that. And that's quite nice as well.
Well, I'm glad you've done it. John, it's been lovely chatting.
It's been fabulous.
Knew it would. Thank you. Meeting there, like, as we did, completely by accident. Wales next to the sea.
Exactly. Brings us
lovely
brings
place.
everyone together. Beautiful, beautiful
Isn't
place.
it lovely?
And I was there last weekend. It's just...
But you said you got a little boat. A friend of mine there has got a little boat as well. Only a little sort of rowing boat type thing.
Yeah.
Unsinkable the second. So if you see him out there,
upside down.
if you see him, then he's my friend. But yeah, John, thanks so much. Oh, look at this! If there's no further rain, play will start at 2:00. So you might see some
Marvellous.
cricket. That's
Excellent.
really good
See
news.
some cricket.
Thanks for being our view from the boundary. I'm into politics next week as well. I can give it away. I mean, who would you like to interview in the political world at the moment? I mean, the man who's created more headlines possibly than anybody is my view from the boundary guest at Edgbaston in 10 days' time.
Oh, you got me. Wow.
I don't think he's coming dressed as you would normally see him.
Oh, well, now you've given it. Now you've given it away. Count Binface.
He's on. He's at Edgbaston.
Excellent.
He is following. You've beaten Count Binface to it. Thank you, John.
Thank
John
you.
Sobel, lovely guest. Great stories. What insight as well. There you go. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you, John, very much indeed. And that's uplifting, isn't it? The whole thing with play due in literally just over half an hour from now. So the players are out. They're kicking a football around in Pakistan's case. England are just coming down the stairs. They're going to go and get loosened up on the left-hand side of the square, and the ground staff busily going about their business. So there we are. That was a lovely hour. Thank you all for listening. That'll be as available as a podcast very shortly. And then Dan Norcross is going to take over here.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah, it is moderately good news, isn't it? Only thing is, it means that we're going to be peering into the gloom, scared that another shower might arrive at any minute. But let's stay positive for the time being. However, here at Lord's, how apposite we're going to have this conversation. It's been a big summer for the women's game at Lord's, with a World Cup final and a historic first women's test. And we're also seeing this ground witness the last international appearances of two modern-day greats, Heather Knight and Tammy Beaumont, in that test match against India. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have with us Dr. Raf Nicholson, who has written the first ever history of women's cricket in England. The Women in Whites, and Alison Mitchell's also joining us, having covered so many big moments of the women's game in your career, Alison.
Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Hello, Raf. Hi. This is so exciting.
Well, can I first say, quite genuinely, because I'm a judge of book thingies, so I get books through. And your book came, and I found it genuinely engrossing. It's a fabulous read. It takes us from the dawn of women's cricket. One of my antecedents gets a name check as the first woman ever to score a recorded 100, Sarah Norcross, I'll have you know. And so from that point on, I was very keen to find out the rest of the book, because you'd sucked me in.
It's eminently readable, is my first feeling, just picking up the first few pages. I wanted to keep turning them.
And it is exactly that, because it almost becomes a bit like a soap opera. And let's start at the beginning, because there's a lot of meaty stuff to get through in the middle. First of all, why did you write this? Because you've written a PhD and you've written lots of stuff on women's cricket. What was it that inspired you to say, right, well, we've got to do a synthesis of all of women's cricket in England?
I think because I wanted people to know about these great stories. And also one of the really key points is that women have been playing cricket just as long as men have been playing cricket. And I think that's so important that people know about that, because then that's the way in which we kind of carve out a space for women and girls in cricket today, is actually showing that, there's a picture in the Bodleian Library in Oxford of nuns playing cricket or something akin to cricket from 1344. So anyone who tries to tell a woman or a girl that cricket is not a game for them is just wrong historically. So that was a big motivation. And as you say, I've done quite a lot of kind of academic writing on the history of women's cricket, but this book is really so much about, it's really nice that you said it was readable, Ali. It's encouraging people to be able to kind of pick it up and make it really accessible.
Yes, it is not remotely dry. Let's get back to the 18th century. So you found examples of women playing cricket exactly contemporaneously with what we think of as the first men's cricket, haven't you, in mid 18th or late 18th century?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first recorded game of women's cricket, 1745, and it was reported in a local newspaper, the Reading Mercury. It's basically two village teams of women, but it's reported relatively unremarkably. So it most likely wasn't the first kind of village match played by women. And after that, there is kind of regular reporting in the 18th century on women playing village cricket. A common thing, and just something that that women were doing kind of unremarkably. It's then that in the 19th century, when you get the kind of the crazy conservative ideas of the Victorians coming in, that you have a problem, because you suddenly get, for example, just looking opposite us at the glorious pavilion, the chaps of the MCC not massively keen on women's cricket. So when they're kind of coming into the scene and codifying cricket in the early 19th century, and then there start to be these ideas about, oh well, it's a game for men, unfortunately.
I mean, is that a case for all games? I mean, are we finding that women were generally more sportily active and in equal representation in the 18th century, but then when you get this reactionary backlash in the 19th century about what women should wear and whether or not ankles could be seen and piano legs.
Yeah, and women actually the women who were playing actually putting weights in the bottom of their skirts, so that when they were running in cricket, their skirts didn't accidentally show a bit of ankle ridiculously. It is something that so some sports then become kind of almost coded as men's sports, and cricket unfortunately is one of those. Similarly with football, those will be, whereas a sport like
horse riding,
or tennis,
tennis, of
that's
course,
very acceptable for women to be playing, and that therefore you get to a situation, fast forward a couple of hundred years, here we are, where women in tennis are treated much better than they have been relatively recently in cricket.
Because really, women only start sort of reappearing on the scene about 1890s. The original English lady cricketers, a great book on that was written by Giles. I've forgotten his surname. Wilcott, that's it. About this group of women, but they were kind of exploited by male entrepreneurs, weren't they? But they make a massive splash, and suddenly you're getting this different kind of conversation where sports seen as a healthy pursuit for boys in public schools and whatnot, and that's starting to be mirrored a bit more. But these original English lady cricketers, they were very much often from the wrong side of the tracks. They're often very impoverished. They often worked in music hall and stuff like that. And it's also so brief, isn't it? You get like this two or 3 years, and then there's a little bit of other stuff around towards the back end of the 19th century, and then nothing again for about 25 years.
It's like a glimpse of what could have been possible, because you're getting also, crowds of 15,000 people showing up to watch these
Liverpool,
kind of first professionals. Well, they're sort of playing around the country, and then unfortunately, as you say, it's quite short-lived, because the guy who started it runs away with all the money.
But he was paying them, wasn't it?
Yeah,
because when we think about professionalisation in women's cricket, actually, I mean, what the research that Giles has done suggests that these women were getting paid something almost similar, equivalent to county cricketers on the lower rungs. So they are actually professional cricketers for a couple of years.
Definitely, yeah. So actually, when you hear the ECB saying we've got the first professional cricketers in England in 2014, it's not accurate. And I suppose that's one of the reasons for kind of doing more to bring the history to light, is to actually to try and contextualise some of that stuff, because it's, there's 100 years in the middle where things go a little bit awry, which I'm sure we'll come to.
Well, I think we are going to. I mean, firstly, because I'm going to segue quite brilliantly into you going to the MCC library and finding nothing on women's cricket, partly because I wanted to mention that if you want to see the outfits that the original English lady cricketers wore, they're in the museum, aren't they? With the red piping and the blue piping, because they essentially toured around the country playing each other, about 35, 40 women, and they had their own uniforms. And this is there. You can inspect it. You can see the madness of the clothing that they're wearing. But I'm now taking you there, because you've gone there to go and do some research back in 2011 or so.
Yes, yeah.
And what do you find?
Well, I start my PhD and everyone says the Lord's Library is the place to go if you're researching anything in cricket history. So I turned that up and I said, what have you got on women's cricket? Bearing in mind this is kind of the biggest, best library of cricket in the world. And they took me to the shelf on women's cricket, and it was 3 books.
3 books?
Yeah, and that's what they had. And then I said, really? Is that all you've got? Have you not got anything maybe in the archives, underneath? And they said, oh no, we don't really have any women's cricket stuff there.
What were the 3 books, Raf? And that was why I was so excited
Yeah.
about your book, because I just felt this is such a gap in cricket literature, full stop. So do you remember what the 3 books were? Was one of them Rachel Hayhoe?
One of them was Rachel
Yeah.
Hayhoe Flint's autobiography, Hey Ho. There was another one that she co-authored, which was a sort of almost like a history of the very early years of the Women's Cricket Association, which was the governing body for women's cricket that set itself up in 1926. And that was called Fair Play. I can't remember what the third was.
I've got a copy of that at home.
I think that wasn't out. That wasn't out.
Yeah, that was later. That was
Yeah.
after 2015.
Oh, yeah,
maybe.
probably, yeah.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I know.
But that sent you on a chase.
There's the Girls of Summer as well, isn't there?
David
yeah,
Tossell.
that was a bit later
That's
as
much
well.
later,
Yeah, that was
yeah.
a really interesting kind of reflection on the 2015 Women's Ashes, which didn't quite go to plan. You'll know about this, Dan, when you choose to write a tour book, and then
Yes, yeah, I do.
Then
tour doesn't go
the
how
tour
you
doesn't
want.
go very well. England absolutely hideously lost the 2015 Women's Ashes for the benefit of listeners.
Yes, that was supposed to be my 25-6 tour book that will never see the light of day. Yes. But I suppose part of the reason for that is because of what we're going to talk about now. By the way, I've got to give you some less than favourable news. Some umbrellas have appeared and the hover cover is back on. They haven't unfurled the bits on the side yet, but it doesn't look like heavy rain at the moment, but it's enough rain. The players are still playing football. The Pakistan team is still playing football, as are the England team. I say playing football, they're playing keepy-uppy, but unfortunately there's a little bit of rain around because we're rather hoping we might get a start about 2 o'clock, but that's probably been kiboshed. But back to this. Of course, the MCC is strongly associated with men's cricket and the formation of cricket. I mean, let's be clear, most people think of cricket as being MCC dominated, don't they? Whereas women's cricket has not been run by the MCC and not indeed been run by the ECB. You mentioned it there, 1926 Women's Cricket Association. So where were all the archives? Because they wouldn't be here, I guess. They'd be squirreled away somewhere else.
No, exactly. When I started the PhD, I thought, I've come to Lord's, there isn't anything. Maybe there isn't any archival material. So I started doing interviews. I spoke to a lot of the women who had represented England over the years, which was, fantastic stories. 3.5 hours with Enid Bakewell.
Is that all?
Could have gone on longer. I had to leave. I had to run out the door and catch a train.
Love Enid.
So
Hello, Enid.
she was absolutely
Was
brilliant.
she still talking as you were leaving?
Yes, you know. And I had Rachel Hayhoe Flint, who was by then Baroness Hayhoe Flint, took me for tea on the terrace at the House of Lords, which was amazing because I was a completely unknown person to her. I just messaged her. I think I got hold of her email and I said, please, can we have a chat? And she said, yeah, come to the House of Lords. So we had a lovely discussion about kind of her career, obviously an absolute legend of the game, but lots of others who are maybe a bit less well known. So somebody like a Ruth Prideaux, who was the first ever coach of the England women's cricket team, appointed in 1987.
Had managers before that, did they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had managers who did all the logistics and would kind of book the boat back in the day, book the flights, book the hotels, but they didn't have anyone to actually kind of it was like a step towards professionalisation in the late 80s, early 90s, to actually get somebody who actually, she said things to me like, oh, they were all fish and chip girls when we started, and I said to them, you should eat some vegetables. That's kind of the stage we're at, although maybe not too dissimilar from the stage that the England men's team were at in the late 80s, but then famously kind of culminated in an incredible triumph in the 1993 Women's World Cup here at Lord's in the final against New Zealand. So she was really instrumental in that. So there are all these great stories. And then I can't remember who said this to me. Quite possibly it was Enid, actually, because that was a very long interview. Said, there's an archive. The Women's Cricket Association has an archive. And here's the person who I think has it. And it turned out that this archive was being kept in a cowshed in a kind of remote corner of Lancashire, because the woman who'd sort of taken possession of it had married, she'd retired from cricket, she'd married a farmer, and they happened to have space on their farm for this archive.
What state was the archive in?
That's what I'm wondering.
The cowshed.
Well, it was in
Bit
it
mouldy.
was in sealed plastic boxes. Okay, so it wasn't it wasn't in a terrible state. It was very much, though, a case of kind of, I turned up and I had no idea what I was going to find. And it was also a sort of 6-mile round trip from the nearest bed and breakfast because it was incredibly remote where it was being kept.
So you booked it in somewhere because you thought, I'm going to be here for weeks.
Exactly. Couple of weeks, Dan. This is one summer, one July I was doing this. And yeah, just turned up at this woman's house and said, can you show me the archive? So she takes me to this shed. And I'm opening these boxes, no idea what I'm going to find. And it was just this incredible moment because it's like all of the minutes of the Women's Cricket Association going right back to the first meeting in October 1926.
It's like the Dead Sea Scrolls you discovered.
Yes, loads of letters as well and tour diaries. So the first women's tour was England women went to Australia and New Zealand in the winter of 1934-35. So these tour diaries that survive, loads of like early press cuttings. And like minutes of the executive committee meetings of some quite serious stuff that was
Have you got it from the very
discussed.
beginning? So the actual sort of inauguration of the association?
Exactly. So they met in London.
All women?
All women, near Victoria Station it was. So they'd actually had this cricketing holiday in August 1926 in Colwell in Herefordshire, which has just recently kind of celebrated the sort of centenary of women's cricket. It's 100 years since that holiday, and I went and I stayed in the Park Hotel in Colwell, which is where the Women's Cricket Association stayed when they had this cricketing holiday. And at the end of the holiday, they got together and they were just sort of probably having a nice tipple in the hotel bar, and they said, what should we do to make sure that more women have the chance to play cricket? Then a month later, they come back to London, and they get together and they have a meeting and they say, right, we're going to form a Women's Cricket Association. That then becomes the governing body of women's cricket, run completely separately, as you say, to MCC, to ECB, it was the Test and County Cricket Board for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then the ECB only become involved in 1998 when they take over effectively from the WCA. So they've run cricket for women's cricket for 80 years, really effectively.
Well, they run it really effectively to start with. It seems to me. I mean, they take it from zero to test matches and really quite well attended matches and getting a lot of press coverage for it. And this is where we come on to the pioneers, don't we? People like Marjorie Pollard and Myrtle McLagan, and of course the one closest to my heart, Betty Snowball. And that sort of then becomes something, doesn't it? The pre-war.
The big thing that the WCA do is that they say we believe that women's cricket is worthy of a public audience. So in the 19th century, you get a lot of girls, kind of public schools, and some of the colleges at women's universities at Oxford and the University of London playing women's cricket, but they're doing it kind of behind closed doors. So it's not really on public display. The WCA say, right, we believe that women's cricket is good enough that we should invite people in to come and watch. So at Beckenham in 1929, they say, right, well, we're going to hold the first ever public women's match. And they get a load of people along.
Where do they find the women from? Because obviously you're sort of kind of starting a sport from scratch that already exists. I know it's slightly paradoxical, but...
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are women who played at the girls' public schools, or some of them might have played at the women's colleges at universities, and then kind of come through that and are playing as adults. And there are some clubs that predate the existence of the Women's Cricket Association as well. So Redoubtables formed in 1921. Gunnersbury is just after the WCA. They just celebrated their was it their centenary? Yeah. So it's there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the 1920s, and then the WCA says, right, we're almost going to kind of formalise this, and then they help clubs. They help set up women's clubs. They go around the country. It's a little bit like almost what you might see now is, because obviously the ECB are desperate to grow women's and girls cricket. So they're sending people into communities and saying, right, who would like to come and try cricket? That's kind of what the WCA did in the 1920s and 30s.
Why do you think it was then? Is it, suffragism and the post-First World War and, suddenly there are more women than men and socialising and that's what's bringing them together? Is it just a sort of perfect storm, the 1920s, for this?
It's a really interesting period for women and women's rights because obviously one of the other things that happens is that women get the vote for the first time. so on kind of equal grounds with men for the first time in 1928. And there's an awful lot of other women's sporting associations that are also setting up at this time. So, for example, the All England Netball Association also forms in 1926. The Women's Hockey Association is a little bit earlier, but really sees huge growth in this period. And actually, quite a lot of the people involved in setting up the Women's Cricket Association are also involved in the Women's Hockey Association. So somebody like Frances Heron Maxwell, who's very interesting. So she chairs the first meeting, and then becomes kind of the first chair of the WCA. She's quite well off, and she has this huge estate in Kent called Great Comp. And she says, right, well, we're struggling to get grounds, so I'm going to say to my husband, right, we're going to have a women's cricket ground on as part of our estate. And then, so a load of early women's cricket matches in the late 1920s and 1930s are played at Great Comp in Kent, which is, like an incredible thing to do. And unfortunately, it's sort of, they have to sell the estate after the war, and it goes into disrepair. But that's like the first and still possibly the only women-owned cricket ground in England.
Wow. Does it necessarily have to be the preserve of the relatively wealthy at this stage? Because, obviously there were women's football happening during the First World War, and then of course it doesn't get banned after the First World War.
There was a banning for women for football, yeah.
So they've also got those challenges. So while you've got the suffragette movement, you've also got a backlash to that. But cricket, is there a lot of opportunity for working class women to play it? I mean, time is scarce, and then you've got a massive crash in 1928. So I imagine this is the preserve of the better off, is it?
The WCA is definitely a very kind of middle class, based in the south of England, quite conservative organisation. There are working class women playing, and there's women's league cricket, particularly in Lancashire and Yorkshire in the 1930s. And that is there is growth there, and in terms of kind of the sort of women who are playing, they are like women who are working in factories, for example, who are given sort of time off to go and play cricket.
So works cricket, much like there was works football cricket for men.
Exactly, but. Again, it's kind of ends up being controlled a bit by the men who are also involved in men's league cricket, so it doesn't last very long. So eventually, kind of that side of things gets absorbed into the WCA, and they basically encourage any of the women who are playing league cricket to come and be WCA members. But it definitely is an issue that it is quite middle class. So, for example, when they organised this tour to Australia and New Zealand in 1934-35, all of those women who go on that first tour have to pay their own boat fare. They also have to take basically 6 months leave from work if they're working women. So you can imagine
so that's impossible, really, for a working class woman in 1935.
Absolutely, exactly. So the WCA can't select that team on merit. They are selecting that team based on, they say, if you think you can do this and you can afford to do it, then please write us a letter and then you'll be considered for selection.
Just a word on, you might have heard some crowd noise there. The start has been delayed again, but there is good news that the covers are being rolled back up, and at no point have the players themselves stopped warming up. So little rain has fallen that it shouldn't make a massive material difference to a hoped for 2 o'clock start time is the hope. I mean, it will be delayed, I think, by a bit, but hopefully, 5 or 10 minutes after that with a bit of luck.
Ralph, if you were drawing a graph of the women's game sort of from the formation of the WCA, is it a sort of an upward curve, or up until the point of the ECB taking over, or TCCB as it was in 1998, wasn't it? Were there dips before that? Was it, plain sailing, but can you chart the, I suppose, ups and downs that there might have been?
It's a great question, and it's really interesting because what you see is that there's huge growth in the 1930s, then obviously a bit of disruption for the Second World War, then huge growth for 10 years after the Second World War.
That's a sort of heyday of them playing quite a lot of Test cricket, isn't it?
Yes, they are playing a lot. When they are able to afford to play, they are playing 3 Test series as standard. But unfortunately, that generally means that maybe every 5 years you might have a tour. They are doing everything on the shoestring. WCA is a volunteer organisation until they get a little bit of government funding in the 1960s.
Would have had a lot of oppositions as well, though, would they? I don't suppose, because you've got Australia and New Zealand, but you know,
The Netherlands
The
made
Netherlands.
entry, didn't they?
They did. The Netherlands, one of the founder members of the International Women's Cricket Council in 1958, which is very interesting. It's only actually relatively recently that the Netherlands have sort of struggled a bit because they haven't had the kind of men's structure in place. So it's actually an example of why trying to kind of push women's and men's cricket together and just run it as if it's the same thing, in my opinion, is quite problematic.
yes, yeah. Well, we will come to that. I promise
I'm
you.
sure we will, Dan.
So,
so that it's growing until about the mid-50s. And that's when you see these really huge crowds that have only been surpassed relatively recently.
So what, are they playing competitive domestic cricket as well? Because I think in the book there's an interesting thing that happens also in men's leagues, which is that the women running cricket don't really like cups.
No.
They don't really like winning anything. They just think that you should just be out there playing cricket. There shouldn't be any consequence for winning or losing at the end of it.
It's like the purest form of amateurism in the extreme is you don't play for money. You don't even play to lift a cup at the end of the season. You play just because you love cricket. And actually,
Fair enough.
That's
a
kind
mindset which has almost been passed down the generations
Yeah.
a lot, hasn't it? Playing
Yeah.
for nothing, paying your way, being grateful for any opportunity.
Absolutely. But there ends up being a little bit of a kind of membership revolt against the idea of not having trophies. So it's in 1966, the WCA change their constitution and say, OK, fair enough, you can play for trophies. But there isn't a kind of formalised domestic competition. So like the sort of precursor to the Women's County Championship isn't set up until the late 1980s. And when it's originally set up, there's strong resistance from some of the women at senior levels within the WCA who say, why do we need this? We can just keep playing friendly cricket. That's what we've always played. But actually, by that time, there is a bit more of a kind of player voice, and they're able to say, well, let's have a go at setting something up.
Who was the greatest visionary then around that time who was driving these new ideas as opposed to those who were happy to keep playing amongst themselves and for no winning consequence?
Well, Megan Lear and Avril Starling are the two women who actually two England players who actually say, right, we're going to have what they call an area championship in 1987. Megan was here a few weeks ago for the women's test match at Lord's, actually. Yeah.
Right.
And so, which was really nice to kind of catch up with her. And then I also interviewed a woman called Ruth Lupton, who was a Surrey cricketer, who captained Surrey. I knew you'd like that one, Dan. And she was, but she in the late 80s was a student at Cambridge. And one of the objections to having a kind of women's county championship or area championship was, where are we going to get the pitches? So she was like, well, Cambridge University has got a load of pitches, and in the summer they're not really used because none of the students are here. So she cycled round all the colleges and basically persuaded them that they really wanted to host women cricketers for a week during the kind of long vacation for the Cambridge University holidays. So yeah, she was very instrumental as well, because she solved that problem of there not being enough pitches. And then so for many years, the Women's County Championship was a week at Cambridge. And that worked because at that time, everybody had a job or was studying. And a lot of the women who were working were teachers. So if you have it for a week in the summer holidays, that works.
Not great if you get weather like this, though.
No, and there definitely were Women's County Championships that were chronically affected by
I have
rain.
news, though, by the way, about weather. Apparently, we're going to start at 2:15 if there's no more rain, and that's it. We'll have two sessions, 2:15 to 4:40, then a 20-minute break for tea, and then a very notional 5 till 7. As we know, the light.
Big asterisk, no further rain and light.
Yeah, I mean, even if we got lucky with the rain, it's pitch black here by 7:30. So yes, but anyway, that's the notional session timings, which is good news.
Ralph, when you spoke about a lot of them being teachers, was that a lot of them at Dartford College, or does that come into the picture a bit later? Because there were quite a few who were PE teachers at Dartford, and that's quite a significant institution, wasn't it, for the women's game?
Yeah, definitely. So again, it's these kind of they're all sort of all female training colleges that are specifically training women to be PE teachers that was set up. So Dartford's the original, set up in the late 19th century, and then others are established in the early 20th century. But Dartford is a big one because it kind of becomes known for producing England women cricketers. So Rachel Hayhoe-Flint went there, Enid Bakewell went there. There's kind of countless others. And
the Loughborough of its day.
Yes, that's a great comparison, Ali. Yeah, exactly. And so that was really significant for women's cricket because it was an amateur sport. Lots of women who enjoyed playing cricket at school thought, right, how can I kind of almost manufacture a situation where I'm able to keep playing as an adult? And one of the ways to do that was to go to PE college, then become a PE teacher, and then if you were lucky, you would work in a supportive school who would actually give you time off to then go and tour in the winter. So that was a path that a lot of women cricketers took.
And you can see that sort of echoed, can't you, in the more latter day, I suppose, before the full professionalism that we see now, those who needed sympathetic employers who could give them time off to go and spend 6 weeks, 2 months, however long it may be, on an England tour.
And it was hard to find supportive employers. So even somebody like Anne Sanders in the late 1960s, she wanted to go on this England tour to Australia and New Zealand in 1968-69, and she was working for the Central Council of Physical Recreation, the sort of forerunner to the Sport and Recreation Alliance. And she went to her manager and said, "Can I have some time off because I'm going to go and represent England at cricket?" And they said no, which is just incredible because you would think an organisation like that, that's literally meant to be promoting physical activity, wouldn't even give her the time of day.
Now, I want to talk about where things really, really start changing. And to me, reading the book, it's Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, and she butts up against authority because the women's game is no stranger to crusty, antediluvian, non-progressive management, is it? The likes of Marjorie Pollard, all this business about how everybody has to wear a skirt. What is it? It's when you kneel down, it's no more than 2 inches off the floor.
3 inches.
3 inches off the floor.
Yeah.
And these are all measured. So you've got these women who are dictating these terms to people who are giving up their time, sacrificing their time, and are expected to have no sense of their own worth. Well, in arrives, in the midst of this rather backwards-looking organisation, Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, who is, we think of her as this pillar of the establishment and this inventor of the World Cup and all this kind of stuff. But that is just one half of her story. The other half is that she's really controversial, isn't she? She drives the authorities mad. She's a problem as much as she is a visionary.
Yes. Well, she's sort of, you have to manage her because she's got this huge personality. And anyone who met Rachel, which I know you did, Ali, will know that even in later life, she still had this incredible force of personality. So yeah, she kind of comes like whooshing into the Women's Cricket Association. And she's Rachel, and she's this... she's working as a journalist. She's got this very high profile. She then does quite a lot of TV and a bit of sports presenting. So she's pioneering in that way. But she becomes a name and kind of almost the first household name of women's cricket. And there are some then within the WCA who are uncomfortable about that. And who maybe aren't so comfortable with the image that she's projecting in some ways. So like she's photographed in shock horror a bikini on one of the overseas tours. And as you say, the WCA are notoriously very conservative about dress. And they had this kind of idea that they needed to be really careful about the image they projected because they were trying to almost make sure that very conservative men in the MCC didn't oppose them, and that was where these ideas about dress, I think, came from. It was like, well,
but this is in the 60s. I mean, there are women wearing miniskirts by now.
They are, and there are also women.
Move with the times.
Yeah, I think it was Rachel who actually said to me, "We made our skirts. We made our kind of prescribed WCA skirts. We actually shortened them."
She was a rebel, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Rebel with a cause.
Yeah, and the other thing is because she's got this massive high profile, she's challenging ideas about amateurism because like Gray Nichols come to her and they say, we want to market a hey-ho bat. And that's in the late 60s when women's cricket really doesn't have much of a profile. It's an incredible opportunity, but it's also a financial opportunity for Rachel. And the WCA find out and they're very unhappy and they basically say you've completely contravened our ideas about amateurism. And I actually spoke to somebody from Gray Nichols who, this isn't in the book because I didn't realise this, but the WCA kiboshed the hey-ho bat. She had to go back to Gray Nichols and say, I'm sorry, we can't actually do this.
How unbelievably short-sighted.
I know.
Because apart from the restraint of trade, if you like, in one sense, there's also just the publicity it would have given.
Yes.
I mean, this is the feeling I get about these women who are running the game at that point, that the schism is really between those people who actually don't want to make a big noise about women's cricket and then the women cricketers who really do.
Those who want to keep it for themselves almost.
Because then, you know, like, the World Cup is born in this period, the World Cup that happens before a men's World Cup, one of many firsts that you point out in the book. And so that must have been a time of incredible tension because, you know, the Marjorie Pollards of this world wouldn't have seen the remotest need for a World Cup, for heaven's sake. If you don't need a local cup, you don't need a World Cup.
How did the WCA view Jack Hayward? Was he embraced in the formation of this World Cup? Because it was his friendship relationship with Rachel Hayhoe Flint. They were both Wolves devotees, Wolverhampton Wanderers. And Sir Jack Hayward famously sat, as Rachel told me, with a big glass of brandy. They shared a bottle of brandy, and he first suggested this idea of, well, let's have a Women's World Cup. I love cricket. I think he might have also said, I love women. Let's have a Women's Cricket World Cup. Have another glass of brandy, as Rachel said to me.
I think it was a kind of don't look a gift horse in the mouth attitude towards Jack Hayward, but he was certainly Rachel's friend rather than the WCA's friend.
Well, that's what I mean. I wonder just how they viewed him, whether that idea was universally welcomed when it was first put to them.
Again, I mean, so they have this idea, and then Rachel describes in her autobiography how she had to go to the president of the WCA, Sylvia Swinburne, and actually sort of say, oh, please, can we do this? Rather than, isn't this an amazing idea, we're doing this? So it was very much seeking permission. But I think that it was, it kind of, fortunately, it did actually captivate the imaginations of enough of the movers and shakers at senior level within the WCA that it did get off the ground. It was very successful. But 4 years later, Rachel Hayhoe Flint loses the England captaincy in very controversial circumstances. And there's all kinds of theories about sort of why this was. But it can't be for cricketing reasons. She was the highest run scorer in the 1977 domestic season. There weren't any international matches played in England that summer. And then at the end of the summer, the selectors get together and they announce a team to go to India for the World Cup, and she isn't the captain, and she isn't even in the team, and it's just crazy. And the reason why that sort of relates to Jack Hayward is because he was so upset by their treatment of Rachel Hayhoe Flint that he said, right, I'm withdrawing my patronage from the WCA, from women's cricket. And it probably cost them hundreds of thousands of pounds, right? Because he obviously then goes on and is really influential and almost kind of moves his devotion to Wolves. Yeah. And he does that. He could have been such a great person to have on board with women's cricket, but they lose him.
He let them keep the trophy, though. The Sir Jack Hayward Trophy continued, didn't it, right up until the 2005 World Cup in South Africa, which was my first experience of covering women's cricket away on that tour. And that was the last one to be held under the auspices of the old Women's Cricket Association, the international body, rather than then being taken over by the ICC from 2009 for that next Women's World Cup. But yeah, so the Jack Hayward Trophy it's in the museum, isn't it? I was there a couple of weeks ago, and the Jack Hayward Trophy is there available for viewing, which is lovely.
Yeah, and I guess it's got its iconic place within cricket because it's the first ever World Cup trophy.
Yeah. So what do you think now? I mean, I'd like your opinions, because we're coming up in about 10 minutes to go till we're going to get out there and get some play. What's your view about the fact that the WCA effectively was swallowed up? The ECB, TCCB, and then ECB takes it over. Why is the cover coming back out? I don't know. I don't think it's raining. They might be moving it away. I'm not quite sure, or they might be just precautionarily putting it on the pitch. Oh well,
it might be hovering.
It could be one of those days. It could be one of those days. So, but because I know you have quite strong feelings about that, and looking at how, look, obviously there were some women involved in creating cricket that did a fantastic job. There have also been some who were sclerotic and unhelpful, but then they go, and the ECB's taking over now. What's your view on the pros and cons of that?
I think it's really difficult, and one of the problems with that kind of ECB takeover in 1998 is that there are a lot of women who were very uncomfortable with that, but felt they were sort of forced into it from a financial perspective because England hosted the 1993 Women's Cricket World Cup. And then
won it, yes.
They won it.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic celebration, but they then almost basically run out of money. And so then they're kind of almost having to go cap in hand to ECB and say, please, can you give us a bit of help? But there is a vote amongst WCA members about whether or not they should hand women's cricket over to the ECB. And so you could say it's a sort of democratic process.
How did that go?
They had to get a 2/3 majority to support it, and they just about managed that because it was to dissolve themselves, and that was in the constitution. But the two women who sort of drove this forward, Barbara Daniels, who was kind of one of the WCA's big, she was basically one of their only employees, and Sharon Bayton, who was the final chair of the WCA. So they kind of they did this national roadshow, and they went around the country and they tried really hard to convince members that they should vote in favour of this sort of merger or takeover, however you want to look at it. And they won the day, and I'm completely sympathetic to their reasons for that, because by then you're in a situation where you're trying to grow this sport, but you've got no money to do it. And you're almost being a little bit overtaken by events as well, because there's pressure from the England players who want the game to move on, who are kind of actually, they're giving up an awful lot of time and still not getting any money at all.
And presumably playing against players from other countries are they progressing at a slightly faster rate?
Australia certainly are, as you know, 'twas ever thus. It's a sort of battle between us and Australia, and at that time, Australia are certainly kind of moving things along a lot more towards professionalisation, a lot more rapidly than we are. And actually, New Zealand were the first country to merge their men's and women's setups in 1992, so they were kind of seen as the pioneers. And then New Zealand came here in 1996 and toured. And apparently, New Zealand cricket actually were sort of funding, so they were saying, right, here's some money to help pay your mortgage while you're on tour. And the England players were like, we'll have some of that, thanks very much. We're not getting anything like that. So,
but the WCA had no money, did they? I mean, they're surviving on subscriptions.
Yeah. Sharon Bayton said to me, I was running the WCA out of a phone box. Because she was, it's a different era because it's pre-email, but she's having to go to the phone box down the road and make the calls, and then almost like keep a little tally of what she spent on the phone calls.
Send a few faxes.
Yeah, send a few faxes, exactly.
But in some cases, like so amateurishly done that they don't sort of realise, like for example, that don't play against. Don't play against South Africa. Exactly, because there's one bit where the WCA just doesn't seem to understand that the rest of the world is very much anti you going and playing South Africa, and so they concoct some ridiculous ruse whereby they go to Australia and then think, if we come back via South Africa, no one will notice.
That's a little bit earlier. That's 68, 69.
Right,
it's just in the wake of the D'Oliveira affair, actually. It's really interesting because they organise this 10-day stopover in South Africa, and they say it's acclimatisation. But they're getting a government grant to go to Australia.
And that's the thing that tickles me, because, these administrators, nowadays, administrators are so hot on funding. Where can we get it from? National lottery, etc.
And then you've got to justify your spend.
Yeah, and the blithe kind of naivety of the people running it at that point. So, I mean, is there a sort of sense that, even after that, you do kind of just need the heft that something like the ECB's got, because it's got TV money, it's got lawyers, it's got people who understand, what's the right thing to do, what isn't.
When the ECB did take over then in 1998, or assumed responsibility, who was responsible for the women's game then? Because, for example, Claire Connor's position, which she's then had, right up until the present day, only came about after her retirement from international cricket. In 1998, was there anybody dedicated to managing, women's cricket specifically?
Yeah, so Barbara Daniels transitions over into being employed by the WCA into being employed by the ECB, but she's a very small voice in a very big organisation that's otherwise completely male. And actually, it does take quite a few years for the ECB to sort of really do anything substantial with women's cricket. And there's lots of accounts from the late 90s and early noughties of women who have played cricket for many years really feeling very dissatisfied with this move. They feel they've been left without a voice. That it used to be that if you were angry about something, you turn up to the WCA AGM and you say, look, can we change this? And they would listen, and then something would happen. There is no avenue to do that once the ECB take over. It's this kind of behemoth that just absorbs women's cricket, but then it's such a tiny part of a huge organisation.
It's not a priority.
No. And that's the problem. So the pros are you eventually get money flooding into the game. You eventually get professional contracts, but that doesn't happen till the pro contracts don't happen until 2014. You do get a bit of TV, a little bit more TV. Although again,
sponsorships, but shirt sponsors.
Yeah. So the Women's Ashes in 2015 is the first England Women's Series that's broadcast. Every match is broadcast on TV. So that takes an awfully long time as well. So things don't change overnight for the better, and actually in some ways they change for the worse. So I think that it was the only option probably at the time, but I don't like the way it was handled. I don't like the way that a lot of the women who'd been involved in running women's cricket for so many years, who had all of this knowledge and experience, were just pushed out. I don't like the fact that if you were an umpire and you'd been umpiring women's cricket for, let's say, a decade or two, you then get to the ECB takeover and they say, oh, you need our umpiring qualification. So, and then obviously you don't do that, so they just fall out, and then a load of women coaches are lost as well in a similar way. I think it could have been done much more thoughtfully and in a way that respected these generations of women who'd given so much beforehand.
I've got more news. It's a little bit like when you're on a station platform this summer and you see that the time was due to come at 2 o'clock. No, well, it's been delayed to 2:15. Well, now it's been delayed to 2:20. So, which is only 7 minutes away, and the cover's gone. So we're in with a good chance. Aggers is going to come in shortly. So we're going to wrap this up. But before we do, just to synthesise some of these points in your book, the number of firsts that occur via women's cricket. You've got the first franchise league in England, the Kia Super League, the first World Cup, the first T20 International. I mean, the women have been pioneering in sort of almost helping the men's game along in some ways.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things I really hope that the book gets across, is that we need to respect women's contribution to shaping cricket in its entirety more. And I think that the way to do that is to just learn a bit more about it. So if anything that we've said has struck a chord, or if you're interested in learning more, then the Women in White's A History of Women's Cricket in England, it's available for purchase.
It is absolutely fantastic. And I want to end on an upbeat, because I take absolutely all the points you've been making there about the ECB and the taking away of a voice for women. But when you went and found those notes, whenever you did, 2011, 2012, I mean, I remember the first game I commentated for the BBC was at Wormsley. It was a test match against India. Smriti Mandana's debut. And there were about 1,500 people there, weren't there, on the first day?
Yep.
Second, third and fourth days, it dribbled down to a few hundred.
That was huge progress from my perspective, having watched them in South Africa with just friends and family out there. You know, everything's relative, isn't it?
But then,
now,
you go 12 years later, and we did have the first test match at Lord's. I think a lot was made of it. I mean, to me, it was scandalous it had taken until 2026 for it to happen, but there were tens of thousands of people here watching women's test cricket, and there was a full house for the women's T20 World Cup final here at Lord's. So, I mean, you must be quite amazed at how your job, if you like, has changed from where you were when I first met you 12 years ago to the press boxes you sit in now.
It's staggering, the difference, the increase in interest, the increase in crowd numbers, and it really just feels like when you're coming to the T20 World Cup now, it's normal for there to be tens of thousands of people in the crowd, and that's amazing.
And lastly, I don't know if I can dare say this word, but the 100.
The 100. I talk about that in the last chapter of the book. And that's been phenomenal for women's cricket. And it's really, I think it was Beth Barrett-Wild who kind of used the expression, it's kind of turbocharged progress for women's cricket. It's done what would have happened, but it probably would have taken a couple more decades.
Well, last question, do you want it to stay as it is, where they play double headers? Because obviously if it hadn't been for COVID, they would have been standalone. The women might have been playing at Sedbergh while the men were playing at Old Trafford. Do you think this is the right way to go?
If they're going to do standalone women's matches, I want a cast iron guarantee that we're not going to be pushed out to outgrounds. And I don't see how you logistically manage that unless that's what you've got in your head. And it does make me a bit anxious that we're going back to the original vision for the women's 100, and that would be such a shame. So I'm going to say that I would actually think it would probably be safer to carry on with double headers, because then you don't even have that as an option for the women to be pushed out.
The alternative is a separate block, isn't it? Like the WPL in India stands alone, the WBBL has its own window, but I think the double headers has been an unqualified success for the women's game, absolutely.
Alison, I think we can take a break. Raf, thank you so much for joining us. It really is a terrific book. The Woman in White. You can get it, I'm sure, from all your normal good booksellers and even not particularly good booksellers, if you know of any. Right, Aggers is in and Jerusalem's being played.
Yes, it is at 16 minutes past 2 on a Saturday afternoon, but there we go. It's a good sign, though. That means that finally we're going to get some cricket. Although, actually, having said that, the early signs of today, even a couple of days ago, were pretty awful. So I think if we're going to get any cricket at all, that will come as a welcome surprise. And the umpires are coming out. A little ominously, the hover cover is still not entirely parked up in its normal resting place. It's still on the outfield at the moment. You'll hear it start up because they can tug it away. Umpires shake hands. Out they come. I suppose Lord's is about half full. It may be that word will get out to people who've got tickets, and they'll come running back. The floodlights are on. Just looking at the rain radar as one inevitably does. We could get about 40 minutes in before there's another little shower, and then it looks a bit clearer after that. But look, these things are all ifs, buts and maybes. A big thank you to John Sopel, who was a terrific guest as View for the Boundary. I really loved his stories, tales of doing battle with Donald Trump and so on. That'll be a podcast soon enough, and I really do recommend, if you've got an hour to spare in the car sometime, have a listen, because a really, really interesting chat with John Sopel. Right, the batsmen are in the middle. Emilio Gay, looking to build on his 30. Played nicely yesterday, played very patiently. He's in no particular hurry. There is no particular hurry. There's plenty of time. Harry Brook is on 7. And Pakistan will again, at least Tuffers, get the chance to bowl under cloudy skies.
Yes, afternoon everyone. Afternoon, Agazon boy. Yes, cloudy skies. Absolutely. I'm pretty sure it's going to be doing a little bit, so they're going to have to take heart from that. They're going to have to get in the right areas.
Yeah.
And any seam bowler on this Lord's pitch, it seems to be, of late, if you get it in the good areas, you're going to get some results. But I think England will just look to sort of like, I don't know, plod along a little bit. Emilio Gay knocking about a bit, and Harry looked to be a bit more expensive.
Looking out there for any sign of Imam ul Haq. He's like the invisible man. And I don't think nobody actually saw him have this calf injury, which prevented him from batting at all in the first innings, and he's not out in the field at the moment. And this is a man who fields at slip. So I don't know how this happened. I noticed one or two angry comments from a former Pakistan player.
Oh
yes.
Okay. What's happened?
Well, he sort of doubted the full veracity of the injury. I think that's sort of a bit of scurrilous stuff.
Yeah.
But you never know. But anyway, he is nowhere to be seen.
He might have done it going up the stairs.
He might have done it going up the stairs. These things can easily happen.
They can indeed. Calves can be a bit tricky.
Well, yeah.
You've got to get right in the belly of it and rip it out,
Not nice.
No.
Brooks going to face the first ball. There's 3 slips and a gully, 3 in the offside.
We have some play.
We do. Well, we should have. We haven't quite got there yet.
When's your splodge coming in?
Well, not yet. Straight mid-on and a fine leg. A big gap there in the leg side. There's also say, go on then, Harry Brook, and try and flick one through there if you like. Although having said that, I think Babar Azam has realised that's not the correct field. He's now bringing Shan Masood over. That didn't look right at all, did it?
No, big old area.
So there's now a mid-wicket as well. So 2 in the offside, wide bid off, backward point. And Harry Brook on 7. Waits for the first ball of the day, bowled by Khurram, who runs up and bowls to him. He pushes forward, steals a single there. And a big cheer from the crowd.
You might have nipped down St John's Wood High Street for a...
Yes.
long lunch,
I would think
have
so.
a wander around, watching in the museum. They might start filtering back in now.
We had a Test match special, old boys and old persons catch up last night down St John's Wood High Street, which is nice.
Lovely.
Peter Baxter was there, and Shilpa was there, and
Yeah.
Malcolm Ashton was there.
Oh, Malcolm, yes.
Johnny Saunders was there.
Very good, very good. Oh, yes. Very good at balderdash, Malcolm Ashton.
Yes, he is good. What a great game that is.
Yeah, it is.
Were you on that tour of South Africa where
Yes.
it rained all the time
Yeah.
and Boulder Dash kept coming out?
Yeah, brilliant, yeah.
Terrific
A
game.
rear gunner in a Lancaster bomber, an Egyptian pot or something.
Great fun.
It is good.
Curram on his way, bowls. That's tucked away into the leg side. He's running the first one hard. He'll want 2 if he can, but he's not going to because Masood slides over the damp grass. I did a few proper call my bluffs back in the day.
Hey, did you?
Yeah, great
What,
fun.
with Frank Muir?
No, not as old as that. No, I was on with Alan Corran.
Oh, right.
And Sandy Toxvig.
Yes.
And I was almost always in Alan's team.
Right.
And, do you know...
Were you any good, John? I can imagine you're quite good.
You know... Because you get sent the words.
Yeah.
And you can change the wrong one. You are told which is the correct definition of the word. So you obviously can't change that.
No.
But you can change other ones.
Yes.
To fit, as it were. And so I did change 1 or 2. And,
Were you a good bluffer?
Well, this is the thing. It goes Curram. Bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Brooke. You realise how brilliant Alan Corran was.
Yes.
And Sandy.
Yeah.
Because it's all very well when it's your definition. You've kind of memorised it.
Yeah.
You know, Emarcid, I think, was one of mine. Which I think was flaccid, I think it was sort of its definition. So I had a bit of fun with that with Alan, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably the only thing you could do.
I think Emarcid is flaccid, isn't it? Andy, look it up. Anyway, I think that seems to ring a bell. I'm talking something like 20 years ago now. Anyway, when you do that, you've memorised it. That's easy. You know, you just you deliver the definition.
Yes.
This is outside the off stump and left alone. The difficult thing is when you are then the person who's got to guess.
True. Oh, right.
And they do it so well. And they've just got funny lines about why. Well, it's obviously not that one because. And it's not that one. No, it's not that one.
No.
That is why. That's a true definition. And you know, those instant, quick comedians are just so brilliant.
Yeah. I've done a few of those things. I always found it difficult doing the real one.
Oh. Keeping a straight face.
I could almost feel them sort of unravelling me, you know, as I crumbled.
That's the next one outside the off stump. A little bit of movement away there. Brooke lets it go through.
I can imagine that would be right up your street.
Have you found Emarcid? Oh, no.
Emarcid.
A-M-A-R-C-I-D.
Emarcid played for Gloucestershire in the 1930s.
Emarcid. There you are. Flaccid, wilted, or shriveled up.
Oh,
I know I had a lot of fun with that.
I can imagine. Yeah, the mind boggles.
Yeah.
Family show.
The great thing was it was the true definition. And of course, he didn't believe it.
No.
But anyway.
Oh, you did well.
Yeah. Shriveled up. This is outside the off stump. And left alone by Brooke once again. 83 for 3.
Might be a few people sitting in the stand then.
Feeling a bit Emarcid.
Feeling a bit Emarcid after a couple of hours.
Got to get it into commentary, really. Emarcid, it's labelled obsolete.
Oh.
Well.
What, they've given up with the word?
Meaning of Emarcid, adjective, flaccid, wilted, bedraggled, wilty, withered, drooped, kippered.
Kippered?
Emasculated, unflourishing, frail, debilitated.
Sounds like an article about English cricket in the 90s, doesn't it?
Oi,
Michael Henderson, that, wasn't it?
Steady on. I used to play in the 90s.
Just saying how the newspapers reported it, Tuffers.
Calling me shriveled up.
It's a great
90s.
word. We've got to apply that to commentary sometime. But who was I? Francis Edmonds was on one time with me. Roger Black.
Yes, well, Francis was very
John
good.
Humphreys was on.
Good at all that, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was great fun.
Yeah.
Right, Mohammad Abbas, inevitably, is shuffling in from the far end and starts with a very good ball.
Who would have been the host of that,
Jay?
Who was the host
That
of that?
was the fellow who used to do Blockbusters.
Oh, can I have a pee, please, Bob?
Correct. Bob Holness.
Bob Holness, that's it.
He was the host. Great. It's just such a simple show.
Yeah, absolutely. Three chairs and a buzzer.
Yeah.
There you go. Simple. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Actually, I don't think it was even a buzzer.
No.
Because it was just your turn.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. All these, thousands of wildebeest and smoke and everything. Just having a nice chat.
It was so good.
Oh, well, nice.
Up comes The next one outside the off stump. In fact, I think my definition of a marsid made the Christmas special.
Oh, okay. It must have been very good.
Well, it was quite funny.
Can you get that on?
I think hopefully it's gone.
That's it.
That was a long time ago.
I want to find that. If anyone out there,
Yeah.
I want to see.
Search Call My Bluff in Marsid.
Yeah. Had you given up? Had you retired by then, or were you playing?
I was doing this.
Oh, you're doing this. Wow.
Lead 263.
It's enough.
Here comes Abbas, he bowls, and that's steered away into gully by Gay. It's about the only afternoon show you haven't done, isn't it?
What's that?
Call My Bluff. You've done everything else.
Well, I think I might well have done one, but I think the new one's called Would I Lie to You, which is that sort of similar?
I guess similar level of how to put this one.
Trying to say things.
Untruthfulness.
Yeah.
Term that doesn't involve
trying to get them to say, is that the right definition? You know, are you telling the? Yeah.
Sandy Toksvig, of course, former host of the News Quiz, which returns on Radio 4 next week.
Lovely.
Friday evening, 6:30 p.m.
Yeah, I'll cross them unanimous.
Well, there's nothing been happening over the last few weeks, has there? Nice. I think you've plenty of material for you. 83 for 3. Abbas bowls. Oh, there's a peel flick before wicket out. That's gone straight along the ground. And poor old Gay, you can't play that. And that is a throwback to the Test match against New Zealand. That is shot along the ground.
Poor old Emilio.
No.
He finds some ways to get out, doesn't he? Poor old Emilio. He's batted really well there. He's hung around and then you get an absolute P-roller, daisy cutter, whatever you want to call it.
That's a stinker.
Yeah, bang in front of all three.
Unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. Straight, pitched on the stumps and shot along the ground.
Oh, dear. No chance.
Awful.
Where's that come from?
I don't know.
Just short of a length. You line it up, you look to go back on the back foot, and you just go, oh, my life.
Yeah, that will send a shiver through the groundsman's spine, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Unlucky Emilio. He's done his job again all right there. You know, for a lot of the batters have found it very, very difficult on this pitch, haven't they? And he's hung around and he's worked sort of a technique out to try and stick around. He got a few away as well. And then he gets another one. He hasn't had that little bit of luck, I mean.
No. See Marcus Treskothic shaking his head. I think he's seen the replay.
Yeah, he's had a few of them himself probably over the years. Well, I know he has.
Totally unplayable.
Yeah, no good, that.
Well, Dan Lawrence will have seen that.
Yeah, well, so with the Pakistani batters as well.
Well, yes, indeed.
It's all very well and good all going up to your bowler, isn't it? Patting him on the back. Big going,
smiles.
Oh, no. I'm going to have to get him on in a minute. Yeah.
So Lawrence arrives. He was nicely set and then ran himself out in the first innings.
Yeah. A bit dawdly, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a bit.
Sort of ran halfway down the pitch and then just sort of wandered back.
Yeah. The lead 263 as he takes guard. It's all the floodlights shining brightly. Heavy cloud over in the west and southwest. No breaks, but no rain at the moment. Lawrence looks around, finds 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover. Mid-on's quite straight. Mid-wicket, he'll be aware of that because that's where he was run out. And a long leg down to our left. Abbas from the pavilion end moves in bowls to Lawrence, who plays his first ball firmly to mid-off. Hit that very crisply indeed.
Yeah, a bit wide, wasn't it? Could have easily left that, but decided to have a little poke out at it. Nicely timed.
Spider Cam been very busy this game, and it's coming in for a very close look at the slips at the moment.
Well, I was out there yesterday morning and it came zooming down at us. It was quite off-putting.
Yeah. Abbas bowls, and Lawrence takes a big step across in front of his stumps and then lets the ball go.
Old Rizwan's tried to do an Alex Carey there quietly.
Who does Dan Lawrence remind you of?
Oh, okay.
You need a close-up look at him through his helmet.
Right.
He is a former view from the boundary.
Okay. Oh, crikey.
How far back are we going?
Yeah.
Oh, not long. Not long. You could just look at him through the helmet when you get a chance.
Yeah.
You can play this at home if you like.
Got nothing better to do on a Saturday afternoon.
You just look.
Go on, where is he? Let's have a look.
It's not facing. Harry
that's
Brooks
Harry,
facing at the moment.
He looks like Harry Brook. Oh, it is Harry Brook.
I'm not going to give it away yet.
No, okay.
And goes Curran. Bowls. Oh, good one there. Beats the bed. Beats the
swing,
outside edge.
bit of swing.
Yeah.
Nice bit of swing. He's got a strange action, hasn't he? He runs up, he sort of jumps out to then get that angle in and then look to try and swing it away from the right hander.
83 for 4.
Give us a clue. Give us a clue.
No, I'm waiting for a close-up. And I'll point it out, then I'll give you a clue.
Dan Lawrence.
But you need to see him with the helmet on.
Oh, okay. Is it someone in prison?
No.
Someone who wears a helmet for a living professionally?
Oh.
I don't think I've seen him wearing a helmet.
Oh.
There's Curran. Bowls. Oh, that went a long way. Brooke let it go, and that it seemed about a foot.
It's behind, but it's nothing to do with sort of behind a grill or bar.
No,
it's just a look.
Purely his face.
Right, okay. Ah, would you believe it? There's no picture of him.
Well, keep focusing on Harry at the moment. We'll see him in a minute. When Harry gets a single, your opportunity will come. You're poised about something.
Well, I'll come to it after this ball about the regularity of wickets at Lords this summer.
Oh.
Blimey. I reckon they're going at about one every 5 overs, isn't it?
Yeah. Curran. Bowls.
Well,
that's another one that's shot along the ground.
What's happening here?
Kept very, very low.
Is that atmosphere, or has it got a bit damp or something?
Fortunately, it wasn't straight.
No. That's a couple that have not bounced 5 inches.
Wow. Really scuttled again from decent length.
Yeah. Not great carry that.
Yeah, so this summer it is basically exactly a wicket every 30 balls, every 5 overs. Two tests on this ground. I'll put that in context.
The lead 263, Curran again on his way. Bowls to Brooke, who comes carefully forward. Curran fields that in his left hand.
So the New Zealand test, just under 25 balls per wicket. In this test so far, just under 35 balls per wicket. They're both in the top 5 lowest figures for any Lords test, along with the South Africa test here in 2022, the Ireland test of 2019, and then you go back to 1888. So recent tests at Lords, and we talked about this quite a lot this summer. I've seen wickets falling at an unprecedented rate for this ground.
Goes Curran again, and that comes cutting back and hits Brooke up on the inside thigh now. Wow, it's going all over the place out there.
The last 15 tests before this one, it was 46 balls per wicket. Going back to the 2000, it was around about 70 balls per wicket, so it's come down enormously. And also, I've been looking at the highest innings in these 2 tests. The highest so far, Jamie Smith's 61 in the first innings here. This is across the New Zealand test and this one. Only 8 scores over 40. One by Glenn Phillips batting down the order for New Zealand in the test, and Atkinson in this match.
Curran to try and complete a very testing maiden, and Brooke comes forward there, going to get a bit low, but he's getting as far forward as he can, and that ends the over.
And of the other 6 scores of 40 or more by some top and middle order players, none have got past 61, as I mentioned with Smith, and 5 of those 6 have featured a drop catch before the player had reached 25. So even those who've managed to chisel out some runs have had to rely on fielders. So these pitches have produced some of the hardest batting conditions ever seen in Test cricket in England.
Well, you can go tell Emilio Gay that. I don't think he'll disagree with you.
Yeah, he'll be sat in the loos.
Who was it who got the absolute shooter against New Zealand? Smith.
It was Bethel. I think that was even better than that one.
Right, Abbas then bowling to Lawrence, and goes forward, clips that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Right, you're going to see his face here, Tuffers. Actually, at the moment, you're going to see his back.
Turn round, will you? Where is he?
There you are. Who is that? Andy? No, you're not playing.
Sacha Baron-Cohen?
No.
No? A little bit, a little resemblance. Oh, I don't know.
Does that look like him?
Eh? Oh, yes. I did the wheel with him.
Stephen Mangan.
Yes, that's
Dan
right.
Lawrence
he
is
does.
Stephen Mangan.
He does look like
Yeah.
him.
Now, he's had a massive swipe here. Charging down the pitch. I think Stephen Mangan will be quite proud of that shot. It's actually the sort of calibre of shot that he might play. Charged down the pitch, massive swipe, and the ball's flown over slip for 4.
Massive Yahoo. Well, I think probably that some of these England batters have been sat up in the dressing room thinking that's probably the best way of trying to get a few here.
It might be now.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen that one to Emilio Gay, an absolute worm burner. And it's zipping around everywhere, swinging around everywhere. May as well have a bit of a Yahoo.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Good shout, that,
Do you
John.
think?
Yeah, no, very good.
If you just cut, that's why the helmet's important. You
Yeah.
just look at the face.
No, I can see that.
I can still hear him shouting, Dan, Dan, or being shouted at as Dan, Dan, Dan in Partridge. Remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Dan, Dan, Dan.
That's right. Yeah, it's just completely
Ignored him completely. Dan.
Oh, no, we're big mates. We're big mates.
Right, the keeper's coming up as a result of that. And so Lawrence is taking his guard again.
Yeah, if you're going to have to swipe, you're going to have to swipe from the crease.
Yeah. Quite a breeze now, ruffling the Pakistani fielder's trousers. As this one's on the leg stump, flicked firmly out to mid-wicket. And fielded very cleanly. And there's no run. James Crawford has just emailed Lawrence doppelganger, dead ringer for Stephen Mangan.
Wow.
Do I win a cake? Well done, James. I'm with you. Absolute doppelganger.
Yeah. Not just you.
No. I just saw it. I saw him with the helmet. I thought, yeah, that's Stephen.
Well, you do meet the great and the good during your bit, don't you?
Well, he's been here a couple of times.
Yeah.
He popped in.
That was it.
Yeah, nice chap. 87 for 4. And here's a thick outside edge this time as Lawrence comes forward. Plays out to backward point. Yeah, well, bin face. I mean, that's going to be.
That's Edgbaston, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I could finish to the season. Look, all we've had for the former head of MI6, we've had the Government Bank of England, we've had the leading BBC political correspondent of our time, and Count Binface. I mean, it's perfect.
Landed gentry, isn't he, Count?
Yes.
Oh, Count.
Yeah, he's not coming. I don't think he's coming as the Count. It'd be quite nice if he came with his hat on.
With his bin on.
His bin on. This is pushed away off the front foot by Lawrence.
Did well, did he? Did rather well, didn't he?
Raked in 20-odd%, I think. But I mean, the only thing is, I mean, he's coming to Edgbaston, and so if he came as the Count, he could be any of the fancy dresses, couldn't he, in the Hollies stand?
Yeah.
So there's bound to be a few bin faces in there. Anyway, that's the end of the over. That's me done, Tuffers. 87 for 4, Brooke 8, Lawrence 4. Some thoughts from you, and then Alison's coming in here.
Well, the pitch is still doing it for the Seamers. England won't mind that at all. They're in such a good position. 267 lead, still 6 wickets in the hutch. Yeah, they're looking very, very strong. I should imagine these two might start playing a few shots, Ali.
Hello, Tuffers.
Afternoon.
Early evidence of that with Lawrence charging just then.
Came from nowhere, that one, didn't it?
Well, as Jofra Archer was saying last night, the batters at some point just feel like one's got your name on it.
Absolutely.
So therefore, we might see them try to score some runs quickly. 3 slips and the gully over the wicket here with the keeper standing up and into the gloves of Rizwan. Abbas continuing from the pavilion end. Dry at the moment, floodlights on, grey cloud overhead, a decent breeze blowing, keeping that MCC flag above the grandstand. And the triangular shape that it is blowing stiffly, rippling away.
Yes, it is.
But what a delivery that Emilio Gay got.
Oh.
How many words have you got, Tuffers? I've heard you give a couple already for the ball that shoots along the ground.
Yes, P-roller.
Yep.
Worm burner. Daisy cutter.
Daisy cutter, that's the good one, isn't it? Grubber, Aga said as well.
Yes, there's a few. I bet there's a few more out there. And he's got one.
Shooter.
Shooter, absolutely.
P-shooter, P-roller.
Yeah.
I bet our listeners have got a few. There's probably a few nicknames in club cricket for those kind of deliveries.
Cool, yeah, I bet there's a few of them on a Saturday.
New over, Karam in, dropped outside the off stump by Brooke. 8 from 25 he is. Lawrence on 4 after Emilio Gay added just 1. 4 balls faced after the rain delay and scooted through.
All
There we
that
go.
work
A
yesterday.
Scooter?
Shooter, yeah, Scuttler.
Scuttler.
There you go. A lot of the S's.
I wanted to say Zooter, but no, that's a Shane Warne
Well, yeah.
expression.
But that was, that's a similar delivery. The Zooter is the ones that
Skidded
sort of
on.
skids and the flipper. Yeah, he did all that hard work yesterday, Emilio, and then he's waited all morning, come out and then gets one of them.
Two
Unlucky,
slips and the gully as Karam is in. A little bit fuller, turned and beats mid on.
Nice.
And that's going for 4. Along the ground.
Use of the feet. Might see Rizwan come up to the stumps to Karoom as well.
Yeah, just to keep Brooke
Yeah.
back in the crease. He's 12 now, not out. 91 for 4 England. The lead is up to 271.
Well, that is the way that you can somehow sort of try and counteract that swing, extravagant seam. Try and get at
Step
it, try
out
and
the
meet
crease.
it. Yeah.
There was a little shimmy there, wasn't it? Almost
Yeah.
a sort of a step gallop.
Yeah, a chassé.
Chassé.
If that's the right
Were you
word.
good at those on the dance floor,
I
Tuffers,
was all
when you were
right.
with Strictly?
I had a very good Botafogo.
Karam is in, full of ball, again whipped with the wrist, but this time to mid-on. Firmly struck by Brooke. There's a certain a degree here of say positivity and needing to find a way to score some runs before the ball finds you out.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there's a bit of threat of rain about tomorrow as well, and perhaps later on in the day. So you can't afford just to hang about. I mean, it's such a great position. You kind of think that's probably enough anyway, no disrespect. But England will definitely want another 100 or something.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Absolutely safe.
Yeah.
Might not be that simple though, as Karam is in here. Brooks solidly in defence this time, getting well forward over the ball, and Karam picking up in his follow through. There's no run. A little bit darker clouds over the grandstand still, aren't they, in the far distance? But
I think that might have gone.
oh, is it going that?
Well,
yeah, of course. The flag, the wind's taking it away from us.
But having played here for a while, that is usually where it comes from. So. And I can remember an older player of me saying, if it comes up from against the wind from there, which I don't know whether it was possible, you are in trouble. If it comes up against the wind, it is.
I'd suggest we probably are.
End of the world, yeah, end of the world.
Apocalyptic. Let's hope not. Here is Karam in again now. Bit of whip slashed away, top edge, over the cordon and between the gap, really, down to boundary for 4 in the Allen stand. Flashy from Brooke, again throwing their hands at it. And he gets the boundary. It was comfortably over the top of the cordon.
That would have taken some catching.
Yeah.
That would have taken some catching. That
Went
was a
hard.
real hack. Width, full. May as well. Why not? I mean, as you say, it's going to take some catching if you do get a decent nick on that. That's absolutely flew through the slips.
It takes England on to 95 for 4. Brooke on to 16. I feel like this could be quite an entertaining kind of knock here from Brooke. He waits with his bat held high. Works this more conventionally up the slope towards the grandstand. Come back for 2. A dive, a slide from Masood in the deep to retrieve it. And it's a comfortable 2 for Brooke. On to 18, 97 for 4. England, so the lead now 277. Yeah, I think this innings might be in contrast to the one we saw from him at Headingley, where he didn't really play too many flamboyant strokes, did he? But I think this time we'll see a little bit of, sort of variety in his stroke play in order to get some runs in difficult conditions.
Yes, it still went at a run a ball though, didn't he?
Yeah,
Didn't he?
still, yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's not like it was.
He wasn't a slouch.
No, still ticking things over. But I think you're right. I think we've been after this a little bit from this batting lineup, haven't we? Sort of realising situations and states of games, pitches and what have you. And I think that this is now the time when you can be a little bit. If you see one and you fancy it a bit wide, give it a dart.
After this pair, Jamie Smith to come in, and then it's Robinson, Atkinson, Archer and Tongue. Emilio Gay, the man out on the resumption, adding just 1. Out for 31 LBW to Abbas, a ball that scooted through low, had no chance at all, LBW. 2 slips in the gully, keeper up again here to Abbas, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Lawrence, into the gloves of Rizwan. Backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg here with the floodlights on at Lord's. Delayed start, 2:20 we got underway. So we're playing until 20 to 5 when the scheduled tea break will take place. And hopefully we'll get an evening session after that as well. Tufts has made way for Victor. Hello, Vic.
Hello, I think it strikes me, having seen the Gay dismissal with that ball scuttling, it gives freedom for this pair to say, well, look what's happening.
Yeah. Abbas moves in here, and that's caught him on the thigh pad, ricochets out towards the offside into the ground. Abbas is a bit of a follow through there, and I take a smiling word to Dan Lawrence, who grins back at him.
They're all
Rizwan is
smiling at the
smiling as
moment.
well. I think they realise it's a tricky time there for the batters.
Well, it is, and therefore they can employ the logic of, well, if it's imminent to get another scuttler, we might as well play some shots because we can't do anything about those. And at 277 ahead, I suppose they've got the freedom to do it and could keep everyone entertained if they stay there. You don't quite know where the ball's going to go.
Lawrence waits. Abbas outside the off stump and into the gloves of Rizwan. Now, judging by his reaction, that could not have been far away from the off stump. Rizwan has his back to us.
I'm pretty sure that was quite close.
Yes. Abbas had his hands on his head. Rizwan just held the ball. Almost a bit of a gasp.
Quite close, yeah. Just actually too much bounce as well. Slightly wide of off stump and just enough bounce that it might have gone over the top as well. But it's great to have some cricket. It's not
It is.
looking too good back over that way, is it?
Tougher than I were just talking about that, hoping it's going to skirt around us. Abbas moves in over the green turf. Forward comes Lawrence. He's out into the offside. The fielder is there and there's no run. Well, I'd imagine that the MCC would have been watching that Emilio Gay wicket and had a slight shudder, perhaps, after that unsatisfactory rating in the New Zealand Test.
We've seen quite a lot of sideways movement in this match. We haven't seen much go up and down, but that one, I mean, that really did. That was just above the ankle, wasn't it?
It was horrible. What's your favourite word for the one that goes low? You've used the word scuttler.
Well, I
since you
do. I
sat
think
down.
scuttle keeps coming out, but I mean, a scuttler is not really a common usage.
Oh, the more unusual, the better, Vic. Abbas in here. Oh, and that's got Lawrence in a tangle. He came forward. He's still leaning on his bat handle. And it's been gathered by Rizwan. The ball ballooned up.
I think sort of at junior school, it might have been a daisy cutter.
Yeah, Zoltz
a
gave
few
daisy
years back.
cutter.
We've had daisy cutter.
The grubber and the pea shooter.
Pea shooter, yeah.
Pea roller.
Why the pea shooter? I mean, Elio.
Just shooter, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
I remember Bill Frindle's notes when he used to write out descriptions of dismissals.
He might use
shooter.
Shooter.
Yeah.
I've gone for the grubber on my notepad there. Grubs through.
Yeah, well,
Abbas
can't argue with that.
Abbas is running towards us at past the umpire, and now Lawrence is forward. Now he's missed another one, playing defensively, and in fact Rizwan's missed it, and it struck him on his right shoulder, and the ball's dropped down into the pitch in front of Lawrence. And whether Rizwan might retreat.
Almost, he won't retreat. He won't be allowed to, because if he retreats, Lawrence will run down the wicket at him, and that hit him on the shoulder, I think.
He looked to be in a degree of pain.
That is the opposite of a grubber. On the nose, do you think?
Well, I think it also might have come up from perhaps shoulder onto his jawline, because he's now removed his helmet, and he's sort of opening and closing his jaw, as if that has struck him right on the chin.
Actually, it wasn't that it hit the pad along the way. I think hit the front pad that made it go higher still, probably, or the back leg.
High on the back leg, almost, wasn't it? Hip onto sort of throat and shoulder.
Who'd be a keeper, eh? But I think off the sort of hip of Woods and the brave Rizwan. I thought, a concussion test of it on the helmet. His jaw. He's touching his jaw.
And the physio will test, I'm sure, for concussion and ask him a few questions, but the physio is making his way off the field, so Rizwan heading back towards his helmet. He'll carry on.
Interesting innings from Harry Brooks so far, very attacking in that last over after seeing the inconsistent bounce that dismissed Gabe. Quite a restrained start to his innings. It's his first 25 balls, he had just 8 runs, which is one of his lowest scores after 25 balls in his Test career.
New over, Karam under leaden skies. Balls outside the off stump. That one has gone low through to Rizwan, left alone by Brook. And Rizwan has now worn one on, I think, the wrist, perhaps. He's taken off his keeping gloves. He's not having a happy time of it out there. And a pitch which does offer some uneven bounce is not only a problem for the batters.
I don't think Lords is the favourite for keepers, because there was a phase where, for some reason at Lords, the ball would swing after bouncing. And
That one did seem to move late, slightly away from Rizwan.
yeah.
And
Anyway, he's ploughing on.
So Brooke, in his first 25 balls, left 7. Only once has he left more than that in his first 25 balls, and defended 8. You add those two together, 15 balls defended or left, which is the joint most, according to the CricViz data, that Root has either defended or left at the start of an innings in his first 25 balls.
Invaluable stuff on a rainy day.
97 for 4. That's been pitched well outside the off stump, and then it's moved away down the slope, and Rizwan again hasn't been able to take it cleanly. I think he's sort of laughing somewhat at the situation, and an arm on the shoulder and a pat on the back as well from his teammates. He's saying, how can I cope with this? He's doing his best. That was a slightly wayward delivery from Karam as well. The lead 277 at the moment. And Harry Brook out there, 18 off 32. Lawrence 4 from 14 coming in after Emilio Gay got a grubber, kept low from Abbas. LBW adding just 1 to his overnight score. Well, Rizwan is ready behind the stumps again, and Karam moves in over the wickety bowls, and that one's left alone. And again, it lands around at, well, ground height, and Rizwan drops one knee to gather the ball right in front of him. So not straightforward out there at all. Now Shan Masood has dropped back for this Karam over, back to deep backwards square leg from his position at mid-wicket. And Brook adjusting his gloves, getting ready again. It feels like it's getting a bit gloomier once more at Lords. And these floodlights create a bit more of a shadow around the players' feet. Karam moves in past the umpire in his white Panama hat over the wickety bowls, just moving forward out of his crease. Brook then defends. The ball runs up towards Muhammad Ali, and there is no run. Vic, have you seen this story about, it's not raining again, is it? No, I think it's just getting a bit darker at the moment.
I think it's going to, but go on.
Have you seen the story about the club cricketer whose team has made it to the final of the Village Cup here at Lords on the 6th of September? That's next Sunday, which is brilliant for Blackheath Cricket Club.
Village, but anyway, go on.
One of the players then, who is due to play in this final next Sunday, as Karam moves in, a little shimmy forward and a bit of a play and a miss there from Brook, is it? Who came forward defensively and now it dropped his hands at the very last moment. Through to Rizwan it goes, with a clean take from the keeper that time.
I think it left him. I think that was a serious delivery. Anyway, a nasty delivery, but he nowhere near it. And anyway, go on.
One of the players is in the final, due to get married the day before, as far away as North Wales. How can he get from North Wales, post his own wedding day, to play in an 11 a.m. cup final at Lords? Karam in, angles it in, he's got an awful tangle there, looking to play to the leg side, and there's some interest in an LBW.
Rizwan wants it.
He's keen, he's jogging forward as the keeper. Brook is on 18. He tried to make a bit of a shimmy forward. He's then defensively tried to work it into the leg side. Are we going to have a look at this?
I think.
All eyes on Barber?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Well, they will. It's Harry Brook. It's murky conditions. It's been challenging out there for the batters.
Director, third umpire. We have a player review for LPW. Original decision is not out. Deliveries go to front on when it's ready.
All right, Chris Gaffney then, the TV umpire, a third umpire to judge this one. It's 97 for 4 at the moment. Ball pitched, moved back into
Nice
Brook.
and slow.
It's a good shot. It's nipped back.
there's
Yet
no
another
bet
one
involved
that's
there. You
nipped
go
back,
ball
coming
triple,
up
it's
the
ready.
hill. I mean, it's a good shout. It's a question. I don't think he's hit it. No, he's missed it. I'm pretty sure.
Is it going to be hitting leg stump?
Well, we keep thinking with these we're going to get an orange.
No problem.
But
That's when it's ready.
we haven't had many oranges, as in umpires' calls.
Not the fruit. It strikes him just above the knee roll, but he's pinned on the crease. It has moved back appreciably up the slope.
I'm frightened about this Blackheath cricketer at the moment, but I'll
Oh,
try
I'm
and
keeping
we'll
you in
focus on the
suspense,
elbow.
Vic. In
is there more
suspense
to
for the
come?
Original decision
LBW.
is not out. Pitching outside off, impacts in line, wickets missing.
Just missing
Colleagues
down
will
leg
get back on
side
screen
and
just out your
band.
original decision of
Good
not
ball,
out.
but he's got the ball to move both ways in this over.
Yeah,
It's not
height
easy
issue
for
as well.
Brooke.
Well, Brooke survives on 18. So can the groom get to the cricket ground on time to play in the Village Cup final,
Well,
which is a
he
huge deal for...
drive through the night.
Do you want to get up at 5 a.m. after
Well,
your wedding
I'm
night?
trying
Is
to
that going to spoil your wedding night, knowing you've got an early
Well,
alarm?
this is 2026 we're talking about now. I mean, well, this thought occurs to me that this guy from Blackheath, there may be just one chance in his life to play cricket at Lord's,
Exactly.
but he could get married several times. It's not an encouraging thought just before your wedding, but it's just this one that occurred to me.
Who says romance is dead?
We'll watch this delivery. Abbas in, new over, 2 slips and the gully. Lawrence is facing up. Ben Lawrence is stroking it away. Has he got it past mid-off? It's a half stop. They'll take one. They're coming back for the second. Harry Brooks getting his head down, charging through. Well, it's a stinger of a ball back into the bowler. Muhammad Ali there, actually, who was covering the stumps for Abbas. Wasn't able to catch the ball, but it certainly left him wringing his hands as Brooke was home. So England 99 for 4 now, and the lead 279. Well, the only thing for it, Vic, his teammates have decided.
Oh, right,
his
yes.
teammates decided he must take a helicopter.
Oh my goodness!
That is the only way
The
he can get
village cricket team
from
can
his...
afford a helicopter.
Well, he can't. That's
Oh, right.
been the problem, or the issue, or the story. Abbas rushing in again with the pavilion behind him. For Lawrence pressing forward defensively, almost squeezed it past the edge of the bat.
I tell you what, he must be a good player, this bloke.
Well, his teammates rallied around. They set up a crowdfunder. Yeah, they've done a
right.
fundraiser.
And they've got the helicopter now.
I believe they might have the helicopter. I'm not sure that Piers Morgan might have had something to do with getting the final funds for the helicopter. He's certainly been aware of the crowdfunder. But yeah, it made the news that this call went out. You know, never mind getting to the church on time. Can you get to Lord's on time? Which for some people is your cricketing church. I fear some rain is blowing in, Victor, at the moment. Abbas moves in. Blustery conditions, beats the outside edge and into the gloves of Rizwan. He takes it that time.
If he was a seam bowler looking at this pitch, I think he'd cancel the wedding.
Well, I wonder.
Although
we desperately want to know what happens to him on September the 6th.
Well, exactly. Apparently they can't land the helicopter. I think this might be the umpires calling the rain. Yeah, the rain suddenly come down in a flurry. It's really filled in. It's blustering across the ground. The wind has picked up as well. Umbrellas going up and one being blown inside out as well on the ground level. So the hover cover is ramping up and the green tarpaulin below us is starting to billow as the ground staff get around the corners
Yeah, they're
of it to
sprinting
pull it
off.
out. Yeah, off go the players into the pavilion. So 99 for 4 after the resumption at 81 for 3. Emilio Gay faced just 4 balls. The fourth one he got was a real grubber from Mohamed Abbas, scooted into his pad. Really nothing he could have done about it. So his is the only wicket to fall. Got Brooke on 18 off 36, playing some enterprising shots, attempting to attack where he could. And Lawrence, 6 from 17. So England's lead is up to 279. Let's hope that this blows through and we can still get some more play.
Well, there is a fair breeze, and looking away to our right, it is really filled in, but that's where it's disappearing that way. It's suddenly very bleak, and it's suddenly actually raining pretty hard. So even at Lord's, it's going to take a while, I think. Before we get out there again. Hopefully we will get out there again. The scooter, he got a scooter, that's another word.
Well, maybe the groom could scoot from Wales to Lord's.
No, he's got the helicopter.
Well, the question was where do you land your helicopter?
There's a nice nursery in there.
Well, there is, and helicopters can land on the nursery
there you
ground.
go.
I've seen. Well, we saw Alan Stamford land a helicopter on the nursery ground.
Well, you
didn't we?
did. I heard about it.
And also, I've witnessed the air ambulance land on the nursery ground also. But apparently, they couldn't get permission to land on the nursery ground for this particular occasion.
Oh dear.
But apparently,
is
there
that Lord's
is
permission or some
I think
some other authority?
I couldn't answer that question. I can't answer that question. I've read that they're not able to land a helicopter here, but there is somewhere about 10 minutes drive away.
We could jump out.
Parachute.
down.
Parachute. That would be good, wouldn't
That
it?
would be a dramatic entrance, wouldn't it?
I hope he gets some. I hope he doesn't get a first ball out or a scooter.
Well,
first of all.
I hope they get decent weather, because I don't think a helicopter would do too well in blustery, windy conditions either. I mean, it'd be disastrous, wouldn't it? You've booked your helicopter, got the chopper ready. You're on a tight time scale. I don't know what the journey would be from North Wales to St John's Wood via helicopter.
Well, curiously, nor do I.
Where's Aggers? We need him. He's our
I know
pilot
he'd know.
resident.
And he'd know which airports you've got to check the weather with and what route is the best.
Yeah.
You could get someone to stand in from at the wedding, couldn't you? It's like a body double.
Do you think the bride would notice?
Well, I think you've certainly generated a bit of interest, a bit more interest, which is a long-standing fixture, actually, the village final.
But this is the thing, because it's Peter, and his surname, I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing it right, Mellish,
yeah.
Peter, the groom in question, is a devout cricketer of Blackheath. Like, it's, the cricket club means so much to him that when he and his wife to be were planning the date of their wedding, apparently it was planned around the cricket season, as any good club cricketer would do. Yeah, so it was very much like, here is the season, here's the end of the season, let's plan the wedding for the weekend after.
So the league's finished, and there's no
we
chance.
Won't be in the final.
No chance.
And lo and behold, probably the first time in Blackheath's long and illustrious history that they've made the Village Cup final. I'm not sure, but I think it's the first time certainly that Peter would have the chance to play in it and play at Lord's.
It's a big village, Blackheath, and it's in London somewhere. Anyway, well, good luck to, I don't know who they're playing.
That's a very good point. I'm not sure who the opponents are in the Village Cup final. But,
Well, we want to know what happens.
Well, we need the next instalment by the Edgbaston Test match. By next weekend, we'll know if a helicopter has hovered in over St John's Wood, whether it's landed a 10-minute drive nearby, or whether somebody's jumped out with a parachute attached to their back and lands in the middle of the nursery ground with a cricket bag on their back.
Yeah, his right's on already.
Here
it's, I mean, it was a really heavy score, but it's disappeared quite quickly. It's actually, I think it's stopped raining now. That doesn't
a few
mean
umbrellas still up in the stands, aren't they? But certainly not what it was.
I think it's Blackheath near Guildford rather than the Blackheath in
London.
Southeast London.
Oh, right.
The looks of it. And they are playing.
Who are they? Yeah, who are their opponents?
Cockney Cricket Club.
Who?
Cockney.
Where's that then? He's got. Hang on.
He's
It might take him a little time. It always used to be Troon, or there's quite a Cornish element to it. Not Troon.
Do Cockney have a history in the Village Cup? Have they made the final before?
That's outside my pay grade, but it's near Mansfield.
Right, okay, Nottinghamshire. Well, that's happening here next Sunday. The umpires have emerged from the pavilion without umbrellas, so this is a good sign. The hover cover is still firmly in place. 2 tarpaulins covering the bowlers' run-ups. That's all we've got so far, so they haven't seen fit to unfurl the side covers that cover the square.
And one of them's pointing at the cloud that's just disappeared sort of over the grandstand. It was suddenly very dark and very wet. And now they're going to tidy up, get rid of the tarpaulins covering the bowlers' run-up. So maybe they've been reasonably proactive here, I think.
This is promising.
The rope, is that going to come round again?
Well, the tractors are doing their thing. The tractors are trundling around the outfield at the moment. No rope attached as yet. The sponge that covers the rope down at the end in front of us is, if you like, that gateway remains open so the hover cover can be taken off the ground. The umpires are standing in a little trio at the moment, the 3 of them.
Waving
Umbrellas and pointing, closed umbrellas, we should say. It does feel brighter. There's almost a break in the cloud up above us where the sun might be trying to break through. So let's hope.
What we note is that it's doing a bit out there. We've seen the scuttler or the scooter or whatever we want to call it. But in that last over, he bowled one beautiful ball that left Harry Brook. Then the one that nipped back, LBW Shet, just missing leg. It's skipping around all over the shop at the moment, partly because it's been covered up and there's dampness around, I guess. But it's not easy batting out there.
No, and it's going to be a challenge for Jamie Smith to come in next, and then how long can Robinson, Atkinson, Archer, Tongue survive when the pitch is doing a little bit. The covers are starting to be taken off. This is very good news. So hopefully we'll be back on before too long. So that's the bowlers' run-ups being revealed once again. And I think the wind has died down a touch also at ground level. Although I say that, the cover down at the far end in front of the pavilion is still billowing somewhat. I tell you what, Victor, it is drier at the moment than the surface that I witnessed for a cricket match a couple of weekends ago.
Yes.
I went to the Bramble Bank cricket match. Have you heard of this?
Well, only because not until today is the answer. And the Bramble Bank, you can't see it very often, is that right?
Bramble Bank is a sandbank, a sandbar, you might say, triangular shaped, in the middle of the Solent. So between the coast of the Isle of Wight and Hampshire.
Yep. You're
And
so
this-
intrepid, Ali.
It's a match that takes place once a year between two yacht clubs with very enthusiastic cricketers, the Royal Southern Yacht Club, who are based in Hamble, and the Island Sailing Club, Isle of Wight. And when you get a particular tide, and this is where the geography geek in me comes out, Victor, a spring tide, where the sun and the moon are aligned in such a way that the water pulls back. The tide,
I see.
The difference in low tide and high tide is at its greatest.
Oh, I see. So this opportunity only arises in rarely.
Exactly.
Okay, I got it.
So the tide reveals the sandbank in the middle of the ocean, effectively. It's sort of this cricket surface is revealed. And what happened was I went down to Hamble, stayed overnight in the Royal Southern Yacht Club. This is for Open Country on Radio 4, by the way, which is coming out on Thursday, so people can listen to the whole experience. But getting up at 5 in the morning, getting onto a little rib.
I know what a rib. I know what they are. Those
inflatable
little, yeah.
boat.
They're not very big, those things, are they?
Ours was quite comfy, actually. I see
Okay.
some of these with like armchairs in the back.
Okay.
So we were sped out across the Solent, and I was not expecting to see as many people as I suddenly saw gathered around this sandbank. But then I'd been told, cricket match is going to take place.
So when you got there, was the sandbank visible?
It was by this
the tide
stage.
had
So this was
gone,
about 6:30 in the morning, I
Okay.
think. We arrived at this sandbank in a flotilla.
They have any light meters?
No, surprisingly. But they had
Oh, yeah.
real cricket stumps were
Yeah.
already in the ground by the time I was there. A real cricket ball was being used, 'cause I imagine surely on a bit of sand you'd be using a tennis ball, but a real cricket ball was being used. And there were two teams of cricketers fully in whites, but an array of different footwear because the trouser legs were sort of, pulled up to calf level, knee level.
There's still puddles around where
Well,
the
the
bank is.
surface was not at all what I was expecting because if you think of a game of beach cricket, you imagine a lovely flat expanse of sand, the waves lapping the shore, Barbados, one of those beautiful beaches at Henley in Adelaide, lovely flat surface. This was like the surface of the moon. The seabed has been revealed and it is undulating and there are huge puddles of seawater. And yet the cricketers enthusiastically bowling the ball and pitching it. I was expecting there would be a lot of full
when
tosses.
it hit the sand, did it not just go plop and stay stuck in there?
Well, they tried to not aim for a puddle of seawater.
Okay.
But there were a few sixes swatted over the heads of spectators who had all come in their own boats and pulled up their boats on the shore of this very small
So the
triangular area of
boundaries was
sand.
where the water started again, was it? More
There
or
were
less?
some small little flags even,
Oh,
triangular
right.
flags planted in the sand to create a nominal boundary, I would say.
Okay.
And a scoreboard had been erected on the sand also. And there were all sorts of people there, younger, older, some little toddlers there, people
Well,
who brought
you
their
told
kids
me
in wellies. And
an old colleague of mine briefly, Norman Cowans.
Norman Cowans was playing. Yep, former England fast bowler.
Has he lost any pace?
He zipped it in off a lump of sand. He was very much a ring-in. He lives in Southampton. I think his
right.
connection to the yacht club was fairly vague insofar as he goes to
He
the
was
same
quite a
gym as
handy
somebody who is a member of the yacht club, and they invited him to play in this match. And tell you who also played in it, though, was Sir Robin Knox-Johnston.
Oh, my goodness.
The first person to
He'd know about tides, wouldn't he?
Well, exactly. He sailed, the first person to solo navigate, to sail non-stop, single-handedly around the world. And he is a huge cricket fan. He's been a guest with Agaz on View from the Boundary as well in the past. He's a left-hander. He self-confessed not a very good cricketer, he said to me.
Well, he can't be, he'd probably get in the England seniors team, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah, no.
I imagine.
That's what I said, the age range of who was taking part in this match.
So how long have you got to play this game?
Well, this was quite critical. I was told that there'd be a window of around 45 minutes before the tide starts to move back in. And if you don't get back in your boats, I mean, everything gets washed away.
So it's supposed to be quite sort of, how many, do you have overs? I mean, how many?
I'd say the scoring was fairly
four
loose.
4 or 5, can't be more than about 4 overs per side, surely.
Does cricket really need another new format?
Well, you need to give a proper name for this.
I thought the ECB are
Bramblebank.
probably getting very excited, and they'll probably fix it around August, I imagine.
Players are starting to emerge, which is great news. The hover cover has moved away from the pitch at the moment, so we'll get some play again very soon. But the RNLI were involved to sort of keep everybody safe. They arrived. I was already on the sandbank at this point, and then I suddenly turned around and saw this army of RNLI approaching. And were you a Star Wars fan, Vic?
Not really, but go on.
Well, the X-wing pilots,
Okay.
of which Luke Skywalker was one, sort of in the almost like an orange boiler suit, very round sort of white helmet. This was the RNLI who were en masse kind of approaching up the sandbank.
Well,
It
I
was quite
suppose
a
they would
sight.
have been on red alert, really.
I think they very much were. But yeah, they have enthusiastically, I think, helped out with this match year on year.
So it's an
Just-
awful
just
lot
to
of
be on
effort
hand.
for 40 minutes cricket, isn't
Oh,
it?
it was astounding. It was honestly such a great community spirit.
So there was
It
quite a
really
spectator.
brilliant.
The spectators were all on boats, were they?
No, they'd sort of beached their boats
Okay.
on the sandbank and then got out the boats and all just standing round in a circle,
Right.
including some with dogs. There were a couple of Labradors on leashes, and I was a bit worried that they would go diving into the ocean, after the ball when it got hit over their heads. Yeah, a really wonderful sense of community. But then after, it was impossible to follow what was actually going on in the match, and I was having too much fun just chatting to people and finding out the history of it and how long it had been going for, and chatting to Norman Cowans and reminiscing with him a little bit. But then suddenly I get a tap on my shoulder, and it's the skipper of our little rib saying, I think you need to get back to your boat because it's already up to calf level.
Coming up,
Yeah.
right.
And if you stayed there any longer, suddenly, the whole thing would get washed away. So as quickly as this cricket match began, everything sort of just dissipated, and suddenly everyone's back in their boats and you're sailing away. And then I looked back behind me, and it was as if nothing had ever been there. The sea had just
Magical.
washed right over the sandbank. All you could see was a flotilla of boats, and then everyone piled back to the Royal Southern Yacht Club for a fabulous fry-up breakfast, cups of tea, pieces of toast, good old chinwag.
Job
Bit of
done.
a presentation
Job
to
done
the
by 10 o'clock.
nominal winning captain. It was, it was about 9 a.m. actually. So yeah, really wonderful.
Oh,
So
wow.
thank you very much for hosting us to that. But that's on Open Country, which is 3 o'clock Thursday on Radio 4. That will air for the first time. Then it'll be available on iPlayer.
So
as well.
how long's that programme?
It's just under half an hour.
So it's about the same time as the
As the
pre-match
match
one.
lasted.
As live.
Yeah, it probably will be. Probably will be. Victor, I'm going to make way. Daniel, yes, hello.
You know what that reminds me of? When you said it was there, and then it's all gone.
Yeah, it was.
It's like. Do you remember the T20 World Cup in America, and they had a temporary stadium?
Oh, yeah.
on Long Island.
Long Island.
And there was like 33,000 people there for the last game they did there, and it was wild and bustling and concessions and everything. And 2 days later, it's all gone, and it was just a municipal park.
Yeah, it was very similar to that, except it wasn't a municipal park.
It was
it's
a
an
sea.
ocean.
Yeah.
It's an ocean. Yeah, quite a magical experience, actually. So, yeah, very,
I bet.
very warmly received.
A bit
from there.
early in the morning. Do they ever have games later on in the day?
I don't think the tide will allow for that. I mean, have a word with the sun and the moon, if you
Yeah,
could.
sun and the moon.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyway, players are coming back out, which is a great sign, and the hover cover has been removed. Daniel, over to you.
Huzzah! We're going to get some more cricket. We've had a bit.
There were shadows. I saw shadows out there.
Yeah.
Briefly.
I know. I mean, there's sun and everything.
Right.
It's a bit of a milky sun, and we're concerned it might happen again. I'll tell you what, though, this crowd will also be a little bit on overs watch. So how many overs have we had today, Andy?
7.5.
7.5, because this is how it works as I understand it. 0 to 15 overs, you get a full refund. 15.1 to 30, or 29.5, is it?
I think it's 30.
I think it's 30.
That one ball is that it could cost.
Then you get the 50%. And do you remember here in the first match of Bazball when Joe Root won the game on the 4th day, and he did it just inside the cut-off for the discount.
So how many overs have we had now?
7.5.
Oh, I see. I see where
You
you're going.
see where I'm
with
going,
this. You're counting the coins, aren't you?
I am.
What would you would you like 30.1 overs today?
Actually, no.
Or
I think
29.5?
Yeah, I think that would be mean. I think if it gets abandoned after 30 overs, I think I would rather they get the 50% back.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Yeah. No, I absolutely. Not cheap, is it?
I believe it isn't. No, especially not here at Lord's or indeed at the Oval.
We'll see the crowd booing if they start hustling through their overs.
You bring on the spin suddenly. I suppose we might see spin later today.
Oh, they won't want to see spin. They'll get through the overs too quick.
Yeah.
Like Shoaib Akhtar running in from the St John's Wood High Street.
Well, actually, Muhammad Ali's got quite a long run up for a man of his pace, so he might help. So we are about to resume 99 for 4. If you're just joining us, England have lost Emilio Gay blamelessly. I'll tell you more of which in a bit, as Mohammed Abbas is in his first ball since the resumption. Is worked into the onside by Dan Lawrence up to mid-on. There's no run. He's got Harry Brook for company at the other end. 18 off 36. He was 8 off 24, and I thought I could almost feel Zoltz burning away at his computer to try to find out if Harry Brook had ever had a less productive first 24 balls of an innings.
Well, I looked at it after 25 balls.
Did you?
Right. While we were still on, before the rain break. And it was, I think it's joint 4th lowest after 25.
I thought you'd have been looking. Here is Abbas with 2 slips in. And this is defended by Lawrence solidly with the keeper standing up for stumps. Goes up to mid-on. There's no run.
And 15 balls left or defended, which was also his joint most for that stage of an innings.
Well. Does this indicate a change of tack? Does this indicate Braswell with brains?
Well, I think it indicates it's been very tough for batting. I mean, the ball's been nipping either way. There's been a bit of swing. I was going to ask you, do you think there's some players that can be just unlucky?
Well,
because Emilio Gay in this game caught down the leg side and one that's just bounced about an inch.
It's an absolute shooter, wasn't it? He had no chance with that. With Abbas in, left alone outside the off stump. Well taken by Rizwan. Standing up, so that's the end of that over. Just 3 balls in it because it's a resumed over. 99 for 4, England the lead, 279. You'd like to hope, wouldn't you, that selectors just completely discard that. They sort of almost count that as like 31 not out when they, because obviously his headline numbers at the end of the summer are being affected by some of these more Byzantine dismissals.
But is 6 test matches enough to, at the end of those 6 games, to assess a player? Or do you need a little bit longer? I would say you probably need a little bit longer.
Well, they normally used to get about 10, didn't they, before they were discarded?
I would think about, this summer and the 3 test matches in South Africa. I think that'd probably be a fair reflection.
But then people get twitchy, don't they? Because they go, well, if we got rid of him after South Africa, then he's only got 4 test matches before the Ashes, whoever comes in,
It's almost if you can't make your debut in an Ashes, isn't it? Kevin Peterson did.
Curran is in, strikes the pad, likes this a lot. As Brook was a bit on the walk, I think he's got quite a long way forward, and there isn't quite the discussion that there has been for others. So, though Curran liked it, Barber not so interested.
Yeah, another ball that just nips back. It looked a bit high. Going down the leg side as well. Yeah, Jonathan Trott made his debut in the Ashes in 09.
Yeah.
Did okay. Got 100.
Well, that's when the more romantic amongst wanted Ramprakash to come back, didn't we? Just seeing a replay of that. It is a bit high, but it's beaten the bat comfortably. He's a long way down. He's on the walk here as Brook. We've just seen the side-on view of that one. Here comes Kurum again. Wide of the crease, and Brook whips this away. Out to deep backward square leg, just takes the single. The 100 is up. 100 for 4. As England build on this lead, but what we've seen of the pitch today, you think scoring Pakistan to get to 100 in the second innings might be difficult. It's been really tough going. Ball still jagging, but also when it starts to keep low as well. Have we had any that have popped?
Yeah. There's been the odd ball that's bounced a little bit higher than expected. That's perfect, isn't it? Conditions for bowling. Probably a little bit too blustery to make it perfect, but there's a green tinge to the deck, bit of moisture around.
Yep. And batters coming in and out, unsettled, never getting the chance to get in. Lawrence now on strike. As Kurum is in, he drives firmly back past the bowler, and it's a half-diving stop by Muhammad Ali, and you do wonder whether if he'd been a bit more agile, that might have been a very dangerous run, but it's almost like Dan Lawrence has judged the fielder and gone, well, we'll get one there anyway.
Every time Pakistan dive in the field, I don't recollect them cleanly keeping hold
coming
of the
up
ball.
with the ball,
No.
yeah. Yes, it's more like a method of just stopping it, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right though. If he'd have been a bit more aware and a bit quicker, could have been a run-out chance. Harry Brooks doing some gardening.
Oh yes.
And I hope he doesn't think the ball's going to pitch where he's just done some gardening, because
at 8 yards,
where he's gone gardening is closer to the non-striker.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he's planning for the next over. I don't know. Here comes Kurum. That's strikes the pad again, goes into the onside. Muhammad Ali comes in from mid-on to field, and now the deep square will come up once more for Dan Lawrence, because seasoned Dan Lawrence watchers and even not seasoned Dan Lawrence watchers know that he can get out, sort of shoveling the ball into the onside. He just predominantly plays in that direction.
Well,
I might be inclined to have another one there.
Yeah, it could be an option from extra cover. Both these players are just walking out the crease because they're not worried about the pace, and they're trying to nullify the LBW. That's why Rizwan should come up to the stumps for Karam Shahzad as well. He's not bowling quickly.
102 for 4 with that single, and he comes once again. That's very full, almost Yorker length, dug out by Lawrence back up the wicket. But even there, he's looking to whip the ball into the onside. Even then, it's not a straight bat shot back to the bowler.
Well, what they're doing is they're walking out the crease, going outside, just outside off stump, knowing that if it hits them on the pad, it's a good chance of either hitting them outside, or it's going to be hitting them so far down that it will be going over the top. And they're trying to get their eyes inside the ball so they can kind of control it on the onside. They know that playing like to the offside with the ball swinging away, it's quite a risky shot, so they're trying to get over to that offside to control the shots a little bit more.
Here comes Kurum again from the nursery end. It's down the leg side, and that's whipped away with a lot of bottom hand by Lawrence, out through deep mid-wicket. Two fielders in pursuit. The ball's slowing down, but is just going to plop onto the sponge. And that is a shot he plays a lot. It can get him into trouble, but sometimes it can bring him a boundary. It has done here. He's gone to 11, 106 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, again, if you're Babar Azam or in the analyst room with Pakistan's team, you've got to almost realise what they're doing, these two. They're not even considering the offside. All they're thinking is get over to the off stump just outside and work it on the onside. So bringing another field to short mid-wicket and kind of packing that offside, it might force them to try and play for the offside. England are getting exactly what they want at the minute. The keeper back to Karam Shahzad, and nice gaps on the onside.
I mean, how fast is Karam Shahzad bowling that Rizwan feels he can't come up the stumps? Is he
81.
Up to?
81,
Yeah,
82.
it's not 84 or 5, is it?
No.
When he's up to the stumps, is Rizwan to Mo Abbas. 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and a wide long leg. Mohamed Abbas is in. And Brook lets this go into the keeper's gloves. Because this has been a problem for Harry Brook as well, hasn't it? This ploy of standing up. He's been done through the gates, been LBW and bowled a fair bit.
Yeah, Matt Henry and Nathan Smith. So that, folks, caused a bit of chaos in those 2 test matches at the Oval and Trent Bridge.
Karam Shahzad's average speed in this spell, so the before and after drinks, the rain break today, 79.8 miles an hour.
Thank you. Well, under 80, there you go. Here's Abbas, and that's defended at the onside. Wanted a run, did Harry Brook, but no, said Lawrence. He would be running to the danger end as it went just behind square. I mean, that's pretty much what Jamie Smith's standing up to for Ollie Robinson, isn't he? I suppose he's running 78, Robinson.
We saw Boland in Adelaide, I think averaged 85 miles an hour, and had Carey standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, I
It's quite
thought
impressive.
that was insane. Brilliant. I think I told you, didn't I? Went to watch him in the net. Well, you and I, yeah. And it was frightening, wasn't it? You've kept wicket. You would have gone nowhere near that. Here's Abbas. And again, defending his Brook into the offside. There's no run.
Any reason why there's a picture of Nemo? Is that Nemo on your screen?
It seems to be. It does seem to be Nemo, yeah.
Yeah, why is that?
Is it because it's been very wet today?
Maybe.
Is it thematic? Just... I'm not saying that. Yeah. The hum has come back, the Lord's hum. There's actually quite a lot of people here. I thought most people would probably just have abandoned hope. But they're very good at hope, the cricket crowds. Here comes Abbas, and he goes for the cut and gets a thick inside edge, does Brook. It rolls down to where a short, fine leg would be, but there isn't one, so he gets another run, 107 for 4.
Just back on Emilio Gay, he must be in that dressing room watching, thinking, wait a minute. England have batted 31.4 overs in this innings. How many did they bat in the first innings?
First in 66.4.
So over 100 overs of batting, and the one ball that's kept low has been for him.
Yeah, well, there's 100 overs that England have batted, and then there's the 30-odd, 37 that they batted, yeah. Yeah, because we haven't seen it again, have we?
No.
Do you have an idea of an unlucky cricketer in your mind that you can think of? Because normally the luck will even out when Abbas is in. This is defended at the onside again by Lawrence. It goes just in front of square, and it's fielded by the man close in. Alan Wells has been a suggestion.
Oh, he was out first ball against the West Indies, wasn't he? He didn't play again.
That's right.
Well, I think you're very, very unlucky if you played in an era where you only got one Test match.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And there were quite a few of them. Paul Parker, Alan Butcher.
Yeah.
All from around that era.
Yeah,
Neil Williams, indeed, yes.
Yes, and that's...
how many did Mark Benson play? Was he one?
Joey Benjamin.
Jerry Benjamin.
Gavin Hamilton.
Yep. Here's Abbas, strikes the pad, going down the leg side as Lawrence looks to whip it away through deep backward square and gets nothing on it. Just the one off the over, 107 for 4 of 32 overs. I mean, there's that sort of misfortune, but there's also just some players just seem to attract the difficult ball. You know, think of anybody of that sort?
You mean the Jaffa?
Yes. I mean, Ben Stokes would have you believe that every ball that got him out was a Jaffa. He's always absolutely staggered when the ball strikes the stumps.
Gavin Hamilton got a pair.
Did he get a pair?
Got a pair, and he got 0 for 64, I think, or 63 at the Wanderers, the Bull Ring.
You played that game?
Yeah, it was my debut.
Your debut, yeah. That's that 2 for 4.
Well,
bringing back happy memories.
Pretty good start back in the day.
Khurram is in. It's worked away nicely by Brook down to deep backward square. He's going to come back for a second. He's going to have to scamper, and he does get home. It's good running. 109 for 4. 23 to Brook. Just whipped it away off the front foot. There are tales of people who have played Test matches and not even batted, aren't there? Not even batted and bowled.
There was a chap called Jack McBrien, I think, 1924 against South Africa. Played one Test that was
for England.
Didn't bat, didn't bowl, never picked again.
And then there was
he must have been a really bad guy in the dressing room. Did he drop 20 catches or something?
Yeah. Well, there was also the fellow who was called up to play for England, but he had terrible, terrible hay fever. I can't remember his name. It's a good story, this one. Shahzad is in. He's worked at the onside again, sort of in front of square, the mid-wicket area. Mohammed Ali has to go to his right to field and takes a single, Brook to 24. And he actually recused himself from the game because he had such streaming eyes. He was petrified of dropping a catch off Headley Verity standing in close. And he never got asked again. It was at university at the time, I think. He might have a double-barreled name. Oh, it's not very helpful, is it? If you can remember who it is I'm talking about, or maybe it was a fever dream. TMS at bbc.co.uk. Here is Khurram once more. That's a good, solid defensive shot from Lawrence, actually into the offside for a change. Just pushed to short extra cover off the front foot. No run.
Well, the internet has come to our rescue. Mandy Mitchell-Innes
Yes, he.
Somerset amateur. Was at Oxford University. Played the first test against South Africa in 1935. Made 5, rain-affected draw. Was due to play the second test, suffered a bad attack of hay fever, and told the selector he'd better not play in case he sneezed and dropped a catch. Never played again.
I'm terribly sorry. I may sneeze and drop a catch. Short, pulled majestically through deep mid-wicket for 4 by Lawrence. Don't bang it down there, Khurram. And Lawrence moves to 15. It's really well played, just to the right actually of the mid-on, and all the way up to the boundary. Muhammad Ali not particularly eager to go and retrieve it. 114 for 4.
Yeah, I think you're winning as a batter when the bowler has to go short to you on this kind of pitch. There's no pace in the pitch, no pace in the bowler. So much movement when the ball's full.
You've got to be Jofra Archer, haven't you, or Josh Tongue if you're going to be doing that. Tony Pygott apparently postponed his wedding to play his test, and the game was over so quickly he could have made the wedding.
That was in New Zealand in 83-4. Vic was on that tour, I think.
Oh, it was a very famous tour, wasn't it? Here's Khurram again. This is, lovely straight drive back past the bowler, running up towards the boundary below us at the nursery end. Fielder in a sort of a pursuit, can't quite get there, and it just gets there before him. So Babar Azam, the man chasing that ball. 4 more. Lawrence to 19, 118 for 4. The lead approaching 300.
He's doing his reputation. No harm at all here, Dan Lawrence, because it's not been easy. And he's only on 19, but it's the way that he's playing. He's just looked very assured. I like the fact that he danced down to Mohamed Abbas when the ball was doing all sorts and the keeper was back. Smashed it over the slips for a boundary, but it was just the intent of that moment. I think it required that action. So he's made some good decisions so far.
He's also accessed the offside a bit, which is a good sign. Here he comes again. This is just dabbed down behind square on the offside. There'll be no run as it's picked up in the gully region. 118 for 4. 33 overs gone. Lawrence 19. Brook 24. Jonathan Potts has come at us with a suggestion. Alan Jones of Glamorgan played 1 test for England versus the rest of the world, only years later to find the match status downgraded. But I think he was reinstated, wasn't he? I think he ended up with a cap. Because if you go onto Wikipedia, haven't they changed the number?
They gave him a cap number, but in the official records, those matches are still not counted as test matches. You know, it's an extremely high level of cricket.
So the ECB has acknowledged that he was an England test cricketer, even though he hasn't played it. He's like Schrodinger's test cricketer. Right. Gotcha. What number was his son? He was quite a big one, wasn't it, in the end? As Abbas is in. This is flicked high into the onside through mid-wicket by Brook. He's going to get 1 for it, just the 1. I thought everybody else had to change or something as a result. I can't remember all the details, to be honest with you. But that was rather unlucky. It also gave TMS the inspiration for the boycott spoof, didn't it? The plates and the 100th 100.
It's Harry Brook's quarter century. I feel on a pitch like this we should mark those.
Oh, yes.
46 balls with 3 fours. It's 42nd quarter century in Test cricket.
It's 42nd, yeah. That includes all of the scores up to 100 as well, yes. Oh, this is a very good suggestion from Catherine Fleming. I remember this rather chilling moment. As Mohamed Abbas is in, his thick outside edge squirts to backward point. There's no run. Andy Lloyd hit in the face by Marshall in his only test, and not just that, it happened really early, didn't it? It was like the first 15-20 minutes.
I think he made 10 and then retired hurt. That was his.
And he didn't play any further part either in the game or in Test cricket again. You'll be a bit young.
That's unfortunate.
You're a bit young to remember that? 84 it was.
Recollect it. I've heard you all talk about it.
Yeah. It was a retina thing, wasn't it?
Trying to get the ball changed. They've got the ring piece. It's going straight through the ring piece, the ball.
Thing is, we don't know which one it's supposed to go through and which one it isn't.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, but it's gone straight through. I mean, Babar's tried his best. I mean, they've obviously got a ball that's probably gone a little bit big in the hand with a bit of moisture on the outfield, and it's what you do, isn't it? Try and get it changed, get a new fresh one.
Yep.
It's worked well in the past for many teams.
But you know, Michael, at least they're trying.
Yeah.
Because they've been accused of not trying that much in this match.
Here comes Abbas from the pavilion end. And Lawrence stands tall and pushes it into the offsides. Well fielded at backward point insofar as he stopped the ball. But again, he didn't really come up with it cleanly, though, did he, Michael?
Yeah, but it usually gives England at least a run.
Oh, yes. Now, I was telling Stefan about this. We must not forget Ted Pooley, because Ted Pooley never got to play, did he? Because the great story of Ted Pooley is the wicketkeeper who should have played in the very first Test match that ever took place. England against Australia out at Melbourne in 1876-7. And this is a rogue story. Ahmed Abbas is in. This is through to the keeper, and there's no run as he comes forward defending. There's Lawrence. So the issue with Ted Pooley, and it made me laugh a little bit when I was listening to John Sopel and Jonathan Agnew talking about, and not quite sure that the spirit of cricket is quite what it used to be. Well, I can tell you that before the very first Test match was played, this man, you know about Ted Pooley? He took a load of bets on how many ducks would be scored in a match. Is it like 22 of New Zealand, Otago or
22
something?
of Christchurch.
Christchurch against the England touring team. And he took the bet that there'd be something like 15 ducks or something. It's quite a lot of ducks. As Abbas is in, and they forward in defence.
What, in one match?
Yeah, well, wait. Lawrence defends. Exactly, it's a lot of ducks, isn't it? I don't know how he could hope that there would be that many ducks. Well, a lot of people came up to the match that very day, really looking forward to it. They've placed a bet with Ted Pooley. And sure enough, walking out to the middle to start the play, a couple of umpires walk out. One of them is Ted Pooley. At which point, do you know what? Just the right number of people got out for a duck.
Oh, I see. His fingers. Yes, his finger was going up on a regular basis.
It was. This caused something of a public order disturbance at the close of play. As Abbas is in, he's worked into the onside, picked up a short mid-wicket, resulting in poor old Ted Pooley ending up in jail. And a Test match taking place, the very first one, taking place without him. End of the over, 119 for 4, Brook 25, Lawrence 19. So that's broadly speaking the details of that.
Yeah, largely backed up by a prominent online encyclopedia.
Lovely.
Played 370 first-class matches, but never played in it.
Never got a Test match. I mean, they only had
How long did he spend behind bars?
It wasn't that long, I don't think. A couple of weeks.
He was found not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah, returned. Oh well, he was alleged assault was why he was arrested.
They say you're allowed to.
What? So he got away with the
match fixing's
fixing
fine.
side.
Yeah, match fixing's fine. It's just the assault.
But how did he end up being the umpire?
Oh, it was the 1870s.
Well,
these things happen.
England had a squad of 12, so they donated him as the umpire. It was something like that, wasn't it? 12 or 13. They went with a skeleton crew. As Muhammad Ali's into the attack, his first ball beats the probing bat of Brook outside the off stump on the front foot through to the keeper.
Quite a lot of weird things happened in early cricket. There was a catch taken by Salman Agha, the substitute.
Yeah.
Took that brilliant catch a couple of days ago. I was looking at substitute catch. The first catch by a substitute in a Test match was in an England-Australia game in 1884, and the catch. England, W.G. Grace, I think, got injured, and so they needed a sub-fielder, and that sub-fielder was Billy Murdoch, who was the Australian captain, who then took a catch for England.
That's right. Was he the one who also ended up playing for England? He played for both sides, didn't he? Muhammad Ali's in again. Full, flicked away. Lovely shot from Brook for 4. In front of square, on the leg side, very full, on the pads. Just tucked away really well. Good timing. And England's lead is now above 300. It's 303, 123 for 4. Brook to 29. So I think the problem for England on that 77, 76, 77 tour was that Ted Pooley was basically their only keeper. So they went into the 2 Test matches they played with the keeper in jail. Someone hastily had to be given the gloves.
I reckon when I first started cricket, you'd have to do a lot of fielding for the opposition.
Yeah.
So I think
I've done a bit
in county cricket you'd have to go on a field.
That has happened. I've seen that.
I'm sure it happened in the 90s, particularly in second team cricket. Definitely, you'd have to go on a field. And
what do you do? Are you compromised, or do you just have to do your job really well?
You just try and do your job, but if the ball comes to you.
Here's Muhammad Ali. They suit the keeper, no run. But if you catch the captain out, that's a heck of a fine, isn't it?
It's definitely I've been in teams where that has definitely happened.
Yeah.
And do you know the stats of this partnership of how many runs have come on the onside? Because I mean, apart from the one over the slip cordon from.
Well, we had a straight drive down here as well.
That was kind of.
Do you think
dead
it eventually
straight?
Dead straight. Yeah.
They've bowled far too straight to them.
Yeah, there have been easy pickings on the onside, and they
Barry
both like
drove
it
when it went through the cordon for a boundary. So we're pretty much on the onside.
Ali, Muhammad Ali, runs away from us from the nursery end. He's into Brooke, who defends. The ball does keep a little bit low. It's from this end that there have been occasional one that's done that. 123 for 4 as it goes out to the offside. There's no run. I don't know whether we count Ted Pooley as an unfortunate cricketer there, or one that he might judge to have brought it upon himself to a degree. Although he's one of the more famous members of that tour party, isn't he? And at the time, I don't suppose anybody realised it was a test match, did they? Wasn't designated as such then. Here comes Muhammad Ali. Brooke works this into the onside, finds a single as it goes to the right of mid-on. 124 for 4. Brooke moves to 30.
I've got those numbers on scoring on the leg side in this this partnership. Harry Brooks now scored 22 runs, and I think 17 of those on the onside. Dan Lawrence has scored 9 of his 19 on the onside. But yeah, that's unusually high for Brooke, isn't it?
Lights are on as Muhammad Ali comes in to Lawrence on 19 with 2 slips and a gully. And Lawrence lets that go through to the keeper. There is no run. 124 for 4. Brooke 30, Lawrence 19. How many overs have we had today, Andy, now?
13.
13. So in 2 overs' time, the refund will only be 50%. Can we get all the way to 30? I don't know. More from you, Michael, than it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership, this, because it's not been easy. Leading by 303, it's plenty. Plenty of runs on this kind of wicket with the attack England have, but they'll just bat into tomorrow if they can, if we get enough time today, and then Pakistan will be looking down at potentially 400 plus, Aggers.
Yeah, it's done a bit this afternoon, hasn't it? Poor old Gay. Anyway, it's Mohammad Abbas for now from the pavilion end, who bowls, and that completely squares up the batsman there. Brooke turned round, and Abbas is coming down to have a word with him. Not sure Harry's too bothered about that. He's looking at his bat. The light is not good. I mean, if there were a fast bowler bowling now, I think the umpires might well be thinking about taking the players off, but the lights are on. Poor old Rizwan's taken another bruise as he tried to collect that last ball. Bounce and nip.
Just interesting, Harry Brooks batting outside off stump to Mohammad Abbas. What are they doing here? Oh, they're looking at the ball. Or, no, it's Rizwan struggling, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's been hit on the in the thumb.
Well, he's been hit all over the place. He's been hit on the neck yesterday. He got one in the beard earlier on today. He's got another one on the thumb.
I don't think that's going to help. His teammate Salman Ali Agha is kind of just squeezing his thumb.
Yeah. Well, he might be a trained physio. You never know, but they're waiting for the real thing. Out he comes with his bag, trotting on from the boundary edge. It's really murky. I'm looking around, I can't see any umbrellas up at the moment. It's just...
it's nervous times for the MCC, John. They've still got, I think, 11 balls to go before...
Yeah, well, umpire Palliker is approaching umpire Rifle here. I mean, this is every bit as dark as it was when they went off yesterday. Really quite grim out there, but I don't think either of them have come equipped with their light meters. But the fourth umpire, who's appearing now, coming down the steps of the pavilion, might well have it on him. Here he comes, an umpire Rifle. He's walking very slowly to go and meet him. And I think they'll take the opportunity of this little interruption as treatment to Rizwan's hand, I suspect, to take a reading here. It's around about 5,300 that they went off yesterday, but I just don't know what the 5,300 would be.
I think it was 6,500.
When they went
at
off?
one stage.
Oh, well, I think that's good. I don't know if that's
Is that
good or
good?
bad. Well, they went off, I thought, at 5,300. Is that lumens or... Come on, Andy, you're supposed to know these things.
No, I'm not.
But what's the measurement of light when it comes to good light and bad light and bright light? Are they lumens? Well, umpire Rifles, if he's got the light meter...
I think it's brighter than you think, John. I mean, the light meter will be out there now.
Yeah.
And where's it coming from? It's coming from that corner over there, isn't it? It's a little bit brighter in the distance. I think we'll be okay unless it starts to rain. Yeah, just look at Harry Brook here. He's batting outside off stump to Mohamed Abbas.
Could be kelvins.
Is that temperature?
Well, that's colour temperature, yeah. So it probably isn't kelvins then. Is it bright? 5,300 lumens is very bright, it says here. Far brighter than a standard light bulb. 124 for 4. Rizwan's been repaired. And Abbas comes in and bowls, and Brook comes forward. It's effortlessly drives him down the ground. Long chase for Babar Azam from mid-off. Up towards the pavilion it rolls. And the ball goes for 4. Beautifully timed, that was. Just leant on the ball.
So lumens measure the total amount of visible light emitted by a light source. Sunlight brightness is typically measured in lux or candelas per square metre.
Right.
For the sun's surface luminance, which doesn't feel entirely relevant to a cloudy day at Lord's.
No, it doesn't really. I don't know quite what it refers to, but that was the number that there was on there yesterday. Wind blowing now as well, ruffling the trousers there of the fielders. Rizwan still standing up to the stumps, and that one cuts back into Brook's pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Our rifle says no. And Abbas turns quite swiftly and starts to wander back to his mark again. 128 for 4. Wind really ruffling Babar Azam's shirt now. Flying at the flags above the pavilion, the MCC pennant on the grandstand, blowing in our directions. Very grey skies, no breaks at all. Low cloud. And Abbas turns around in the distance, and near deserted lower deck of the pavilion behind him, moves in, bowls. Oh, that goes straight past the outside edge. Rizwan does so well to take that. And a couple of really nasty blows. And Brook goes gardening as a result of that, but we've seen the ball moving about, nipping this way and that. In Gay's instance, keeping very, very, very low. Shot along the ground, really. Another one's bouncing, hitting the wicket-keeper. Abbas runs up, bowls. Oh, no, they're appealing now. They like that one. He's out. Leg before wicket. Or is he caught? I mean, it's difficult to tell because his back's behind us, but he was certainly being given out for something. I'm going LBW, but I don't know if that's right or wrong. And lots of high fives and slaps of hands going on. And we'll wait until we see a replay from behind the bowler's arm. Here it comes. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a brilliant catch. It's bounced. Brilliant catch by Rizwan. God, he's done a good job behind this. Hey, Ramiz.
Hello.
He's
Yeah,
taken
terrific
blows
catch.
and bruises.
Because your confidence is low because of the variation in the pitch, and he's had a few around the neck area. Harry Brook once again looked so good on a difficult pitch. 34 of 50 odd deliveries is a very good return.
Suddenly started doing a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Variable bounce. England lose their 5th wicket. Jamie Smith's on his way out. Light, not great. In fact, it's not good at all, really. More drinks brought out. And the lead is 308, which feels as if it's enough, but Pakistan will also feel, well, if you can just get these last few wickets relatively cheaply, who knows? If someone gets in, Babar Azam, player of his quality. That's to make a big score, mind you, but they're just chipping away at the moment.
I think Pakistan have got to challenge England. You know, even for one session, they need to feel good about themselves. Right now, what is happening is that their ego's been crushed.
Yep.
They've really not been competitive, and that can have a very negative, spiraling kind of an impact on the entire team. So maybe one good session. They've had a couple of good sessions with the ball in this series, but it's just that they've not been able to convert that into batting promise.
That really bounced. So well taken by Rizwan. So Jamie Smith will face his first ball, Mohammad Abbas. Here he comes from the pavilion end, arms pumping, is there, and he bowls to Smith, who's on the front foot. Rizwan still up to the stumps. That's played to mid-wicket to end the over. 128 for 5. England's lead 308. And looking at the radar, what have we got? There are some gaps around now. If we have a bit of luck, then the rain can go either side of us. Looking at this.
Harry Brook, 34 from 56 balls with 5 fours. An innings that doesn't stand out on a scorecard, but it's prodigiously skillful while it lasted. He's played some really good innings on some of the really difficult pitches that we've been talking about in England's recent tests. In that first innings at Perth, he made a quick 52. In the rapid Melbourne test, he made 41 out of 110 all out, and no other top order player passed 20.
Muhammad Ali's on his way. He's bowling to Dan Lawrence. Drives ambitiously there. Full ball outside the off stump. He really went hard at it. Missed the edge.
He made a good 56 against New Zealand. He was dropped early on, but played very well there. 71 balls in that very difficult first test of the summer. And 49 runs in the game, that 34 in the second innings here. So scores that don't leap out statistically and don't really help the average, but he's proved very adept on some extremely difficult surfaces.
Ali turns round below us. 2 slips gully. Lawrence bat raised, and Ali moves in now, bowls to him. He shoulders arms to let that go, and the ball's hit him in the ribs.
It's become that kind of a pitch.
Yeah,
Aggers.
that's watered the eyes a bit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's out of the crease, then trying to make sure that the ball did not come back into the stumps. Length ball, reared awkwardly, hit him on the chest.
Yeah, the sternum. I mean, Muhammad Ali is not a fast bowler. You know, he runs in a bowl of good medium, 80 miles per hour, but not something like that. 128 for 5. Goes Ali, bowls. That goes whipping past the outside edge. Tell you what, there's an argument for England saying, come on, let's have a bowl.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got 308. It's going all over the place.
See, what Ali is doing so well is that he's not really shaping it back into the stumps. His first innings record suggested that he's keen to push the back into the stumps. 3 batsmen were bowled out. And what he's done so far is to take the ball away from right-hander's reach. And so that's caused a little bit of confusion and stir.
A conversation going on in the England balcony there. A gathering of minds. Goes Ali and bowls, beats the bat again. Very low. So we've got gathered Ben Duckett, Emilio Gay, Sarah Taylor. Seems to be, are they playing Sudoku or something? I don't know, but passing some time up there. This one, off the balls that he's bowled, that one has bounced comfortably in front of the wicketkeeper a second time.
So that's the problem actually now, moving forward in this game. So one hit him on the chest.
Yep.
The other one has scooted along on the bounce, couple of bounces to the keeper. So the guessing game is on.
Yeah, he wasn't doing this yesterday. 2 slips, a gully. Muhammad Ali over the wicket, runs up, bowls. Oh, and Lawrence has gone after him. And he's played a sort of a helicopter shot there. He's gone flying down to third man before. He came charging down the pitch, swung the bat, and it's flown away down to the boundary at the far end. Well, I suppose he might as well if you're facing this sort of over.
100%. Yeah, I agree with that shot, actually. Or that mindset, because, you know, staying at the crease and trying to work the way through technique, it's not going to work. So you've got to have a strong game plan, bordering on a bit of slogging.
Yeah, have a go.
Yeah.
Well, Ali mops his brow. It's got the crowd buzzing. Lawrence waits. Ali again taking those shadows with him, runs up and bowls, and again he charges and is lofted him over extra cover. That's gone for 6. Now that's a wonderful shot, actually. It was perfectly controlled. There's nothing slogging about that. It's got a perfect place, and he's just lofted Muhammad Ali over the boundary, over the stewards who were there, and into the mound stand. Wonderful stroke.
Yeah, the inside-out cover drive there, use of the feet and then airlifting it effortlessly. What a shot that is. Magnificently played in the end. But that's the way to go, actually. So he got beaten with the first 3 balls and then a slog over the infield, slip cordon for 4, and then this majestic 6 over cover.
Yeah, that's a terrific stroke. Really is. Absolutely controlled. He also almost placed it there. 29 or 41 for Dan Lawrence. And now Smith is back on strike. A bit windswept out there. Pakistani fielders with hands in their pockets and wind tugging at their clothing. Very grey, low cloud. And Abbas runs in, bowls. Oh, almost gets through Smith there. There's an inside edge. Ball runs just past the stumps. And he's off the mark there with that fortuitous thick edge. 139 for 5. Now what's Lawrence going to do to Abbas, I wonder? The keeper is up, so that changes the game slightly. But stop him from dancing down the pitch. He's checking his guard. 3 slips, all spread out. There's nobody back apart from a deep long leg down to our left. Well, that's the direction that 6 went, actually. So what's Lawrence going to do? Is 29, 139 for 5. The lead 319. Abbas on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and Lawrence lets it go by. It's collected by Muhammad Rizwan. A little bit of brightness behind the grandstand, but sort of low cloud. No chance of seeing any aircraft going into Heathrow today. Lawrence fiddles and twiddles his bat. Abbas walks very slowly back to his mark. He's there now. And now here he comes. Lawrence waits, bat raised. Abbas comes and bowls to him. Good length, just short of a length maybe. And Lawrence plays up from the crease. 139 for 5. Not the full house that the MCC would have wanted here today, and indeed sold. But a lot of people have taken a view, I think, that there wasn't going to be much cricket today.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
it was a sellout. But fewer than 30 overs in the day, and you get half your money back. So we've had how many? About 16, 17 now. Abbas bowls. Oh, beats the bat there. Lawrence leans forward. Rizwan again there, eagerly collects it. With gloves above his head. Let's see what that one does. Well, it just moved away enough, didn't it? a little bit of movement. Oh no, I knew someone would know this. Chris Sturgeon knows all about light meters and lux, that sort of thing. Stand by, Andy. You'll enjoy this. There's Abbas. Bowls. Oh, that hits the pad. Arms raised. The ball bounces away into the leg side. So, right, dear Aggers, the measurement the umpires use for their light meters is the lux, which is 1 lumen per square metre. A bright sunny day is about 100,000 lux, whereas cricket floodlights give between 1,000 to 2,500 lux. I guess the players come off at around 5,000 lux when a red ball is in use. Well, yes, they do. So at least we now know what the 5,000 refers to, even if, yeah, it's a bit hard to visualise, isn't it? But it's got a bit brighter, actually. Often the case, once you start talking about bad light, mysteriously it gets a little bit better. 139 for 5. Abbas comes in, bowls down the leg side, and the ball's brilliantly stopped there by Rizwan. I was looking down towards the boundary there. It was a fantastic take down the leg side. He's got bruises all over his body. And he pulls off a stop like that. It was absolutely brilliant. 139 for 5. Smith 1. And Lawrence has 29. Ram, some thoughts from you, and then you're going to be joined by Isha.
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad Ali would be hoping that Rizwan has the courage to stand up to him as well, but it's not going to happen. Muhammad Ali a bit quicker than Abbas, and it's been Rizwan who's been to Abbas's rescue by being very tired. He's standing up to him. In the last over, it was Muhammad Ali who certainly was at the receiving end. I think that the pattern is going to continue here, Isha, because that's the best way out of this situation against Ali.
Two Senegali for Smith, who's on strike on 1. Forward press and defending back down to the bowler off the front foot. Lead of 319 then for England. It's been a stop-starty day. We had 7.5 overs from about 2:15, and then they came off for another rain shower and then back on again. Where are we up to now? How many overs of play have we had, Andy?
16 overs and 1
Oh,
ball.
okay. So no full refunds for the spectators. We've crossed that barrier at 15 overs as Muhammad Ali turning at the top of his mark. There was a fabulous take from Mohammad Rizwan at the end of that last over. He almost face planted as he took the ball, didn't he? Ali through, and Smith defending to the leg side, slowly playing that defensive push. Really good to speak to Sarah Taylor at the start of the day, assistant coach with a focus on keeping and fielding, of course. Was a fabulous batter in her own right, and she said that, you know, they've just been having conversations about mindset and so forth, but the keeping really focusing on Jamie Smith and standing up to the stunts and the need to do so on the pitches that you're getting now. It was a fascinating chat, which is available online as Muhammad Ali comes into Smith edges and it falls in front of first slip, or was it a catch?
Felt short, actually. The first slip fielder, I think it's South Shakil, if I'm not mistaken. The ball not carrying.
Muhammad Ali was shaking his head, but very clearly on the hard volley.
I think it's Abdullah Shafiq. They've got to come in. We've been harping on the fact that they've been just too back in the slip cordon, including Rizwan when he's standing back is too far.
Well, we talk about bad light for the batters, but it's not easy for the slip cordon either, I imagine, as Muhammad Ali bounds in, bowling to Jamie Smith on the back foot and defending to the offside. You're right, though. But I just wonder about the pace of this wicket. Yesterday it felt like it quickened up, but we've seen quite a few deliveries that it's almost felt a bit too paced.
Yes. Yeah, but generally the bounce has been on the lower side. So you've got to adjust accordingly. It's not that it's day one here or this is your first test match in a 3-test match series. You should have gotten acclimatized to the conditions. So he created pressure. Muhammad Ali, all he needed was more support from the slip cordon. It wasn't there. Just still back. Abdullah Shafiq.
Smith forward press again, defends to the offside, catches almost the corner of the bat at the top. Not quite in control of it as that bat comes down. So really difficult to adjust to the pace of this wicket for the batters.
Yeah, especially when you've just come in. It takes a little bit longer to adjust to the light, to the low bounce, to the lateral movement.
Good chat earlier, Ramiz, in
Yes.
our Rainfield. Top 10 Pakistan players.
Yes.
Did you settle on your 10?
Well, I'm happy for 15 or 20, but it's okay. 10 is good enough. Yeah, we almost got there.
Another no ball has been bowled as Smith
Shot.
guides that in front of point. Felt like he came through the shot before he played it almost as he comes through for a couple. So not the timing he would like to get that to the boundary. Bit of a wet outfield as well here at Lord's. 142 for 5. Smith to 3 and a lead of 322.
I think the other thing that you need to do as a batsman on this pitch, and I'm talking from Pakistan's perspective, is that you need to find the right angles, what shots to play, what not to play, what to avoid on this surface. Square through the offside, the leg side is a go-to area. Driving the ball can be hazardous because you're never in. In the last innings also, they were very, very iffy. And there's got to be more rotation of strike as well. You know, you're caught in the mind trying to survive, and that at times means that you're at the receiving end for longer periods because you're playing a lot of dots.
Leaden skies here at Lord's as Muhammad Ali has passed the stumps to Smith, who's looking to waft at one outside the off stump and doesn't really do anything with it. Ball goes through to the keeper. 142 for 5 then at the end of the over. Yeah, if you weren't listening before, part of our Rainfield chat, top 10 Pakistan players of all time, the men's side. And this is what we came up with. Let us know your thoughts. It will be available as a podcast, I'm sure, at some stage. Imran Khan was the first on that list.
Yes.
Ramiz, Mazim Akram, Javed Miandad, Yunus Khan, Hanif Mohammed, Inzamam ul Haq, Muhammad Yusuf, Syed Anwar, Waqar Yunus, Abdul Qadir.
I think it's a good lot. It's a good 10 we picked. Thanks to Andy for statistical help.
There are a few that people will be thinking, oh, how did you leave him out?
Yeah, there's always that question, why him and why not him?
Lawrence on 29, slipping a gully for Mohammad Abbas. He's played that up and over mid-wicket. Looking to launch that straight. Just, again, doesn't quite come on. And so that bottom hand coming through, push back for a couple. 31 to Lawrence, 144 for 5. He certainly looked a lot more aggressive, playing the Harry Brook way of when it's not in your favour as a batter, generally like to attack more. Mid-wicket now going out to the boundary. Shah Masood there, he's about 20 metres off the rope at the moment, pushing back even further. Abbas moves in, comes in on an angle. Lawrence drives this time on the front foot and finds its way to where that mid-wicket was. As mid-on comes round to collect the ball, he moves to 32 with a single, 145 for 5. Lights are on here. It's really dark and gloomy. Lovely Saturday crowd here at the home of cricket. Abbas past the stumps to Lawrence, who's defending to the offside. Plays it to point. That was Jamie Smith on 3.
I think 350 should be good enough score for England to declare, really. 325 ahead, another 25, 30 runs maybe. A lot of time left in this test match. We all know that. It's going to be a fair day tomorrow as well. But it's just that you want to finish this off whilst Pakistan are feeling low.
Smith crouches, works that through mid-wicket. Lovely timing there. It went aerially, but played it off the middle of the bat out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good shot. In one go, so he knew that this had to be put away. Not hesitant at all. Short back lift and timing the ball. I think that's the way to play on this surface. Don't go really with hard hands. No point in playing those kinds of shots. Look to time the ball.
Smith wanting to show a bit more consistency with his batting. 149 for 5 then England as a bat is in again, and Smith defending to the offside of the front foot. Not a lot of foot movement, just all hands. They picked up 61 in the first innings before he was bowled by Ali. And that lead extended to 329 with 2 days to go in this test matches. Mohammad Abbas is in again to Smith, into the air and straight to Shah Masood at mid-wicket. Sort of floated up there. And Mohammad Abbas has another here at Lord's. He loves bowling here. 2 wickets now for him, and England are 6 down with Smith to go for 7.
Yeah, soft dismissal, but it's a difficult pitch. You need to spend time on it to have a convincing knock, but he fell for it earlier. Had hit one beautifully through the same area, and just lobbing that one to Shan Masood. No timing at all, no control, losing his bottom hand when he was trying to play that shot. And so an early exit for the right-hander. Smith gone after scoring 7. 149 for 6 now.
Oh, before England get to the declaration, they could absolutely be bowled out here. It is conditions that are in favour of the bowlers. That uneven bounce has come into play even more so today as well, after we saw a couple of shooters yesterday. Emilio Gay, if you watch that back on the highlights, you can see that on the BBC website and app, and also on our highlight show tonight, 7 o'clock BBC 4, and will be available on the iPlayer. There was nothing he could do about that, Rameez.
Yeah, I mean, that's really was rough. Mentioned it earlier, had it been yesterday where it spent some time at the crease, would have gotten an inside edge to it. But today, in the first 10 minutes of the innings, he had no chance.
Gus Atkinson is out in the middle then. Picked up 45 here, has got a test century at this ground. So enjoys batting here. He was looking confident in the first innings as well. It's going to be Dan Lawrence on strike on 32, as Muhammad Ali will continue from the nursery end. Point has just been sent back, 2 slips in a gully in position. Bounding in. Edges past gully, down to third man. Turned him into an S there. He was looking to play that leg side. He's quite a leg-sided player, isn't he, Dan Lawrence, and it catches the edge of the bat, but doesn't go to a fielder. So that's the 150 up for England. Lawrence to 33.
Batting has been tough today, but Lawrence somehow is managing his end. England needs someone steady at least at one end. If they want to increase this lead to 360, 370, then Lawrence has got to play a major role.
Atkinson gently taps his bat down. Now standing tall in front of the stumps. And still as he looks to work that leg side. Strokes him on the pad. He was really just angling that in up the slope. Muhammad Ali falls down in front of him. Just rehearsing a whip to the leg side, Atkinson. Just came through his shot early. Jamie Smith, looking back at the replay. So effective on a surface like this, Mohamed Abbas. He's got that movement off the pitch, but the consistency that he's shown, using the slope to his advantage as well. He's bowled well from both ends. As Muhammad Ali comes again here, footmarks developing in the delivery stride as Atkinson defends to the leg side. It's cup of tea weather, isn't it? See a few people in the stands with their cardboard cups. A few coffees consumed here in the media centre, Ramiz.
I've had 4. The best thing about them is that they're muftas.
And if you weren't aware, a mufta is a freebie.
Yeah.
Are you saying you love a mufta?
Yeah, always.
Ali bowls, beats the edge of Gus Atkinson, just playing down the line of it, goes down the slope, bit of a seam movement through to the keeper. How many is too many coffees in a day, do you think?
I don't mind at all. I mean, people say that, you know, they couldn't go to sleep because they had one at 10 in the night or 9 in the night. I can have coffee any time of the night and sleep
And you
like
can
a
still-
baby.
yeah, you can still sleep.
I mean, some people have real issues.
I'm quite similar, actually.
Similar?
Caffeine can make me go to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, do you keep the lights on when you're sleeping? I mean, I keep the lights on and TV on when I'm sleeping. That's
Atkinson
the other weird thing
again
about
beats
it.
the edge through to the keeper. We're getting into sleeping habits here. That's the
Yeah,
kind of day we've had. I generally turn my lights off.
Good.
Cricket is the
When
only
I'm
caffeine
sleeping.
I need.
When you sleep.
Anyone else?
Thank
Anyone
you.
else want to send their thoughts in?
Thank you for the clarification.
Lead of 330 here for England. As Atkinson gently pats that ball back, but firmly hits the stumps. Muhammad Ali doesn't have any time to get down to it or get any hand on it, so that's just a dot ball at the end of the over. 41 overs have been bowled in this innings there. We've had a break in play already today after a delayed start. And here comes Vic Marks. Good afternoon to you,
Hello,
Vic.
Isha.
Have you had your afternoon lull?
My afternoon.
Lull?
I don't know. I might have done.
I wandered into our, I guess you call it green room, our area where we sort of chill out. And Phil Tufnell was looking pretty relaxed.
Well, when doesn't he? Yes.
It's just one of those days, isn't it? You can quite easily fall into that relaxed vibe when you're waiting for play as Mohamed Abbas comes in now and Lawrence defends to the offside.
It's quite an art, isn't it? Coping with a wet day at the cricket. I mean, we don't. When I was a player, there were days where you were really quite pleased to see a little bit of rain, actually, you know, to take away that possibility of failure and on the county treadmill especially. But as broadcasters, you don't like to see rain, really. Can't go anywhere. And you want some action.
Well, you have to work harder as well.
Well, that's true. Well, yeah, it is.
Lawrence to the leg side, whips that away, out to deep mid wicket. Shah Massoud is quick off the ropes there, sprinting in, and now throws it in to stop the second. Lawrence to 34, 151 for 6, lead of 331 here on day 3.
Not that we're all work shy.
No,
No,
of course not, no. We were talking about how much we enjoyed our chat about the Pakistan top 10.
Yeah. Whose idea was the top 10 as opposed to best 11?
I'm not sure.
I wanted a best 11.
I'm not blaming anyone for that one.
You're not happy about that, are you, Vic?
Well, I thought, pick a...
Slip in a gully in position for Atkinson, who's defending to the leg side.
So I wanted a balanced side with wicketkeeper.
Yeah, no wicketkeeper. There was only one spinner in there, I think, as well.
Yeah, we were short of options there.
Fazal Mahmood, very unlucky not to make the last 10.
Yeah.
Zoltz is so disappointed.
Yeah, but I mean, are you leaving at Imran or Waqar or you could have
Yusuf? I think I'd have left Mohammed Yusuf. A fine player though he was.
Well,
he wouldn't have made my top 10.
Well, you've got Imran as the all-rounder to give you a bit more scope, I suppose, and Wazim Akram could bat. See, we didn't consider those things. But it was beautifully
Abbas
hosted.
bowls and Atkinson defends back down the pitch.
I think you'd have been a great chair of selectors, provided you remembered to pick 11.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I have always been fascinated about how you put squads and teams together, though. I do find that interesting.
Well, who was it? Was it Duncan Fletcher? But it was just forgetting all their talent, but was saying you can cope with, I don't know whether it was, say, 3 players who are going to be high maintenance.
As Atkinson is struck on the pad, nipping back down the slope from Mohammed Abbas, 151 for 6. Some more thoughts from you.
Yeah, but sort of when you get beyond 3, then hang on a minute, you've got a few problems here, no matter how good they are. So that element.
We had
of
a range of
selection.
personalities in there as well, didn't we? Anyway, that podcast is available, or will be available on BBC Sounds later on in the week.
What, that one?
Mm-hmm.
With a bit of editing, I trust.
Yes. I mean, we went over the hour, didn't we? By quite some time. Anyway, Dan is coming in here, and Vic, you can set up this afternoon.
Thank you. Mohammed Abbas coming to the end of his 18th over. He's in. This is, just defended into the ground by Atkinson. He's not got a run yet. He's unbeaten on none from 9. 151 for 6. 1 off the over. 42 overs gone. Mohammed Abbas must have bowled a fair few overs in this match by now.
In this match?
Yes.
He bowled 20 in the first innings,
So
taking
38.
4 for 73.
38 overs?
Well, 10 overs unchanged today. That's short break for rain. 13 overs spell, including the 3 at the end of yesterday.
Still only the 3 bowlers used. Not surprising, really, given the conditions.
Well, it has seemed around. I think they'd wind up against the spinner, and you never know, he might pick up 2 for 20 in no time. But
well, it did for Atkinson, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Tongue was denied his first Test 50.
Or indeed 100.
Yeah.
Victor. Yeah.
Well, it's just suppose when you've got time to spare, you end up saying, if only Joe Root could play the forward defensive like Josh Tongue.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Muhammad Ali is in to start a new over from the Vauxhall end, and he goes for a big drive. Does Lawrence? He gets a thick inside edge. It squirts away to an tiny square of the wicket. Fielder runs in from the boundary and keeps the scoring to 1. 152 for 6. The lead 332. Feels like really rather a lot, but there's no compunction on England to declare or anything, so they'll just keep on batting until they're bowled out.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, rain comes and then we get more and more interruptions tomorrow, in which case the situation might change.
I agree. I think it's unlikely that Joe Root will have to make a declaration.
Well, it would look a bit disrespectful as well, really, wouldn't it? With so much time left in the game.
Yeah.
It's not really the done thing. Muhammad Ali is in, beats the outside edge, goes through low, scuttles. It's well half stopped by Rizwan, who's, I think, hurt himself in the process. He's probably banged a finger.
Yes, he's had a tough time behind the stumps. The ball's zipping around all over the place.
It's not an easy place to keep anyway, is it? We often get loads of buys here, but I feel like we haven't had many in this test.
There were actually a few in Pakistan's brief innings with Smith standing up to the stumps. There were 3 lots of 4 byes.
Oh, there were, right.
Not that you would put them down to wicketkeeper error. Physio's back on for Rizwan again, who's taken an absolute battering today.
Just on that declaration thing, I remember in my relative views, Colin Cowdery was captaining England against not an Australian side, one of the so-called, in that era, this probably 60s, early 70s, weaker sides, and he announced, it was announced by the TCCB that Colin Cowdrey would not be enforcing the follow-on when that became available, in order to make sure that the game lasted a bit longer and more people came, I think.
Right.
But it was announced. Actually.
Wow,
announced. Yeah. I can't remember which game it was, but it was a long while ago.
Well, he was the recipient of a bit of good fortune, wasn't he? Wasn't he captain when Gary Sobers declared?
Yes.
And England
yes.
won the Test match.
Yeah, absolutely. In Trinidad.
Muhammad Ali is in. That's left alone by Atkinson. He just draws his bat inside the line as it goes through to a diving Rizwan who's smiling about it, but he spilt that one as well.
I remember I did a bit of research on that game, and it took everyone by surprise. But I think Robin Hobbs was on that tour, and he was 12th man. And obviously, the West Indies were batting in the third innings, and if you're 12th man in most grounds of those days, you'd be alongside the opposition. And he rushed onto the field at some point.
Muhammad Ali is in. This is flicked away, fine-ish. Well, that's behind square, actually. Off a bit of pad, I think. Don't know if there's any bat. No, there isn't. It's a leg by. So Atkinson is still not off the mark. And England are 153 for 6 with that run.
So Robin Hobbs saw what was happening, saw that, they were all getting their whites on.
Right.
And he rushed out to tell Captain Cowdrey.
They're going to declare.
I think they're going to declare, which would have taken them by surprise, because they were only about 210 ahead.
Yeah, was it? With about 3 hours left. Or
and then, the
4
story
hours.
is, but I don't. I mean, it was a very generous declaration, and Sobers.
He got pilloried, didn't he? After
He did.
As Muhammad Ali's in, forward in defence comes Lawrence. Defence back to the bowler on the front foot. There's no run.
He was sort of I think it was 68. This wasn't it, more or less, or somewhere around there. He was unrepentant, Sobers, because he was quoted afterwards as saying, "Look, I just got fed up with such dull cricket. The overs were being bowled at about 13 an hour. We'd had about 3 or 4 dull matches, and I just couldn't. I just not the way I want to play cricket." Anyway, so he declared what was, by any standards, an inviting declaration. And then there was subsequently a debate that Cowdrey was facilitating. Do we go for this or not? There must be a trick here.
Muhammad Ali is in short, down the leg side through to the keeper. There's no run. End of the over, 153 for 6. Lawrence 35. Atkinson yet to score.
And the whole thing was slightly complicated with the fact that Basil Butcher, a very occasional leg spinner, I think he got about 4 or 5 wickets in the first innings.
Right.
I think 5 wickets in the first innings. Charlie Griffith, or one of the pace bowlers, was injured. But he declared, and then Cowdrey was very suspicious, and it was apparently the story is that Barrington and Tom Gravely, the 2 old pros in that dressing room, said, we've got to go for these. You can't not. This is too
It's an
inviting."
opportunity.
And as it happened, Boycott, who had a really good tour, and Cowdrey played the significant innings, and England romped home with about 7 wickets. And Sobers was pilloried, of course, throughout the Caribbean.
Yeah, I mean, he was like the public enemy #1 for a while. I've just been reading a book by Duncan Hamilton about him, and it's terrible, the abuse he received for that.
And then they played, I don't know why, this was the penultimate test. They went to Georgetown after that, and England just held off with 9 wickets down. But I think Jeff Jones was one of the not-out batsmen, and Notty.
Ali Usman, the spinner, is into the attack. His first ball is flicked away by Atkinson for Atkinson's first run down to deep backward square. Muhammad Ali will do the fielding, 154 for 6.
Sorry, this is almost too much detail, but in that Georgetown match, I think you'll find that Sobers probably got 100. He bowled about 70, 60 overs and got about 10 wickets, but he couldn't quite make the atonement.
Yes. Ali Usman is into Lawrence, goes back into his crease and punches into the offside, but picks out cover. Sort of an extra cover on the edge of, if you imagined a ring in one-day cricket, he's kind of there. He's actually gone back a little bit now. And now he's going all the way back.
He's got gully, though, as if he's going to turn square. I'm amazed.
He's got 2 slips.
Yeah, or slipping gully.
Or
Or two slips.
point and a deep extra cover. as Lawrence just tucks this off his pads into the onside, and they'll amble another single. Lawrence to 36. So eventually he had to crack, did Babar Azam, because he couldn't just keep on bowling Mohammad Abbas. And spin has finally arrived in the 44th over.
Just to put that famous test in context, the 60s was essentially the dullest decade of Test cricket by quite a considerable margin.
Started well though, didn't it, in Australia? This is pushed back past the bowler, up towards mid-on. They're going through for a quick single. They'll get there. It's a nice crisp shot, that, from Atkinson. The back foot drive to the onside of straight. 156 for 6 with that single.
Laden with draws and cautious play, England played 47 overseas tests in the 60s. That was one of 9 victories. They had 4 defeats and 33 draws.
Can you find me my favourite draw?
34 draws.
Do you know the one I mean?
The New Zealand
already?
one?
Yeah.
Oh, you get angry about this. 60 years on.
I'm enraged by this one. Ali Usman's in. Down the wicket comes Lawrence, and in the end, all he could do is just tuck it off his pads down to deep backward square for a single. Are you familiar with this game that I'm about?
I don't think so.
Well, England, right? So it's you're in New
What year
Zealand.
are we in?
In New Zealand. Well, that's the thing. Is it 65?
I think it was 1966 after the 65-6 Ashes.
Right.
It might be MJK captain or not? I don't know. Anyway, go on.
Might be. Ali Usman in from the pavilion end with the lights on full beam now. It's another little tap for a single. I think they might want to try putting a short square leg in, because so far 4 singles have come to just a little tap on the head there. 5 singles off the over, 158 for 6. Lawrence 37, Atkinson 3. So it's 0-0 going into the last game, and England has set something pretty derisory. Like I think they bowled New Zealand out twice, 250.
Need 204 to win.
204?
Yeah, third test, 0-0 after 2.
0-0 after 2. 204 to win. And what did they end on?
They ended 159 for 4 from 75 overs.
You see? How has this game survived? How has it survived?
I don't know. I've always said that people have sort of glorified the 60s as a year of Lord Ted, Tom Graveney, PBH May, and yet it was full of... I mean, later in that decade, you've got Doug Insole, chairman of the state. He's dropping Boycott for batting too slowly.
2-4-6,
They're desperately trying to liven up the game.
Next delivery from Mohamed Ali is clipped away nicely out towards deep mid wicket. Why, my word, that's sped off Atkinson's bat for 4. Just a little flick, no more than that, and in the air for a while, but through mid wicket and up towards the grandstand.
I mean, that is an amazing draw.
It's
That
extraordinary.
I mean, there was they talk about Keith Fletcher's debut game at Headingley.
Oh my word! The wind has whipped up so much. Sorry to interrupt you, but the umpire
has lost his
hat, and he's now expecting the Pakistan fielder out of deep mid wicket to come and get it for him. He's moving at a glacial pace.
Is it Paul Rifle who always moves at that pace?
It is. That's yes. He showed no urgency. The hat flew off a mile. He was at square leg. Thrilling
Just
stuff.
quickly, Keith Fletcher in his first Test match, we had a bit of a nightmare actually at Headingley, where he kept dropping catches. They wanted Phil Sharp to be playing, got naught in the first innings. In the second innings, he was told by Captain Tom Graveney in his one Test as captain standing in.
Muhammad Ali is in short, goes for the pull, and is well taken by Rizwan. He gets nothing on it.
According to
Diving above his
Fletcher, anyway, it was the instructions he got from his captain in the second innings was play for a draw, but make it look good.
That's right. Well, I read something somewhere, it might have been in Simon Wilde's book, that the players quite liked touring because there were only 16 or 17 of you. They couldn't drop you all for slow scoring, so they could play the way they wanted. So if you went away and you drew games, then fair play.
Well,
but then you come back and dear old Boyce got 246. He did it in 10 hours and was still dropped. I mean, that's not bad, is it? 150 runs a day. As this next ball is pushed back to the bowler by Atkinson, there is no run.
But I think if you see some of the grainy videos of those Test matches in the 60s, I mean, there's a lot of empty seats there in a way that is not the case now.
And I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I had cause to be watching this 1977 even series between Australia and India on YouTube the other day. And the excitement in the commentator's voice, he's tucked that away for a single through fine leg. I mean, it was amazing.
It's raining.
Uh-oh, rain. Well, I wondered if that wind that blew off Paul Rifle's hat was going to be a portent of things to come, and it has. It has. The rain has returned. The lights are on. I'm actually quite surprised it didn't go off a bad light before that, because it's been getting really dark. The clouds have enveloped us, much as they enveloped cricket in the 1960s.
Fortunately, we got our weatherman here. Not Stav, but...
No,
Aggers.
not Stav. We do have Aggers. Could you get a little consultation on his app? He's frowning a touch. 162 for 6.
He's got the movement.
The
There's clouds coming along from probably the west or the southwest, and it making its way towards St John's Wood. It's raining away to our right.
It's a bad-looking face he's got on there.
No.
No, well, I don't know what he means by that.
There's dirty weather coming.
It's coming or it might pass us. I think that means it might pass us. That's what his hope is, but there's a lot of moisture on the camera that we can see that's giving us the pictures on our monitor.
I mean, we've had more play here than practically anywhere else in the country.
How many overs have we had now, Andy, for refund watch?
22 and a half.
And
22 and a half overs.
What's the next sort of barrier?
30.
If you get 30, is no refund?
No refund. Is it 30 or 30.1? We don't know. That could become important, but let's not worry about it right now, eh? Right. So 162 for 6. England have lost a few wickets today. Harry Brook among them, and Jamie Smith, and as well as Emilio Gay, who was the first. He went to a shooter, which he had no chance with whatsoever. Brook was well caught by Rizwan standing up, and Jamie Smith got out to a rather loose shot. Bottom hand came off the bat, and he just chipped or flicked a really easy catch to an unusual position, a sort of forward square leg. Dan Lawrence is still there, top scoring on 37. And Atkinson has 7. The lead is 342. How heavy would you say this rain is? There's a fair few umbrellas knocking around, I'd say. People sort of moving for cover. But they haven't shown so much urgency as to get the covers off the side of the hover cover yet. We do have one tarpaulin for one bowler's run up.
Maybe they're getting tired.
Yeah, well, they've not done much of it this summer, though, have they?
No, that's true. Well, it's not torrential by any stretch of the imagination. It's just
squally
rain.
Would we go squally?
Yeah.
Almost like a sea fret.
Yeah. I mean, it's worse away to our right. I don't know which.
I think that's
London.
what Aggers was.
Know, yeah. Which bit of London is that?
It's heading more towards Swiss Cottage that way.
Okay.
In that general direction. So actually it's getting brighter behind the pavilion. So there is hope, and presumably they'll be smart enough to take an early tea. So I'd be staggered if don't know if we've had news yet, but I would imagine.
Gone 4:30.
Well, yes.
It's not that early, but yes.
No, well, it was due at 4:40.
Yeah.
But that's because they have this ludicrous notion that play could theoretically go on to 7:30, when we know full well from the movement of the Earth around the Sun that is not going to happen, and light is going to fade. Andy?
Just an update on the deviation data that we've been looking at through this game.
DDs.
So look at overs 1 to 20. It's well above average, but the 20th most out of 146 tests in the database across the first 3 innings.
Oh, give me a pen.
I'm getting there, Vic. I know you like a most ever. You're getting one. So this is first, comparing like with like, so overs 1 to 20, innings 1, 2 and 3 of tests in England. So high, but not off the scale. No. From overs 21 to 50, comfortably the most movement that has been measured in that phase of tests in England. So as I mentioned yesterday...
So is the deviation much the same? Is it going down?
It's sort of staying the same. The pitch is not flattening out. The ball is still moving a lot, even when the ball is getting older, and even in the third innings of the match. In fact, there's more lateral movement off the surface in the third innings of the match than in the first or the second. So, yeah, the sort of narrative of a pitch during an innings and across a match that you expect of it getting generally a bit easier has not been happening.
So I'm looking forward to the Troy Cooley interview that tells us I'm very satisfied with our deviation data.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting part of that, of course, is it sort of means that whoever's coming in at 4, 5, 6 is having to face conditions as difficult as people who have to bat at 1, 2, 3, isn't it?
Yeah, talking about how you measure players, and the numbers from this game won't stand out, but you say Gay's 31 was very good. Dan Lawrence in this match now 54 runs without being dismissed by a bowler, was outrun out in the first innings.
I mean, he's had probably the best day of the English batsman because he's not a peripheral player, but he's not an England player.
Well, if Bethel comes back in,
Well,
although he's there to be a spin bowling all-rounder, but yes.
But runs, he's got 37, he's top scored in difficult conditions, so that's doing him no harm whatsoever. In his own sort of idiosyncratic way, he's a slightly unusual player, but he's a great timer of the ball when he's on song.
Just can confirm it is tea.
Okay.
It is tea. And the good news is that they haven't...
raining.
Well, it's A, stopped raining, and B, they haven't moved the side covers out at all. So... tidying up exercise. If we don't get any more rain,
they'll come back.
Then they should come back out straight after tea. You'd think, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Lord's
prognosis.
Actually, Lord's is proving to be a great wet weather venue because the outfield soaks this year anyway.
Yes.
The outfield soaks the water up very, very quickly, and the pitch is such that you only need about 3.5 days to get a result anyway, so you've got scope.
So you're saying we could play here in October?
Interruptions.
Play here in October or
Well,
April?
I'm sure there are plans afoot at the ECCB to stretch probably the championship season into October, I think, rather than Test cricket.
I imagine that's probably the case. Anyway, look, the good news is it's brightening up a bit, actually, and it was really gloomy 5 minutes ago. It's one of those days where the clouds are rushing in and then being rushed away.
That strong breeze is very helpful.
It is. Right, so one of the big talking points has been the trend of wicket-keepers standing up to the stumps, with Jamie Smith showing some impressive skills. He's been working with England's assistant coach, the legendary World Cup and Ashes winning wicket-keeper Sarah Taylor. Taylor has been speaking to Isha Guha about the work she's been doing with Jamie Smith, but first, Isha asked how much she is enjoying her role with the England men's team.
I've absolutely loved it. Obviously came as a little bit of a shock, but absolutely jumped to the chance as soon as I was asked, and the boys have made it unbelievable. Well, it's just a great experience, really. I'm learning a lot. I'm still very young in my coaching career, but it's been a pretty good summer.
You're looking very relaxed on the balcony, I have to say, watching on after obviously being involved as a player.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate to play alongside you, but this is a very different environment for yourself. Let's talk about the keeping, because a lot of attention has been focused on Jamie Smith and him standing up to the stumps. Obviously, you did it a lot in your career. You were the best at it. What have you noticed in his game that you've been working with him on, and how often has he done it previously?
I don't think he has done it that much previously. So this was obviously a little bit of a shock come this summer, where the surfaces actually almost told him to go and stand up to the stumps. But we've worked extremely hard. Every training session we've had, he's been doing keeping, and standing up has obviously become a little bit more prevalent now. So in terms of kind of technical stuff, he's an extremely good keeper. He's got an excellent pair of hands. So it was just in case of enhancing what he already had and keeping him slightly more still than what he used to. The direction of which he faces was slightly open, and I think we've gone a little bit more down the wicket. So there's just a couple of things that we've tinkered with. It's nothing major, I promise you. It is just more consistency in what he's doing. Just that push to try and do some form of standing up every single session that we do. And again, he's the one that's pushed it. So he's working extremely hard and reaping all the benefits out there.
Well, you can tell us because you did it so much. What are you looking at behind the stumps? What is important to you in terms of that being able to take those catches and having that reflex and that instinct, I guess, behind the stumps?
I think, for me, if the head's still, then the hands are in a good position to catch the ball. If the ball's moving left and right and up and down, I think you have to be then as still as possible. Jamie's worked extremely hard at that. But also, I think he's also 6'2", so you have to almost use what you've got. He has got a slightly wider stance than most because he can, which means he can access the leg side a little bit more, which is nice. But again, I can't harp on enough about how to stay extremely still and just trust your hands. Just absolutely trust your hands, and assume that you will catch it, and then hopefully you'll be nice and aggressive with it.
Come on then, while we've got you.
Come on.
You're going to have the mic close to to your mouth as you get down. But if you can just, if the camera can just go on you, come on, just show us, the kind of position you get yourself into.
I'm doing this right now, am I? Yes. No, so obviously I would personally set up with my left foot for a right-handed batter on, there was the traditional that it was off stump. It's going a little bit more leg stump, just because obviously then your head is over off stump or just outside, that kind of fourth stump line, which is actually what we ask the bowlers to bowl to. So actually you might as well just be there. So that's how I would set up keepers nowadays. And also you are now generally a lot more towards the leg side. So that is, again, another benefit and a little bit of a cheat code. And then obviously with the ball moving, you can't move your head that quick either. So it's trusting that your hands can go. So if you're nice and aggressive and attack on angles, you are more likely to catch it if the ball moves, but you have to trust your hands. So I haven't actually got in any position that you needed me to be, which is probably a good thing, but ultimately that kind of middle to leg stump is where that left foot should start, really.
Because that's something I would say about you. You were so good with your hands. You get into position, but then you had the instinct to just move your hands to the right position. And what I'm seeing with Jamie Smith, obviously it's tough, facing 80-mile-an-hour bowling. It's quick. How difficult is it here at Lord's, especially with the slope, with the uneven bounce that we've seen, and how does he judge it to be able to get his hands in the right position?
So I think ultimately, because it is so quick, a lot of the times you can't actually look at the ball. You have to look at an area in front of you and then trust that your hands are going to get there. I'd love to say it's this massively technical thing. It is pure trust and the skill of that wicketkeeper at the time. Everyone does it differently as well, but in terms of what I've said previously about staying as still as you possibly can, and then being really, really aggressive with the angle that you catch the ball. Because obviously if you catch it behind you, the deviation essentially should be a little bit more, but if you catch it at an angle and you're aggressive with that, it in theory should be a lot closer to you. So yeah, that is ultimately wicket keeping.
And what is the expectation for him? Because, it's not easy, and, it's coming down at 80 miles an hour, and he's having to judge the bounce. Sometimes we've seen uneven bounce here at Lord's, that the slope's been quite tricky. What is the expectation if he does miss something or it doesn't quite go in as he wants it to?
I mean, look, given that where he was at the start of the summer, I'm not saying the expectation is low at all whatsoever, but I'm expecting him to take them all. But I'm very aware that is also not possible. He's human, and also this is a project for him, and he's been working extremely hard, and he will not get it right. And he knows that, and ultimately you look at it quite factually. Why did he miss that? What did he do wrong? Rather than, I guess, being annoyed that he's probably missed it, but ultimately he's doing a service to the bowlers when he's standing up, and I think I mentioned it yesterday, just to enhance the skill of the bowlers by standing up and keeping the batsman in the crease, and that is ultimately what he's there to do. Catch it, I suppose.
I'm sure you're a great sounding board for him. What about when he's standing back then? Yes. What are the things that you've seen that maybe none of us would have noticed?
He's just moving slightly more. He's genuinely moving slightly more sideways, body position just more down the wicket. He was slightly open before and more aggressive. You'll know me, when it came to my keeping, I like to be extremely aggressive, whether that's stood up or back, and that's now what he's giving. So there's slightly more energy in what he's doing, creating better angles in how he catches it, and ultimately, hopefully, a lot more consistency with the repetition of doing what he's doing all the time. So he's doing really well. You're right, a lot of people probably don't notice the difference in the changes, but we certainly do on the balcony, and we're just really proud of all the hard work that he's put in.
You talk about energy there. You were quite a vocal keeper. Happy to have a few words. He's not so much that. Are you expecting him to be a bit more vocal out on the field?
No, because it's not his personality. You can't change someone's personality. I think actually what you want from him is the energy to come from him in terms of his body movements, how he's running into the stumps and catching the ball. He's asking for the ball all the time. I think that's a lot more important than potentially some words that come out of his mouth. And that has definitely changed. He's a lot more energetic, and he's just putting in a hard shift for the team that, again, he has absolutely pushed himself.
What have you learnt about yourself as a coach?
Oh, threw that question in there. What have I learnt about myself as a coach? I'm a lot more patient than I thought I was. I think you come into these environments thinking that you should know everything because of your experience and what you did and how you did it, and the coaches that you've learned from throughout your career. But you don't. We're all still evolving. We're all still learning. Even the coaches up there that have been coaching for a very long time are all still learning. And the game's developing. And given the fact that we're not playing, we have to learn from the players. So, yeah, it's actually been quite nice because you do fret. You think, I hope I know enough. But actually, I'm learning. I'm evolving as a coach. And there's still plenty to come, hopefully.
You've been part of high performance environments across your career, you know, Ashes winner, World Cup winner. What's the difference being in the men's environment?
I don't know if there's too much of a difference. I think I'm essentially just coaching the player, and I think that's how it always has to be, whether it's a men's environment or a female environment. Like you say, I'm lucky enough to do other franchise stuff and learning from a lot of the coaches and a lot of the players, but ultimately, I've clicked with Jamie, and that's amazing. That doesn't happen often, but I am genuinely coaching the player. Whether it's I've had the luck, I've been able to work with players like Beth Mooney and Richa Ghosh was unbelievable, and yeah, so I'm just extremely lucky at the minute. And to be fair, nothing's really different. It is purely the personality and the cricket.
It's great to see you doing it and thriving as well. What's next for Sarah Taylor?
That is a great question. I have absolutely no idea. I would love to do this for as long as I possibly can. Obviously work with Jamie and then get to work with Joss in the white ball stuff. But we shall see.
Let's not forget as well, you're an unbelievable batter. So
I do forget. We're not unbelievable, but I forget that I bat, yeah.
Are they coming to you for tips on batting as well?
It's not necessarily tips, but more just the conversations that you have around. You feel freely to talk to them about it, and then they're happy to. They want to talk as well. So what did you do when you do this? What did you do when you played here? And those conversations are great because it does remind me that I did used to bat. But it's they just want to talk cricket, and that's what's been the beauty of this change room, that they love the game so much. But yeah, batting is. I mean, I would love to be batting out there again. Not today, but. It's something that I do forget that I did, and but the conversations have been very good.
Well, I can vouch for you. You were a safe pair of hands behind the stumps. It was an absolute pleasure being able to bowl and knowing you were there. So I'm sure it's going to be the same for Jamie as he evolves as a wicket keeper. But it's been just really great to chat to you, and so great to see you doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much, Ish.
That is Sarah Taylor speaking with Isha Guha. Sarah Taylor, who was England's World Cup winning wicket-keeper and now part of the backroom staff here, England's fielding coach, and started that role during the New Zealand Test matches, has carried on now. And as you heard her say there, she's hoping she can stay in the role for some time and indeed also work with Jos Buttler. She was part of the Manchester Supergiants team that won the 100. Jos Buttler, captain of that side. So it'd be interesting to see, I guess, the whole backroom staff, what that makeup is once Stephen Fleming arrives for that South Africa tour, and then really starts to shape the Fleming Root partnership and everyone who that will involve. Tuffers, yeah, really intriguing listening to Sarah Taylor because it's brilliant technical wicket-keeping conversations. And one thing she noted, about Jamie Smith and working with him is that he is taller than your average keeper. I should just tell everyone, by the way, that play is due to start again after the tea break. We had an early tea, about to get underway again in precisely 2 minutes' time. They say a 4:55 restart. Players already starting to come back out. Yeah, he's tall, isn't he? About 6'2".
Yes, but you can still be a wicket keeper if you're tall.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you in your mind's eye, you have sort of slightly shorter guys, very nimble, sort of like nipping around and taking catches, standing up to the stumps and what have you. But I think he's still sort of learning the ropes a little bit, really. So I think it's great that he's sort of like forged this relationship with Sarah, because that's what you need, as you're sort of finding your way. What's he played? 24 Test matches now, so,
yep.
You're still a bit in your infancy a little bit. What I'd like to see, he's obviously got a lot of talent, and he can catch, which is handy. And so it's one of those positions where you've got to work at it every day. I mean, I used to see my keepers, sort of, as I'd be wandering off for a cup of tea and get myself ready, still having balls hit at them, up and down sort of squats to get the strength in the legs, eye-hand coordination drills and things like that. And also, I think it was interesting to say about his character. Now, you don't want to necessarily change someone's character, but you've got to own that area as a wicketkeeper. It's a bit like a goalkeeper in football, you know, that when a corner comes in and it's in that 6-yard box, that's mine, you know, and you've got to really dominate that area. I can remember Jack was just brilliant at it, you know. If anyone
Jack Russell.
Jack Russell. You know, if anyone sort of walked into that area, they knew that that was his domain. So it doesn't necessarily mean being chirpy or sledging, for want of a better word, but just having that aura that, you know, anything around here I'm going to grab.
And how much, though, does the batting feed into the keeping?
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
Jamie Smith was out to a loose shot today, but I guess it was Adam Gilchrist, another tallish man, for a wicket keeper, who really made that keeper bat position so critical. And I guess much in the way, you know, a team can take energy from a bowling innings into a batting innings, a wicket keeper, if they've had a good time of it with the bat, can take that, you know, into the fielding performance.
Absolutely, and that'll be his test. You know, the test for that is that when you do go through a bit of a low trot and things aren't going your way, you've still got your number one value is your keeping. You know, so if you go through a little lean trot with the bat, you've still got to make sure that is is top draw, and it's work. It is just work. The more balls you catch, the better you become.
Yeah, which for him, he doesn't keep wicket for Surrey,
Which
so
is
he's
tricky.
having to do the work when he's in camp.
Yeah.
And so that's where I guess, his partnership with Sarah Taylor, working with her, is going to be even more important.
Absolutely. So that is just that's just something that he's going to have to work out. What is the best way for him to get that work in?
Players are back out. We had an early tea with a little flurry of rain. The covers were on, the covers have come off. And Muhammad Ali is resuming the over. He's part-way through, bowling to Gus Atkinson. 162 for 6 then, the final session of the day. A big drive and a miss from Atkinson. Little off balance through to Rizwan. It goes low. And Muhammad Ali has his hands on his head. The lead's up to 342. Is that first shot tough as a sign of how England might play now in this evening's session? Would we? I mean, 6 down, will it be a declaration? Or England could well get bowled out, but they might try and get some runs quickly.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to declare unless it's sort of likely to get more rain and it dribbles into tomorrow and what have you, and you start wasting time for England to bowl. But yeah, I think there'll be some positive shots here. You know, I mean, 342 is a huge lead, you know, so sling the willow a little bit here and then you never know, you might even get bowling tonight.
2 slips and the gully, that might not be the worst thing for England at all. Hit back of the length, and that one has Atkinson hopping, had to really drop the hands to get out of the way of a short delivery, and it kicked up.
Yeah,
Atkinson will be interested in these deliveries as well, I'm sure, when it comes to England's bowling effort.
Yeah, and it might just be in the mind of England, even though I think the pitch is going to keep doing it, you know, over the next couple of days. It has had a lot of lateral and sideways movement and what have you. You know, but you're not going to get better conditions to ever bowl.
Quite murky.
Give it a bit of a dart,
on.
little bit of a dart for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. Get yourself another 50, 60 runs, and then get bowling. That's where you're going to win the game from.
Yeah.
And in these conditions, with our bowling attack, you know, you want to get out there.
Here is Muhammad Ali then, up to the stumps. A fuller delivery, struck on the pad, low down. A finger goes up. Will there be any review? Atkinson is turning on his heel and he's walking back to the pavilion where it was full. It was honing in on the stumps. An excellent delivery from Muhammad Ali after the short ball, following it up with one right up there. 162 for 7 now. Atkinson gone for 7. 2 balls, 3 balls after the resumption.
Yeah, no, nice little bit of bowling. As you say, you get the bumper that whistles past the ear rolls, and then he does have that ability to run one back into the right hander. He sort of opens his chest up, and you can see that it's a visible change in his action, which then sort of, you know, you open that chest up and push it into the right hand. A good bit of bowling. As you say, Atkinson looking to perhaps, you know, get on with it a bit and try for an expansive flick through mid-wicket, just thumps in the pad, missed it.
Well, this game is now moving at a pace. England only 3 wickets left, 162 for 7, so not adding to the score at tea, the early tea when the rain came. Dan Lawrence still there. He's ground out 37 from 57, one big 6 in amongst that as well. A lot of gritty batting also. Harry Brook made 34. He's the next best score so far after Lawrence is unbeaten, 37. But yeah, for the England bowlers, I think it will be a case of now see what you can get. But will we get, how much play we'll get into the evening, depending on the light tuffers. Yeah, it's gloomy still.
It is, yeah, very dark.
They might not get much of a chance this evening, but it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to have a go.
No, absolutely.
And remember, Imam ul Haq, as far as we
has anyone seen it? I don't know whether anyone's seen it.
Very little news sort of coming out about Imam ul Haq. Decision to be made, we're told, so nothing definitive as to whether he is going to bat or not, or whether he'll open or not. But yeah, Azan Owais, again, batted with real grit, didn't he, to survive against Archer. But I'm not sure he'll be fancying that in these conditions, of even tougher.
No, absolutely. Without that, what do you get, 45 or something?
Yeah, 46.
46. Without that, 46.
Yeah, out of a total of 110. Well, let's see. A little bit of spin now here from the pavilion end.
Surprise.
Which, well, it's just the second over. Ali Usman had one, which went for 5 runs, but
yeah.
Unless this is to do with a change of ends for one of the quicks, maybe. Usman around the wicket here, slipping a short leg. Forward comes Lawrence, just pressing forward, ball running off the inside half of the bat towards Shah Masood at mid-wicket, and so there is no run. The lead 342. Remember, only one team's ever chased more than 300 to win a test match here at Lord's, as Usman is around the wicket, coming forward, and a bit of a hack. He got it aerially out to square leg.
Yeah,
it's gone for 4, hasn't it?
Yeah, England making their intentions clear here. On his bike, Dan Lawrence ran down the wicket, nowhere near it, and then just sort of followed through with a shot. A little bit fortunate to get a bit of a thick inside edge through mid-wicket.
Aerially to begin with, and then scuttling along the ground out towards the scoreboard and the mound stand. So that's certainly a sign of things to come. Lawrence is on 41, 166 for 7. Usman again, sets himself up for a little paddle sweep past short leg, down towards fine leg, scooped up by Muhammad Ali, sends the ball back into the middle.
It's dark, Ali, now, isn't it? I mean, that is dark. A good sign is when you see the shadows.
Under the feet.
Under the feet, the sort of the 4 shadows coming off the field. As, I'm not quite sure whether Pakistan would fancy coming out and having a bat in this.
Still three wickets to go down. Nobody in the England dressing room is pulling their whites on just yet.
No.
As Usman moves around the wicket. A stronger drive from Lawrence into the ground and into the hands of extra cover. A bit of a half crowd catch, that one.
At least the crowd's got a bit of cricket, though.
Well, I think
looking a bit tricky, wasn't it?
More than we expected.
Yes.
Probably today.
We were looking at forecasts, thinking that could be the day.
Yeah, well, there are tickets for day 4 available, as Usman is around the wicket to Lawrence, who goes back, plays it out along the ground, a sprawling stop at extra cover. Ground level this time, saves a run. Good effort, appreciated by the Pakistan fans in the crowd. So if you do want to come along to Lord's, and the forecast better for tomorrow,
Yes, I think. I mean, there's a few sort of squally showers, but not as set in.
Usman, left arm around, he's got down on one knee, heaves this over the leg side. And that has travelled for 6. Oh, it's disappeared into row 3 or 4. It's been retrieved amongst the crowd. And Lawrence has raced onto 49 with that shot. Second 6 of the innings for him.
Yeah, good old-fashioned, I think he's called it perfectly, heave, wasn't it? Down on one knee, a sort of a slog sweep. And, length on middle stump, and stuck it over cow corner for 6. Drop catch in the stand, so we'll be disappointed. But I think England have had enough here now. They're just going to be giving it a bit of a dart.
Just to repeat what I was saying before the break, we've had more lateral movement off the pitch after over 20 than any other test in the last 20 years in England. Pakistan have started with a spinner with 5 men on the boundary. Yeah. Explain that, Tuffers.
Well, there you go. Well,
difficult to.
Yes.
There's a fuller ball on the pads, though, and Robinson, this is his first delivery, clipping it away along the ground up to deep square.
What? Yeah.
Are we going to have another over of spin? Surely not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, perhaps they're thinking that they might just have a little slog at one and almost sort of slog it up in the air because of the spin bowler. But I mean, if I was a seamer in the Pakistan side, I'd be going absolutely doolally. Hold on a minute, why are you bowling the spinner? I'm here, I can get you these wickets.
seeing where Mohamed Abbas is in the field.
Well, I suppose he's had. What's he done?
Stretching with some-
Andy? Yeah, how many overs he bowled? He's bowled quite a few.
Well, yeah, he's bowled 18.
Yeah.
10 today.
Muhammad Ali, who's into his 13th. A shorter ball, but doesn't really get up, and Lawrence pulls him away towards deep square, takes the single, which brings up his 50. And with a couple of sixes as well, it's a 50 off 64 deliveries, a raise of the bat for Dan Lawrence. He's had to play a gritty innings at times here, really tricky conditions. But he's helped to extend England's lead beyond the 350 mark as well. It now stands at 356.
Yeah, no, nice knock. As you say, in tricky conditions, but sort of paced it nicely. And this is what this England team have been criticised before, and as not quite knowing the situation. But he's got himself in, and then he's just looked to go through the gears a little bit. So he's realised what kind of knock was needed, and he's done it. He's done it very well.
Yeah, back-to-back 50s after a half-century in the first innings at Leeds as well. I'm keeping it a little bit low on Robinson. Brought the bat down defensively, and the ball running off the inside half of the bat behind square on the leg side. He's able to go through for one. Does it go to show tough as what happens when you pick batters who are in form? You know, he's been churning out the runs in the county season this summer.
Absolutely.
And he's come in and just he feels like he's just very aware of his game and of an innings situation.
Absolutely, and he's done it well. I felt a little bit sorry for him when I saw him wandering out at the Oval opening the batting all those years ago, do you remember? So this is his spot.
Yeah. Didn't feel like that was his natural birth.
No, but this is his spot, and he can play a manner of games.
Lawrence on strike again here. Oh, and that one's cut back in and caught him right on the top of the thigh. Drops into the offside, and Muhammad Ali picking up in his follow-through dot ball.
Yeah, the details of that half-century: 64 balls, 2 sixes, and 6 fours. So 36 of his runs in boundaries. Shows how well he's chosen the balls to attack. An outstanding innings. The first time he's had back-to-back 50s in his Test career. His 6th half-century in 16 Tests.
Was I a little bit generous, tough as when I said he caught that delivery? Caught Lawrence in the top of the thigh.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It was a little bit more central.
Yes, that exhale of breath. And it can be tricky, as you say, when you got to play an innings like this. You just think go out there and you sort of slog one up in the air for 22. No, you prize your wicket more than that.
Ali moves in, and that's gone through him. Lift and carry through to Rizwan, passing the edge of the bat. Lawrence was drawn forwards. He's wandering away towards square leg now. It's a good delivery.
It's all very well and good playing unselfishly, and throwing the bat at every delivery. But then you do sort of think to yourself, well, I left a few out there. Really, it's my figures. I want another 50, and he's done it well.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it slowly, that's for sure.
He's helping to cement England's commanding position here. 357, the lead. So Robinson out there now, just Archer and Tongue to come for England. But, well, Lawrence is still there. England will bat on and continue to stretch the lead. And Ali's pulled out of his run. Is that because a bit more drizzle is blowing across the ground? And it is. Umbrellas going up and rain max being hauled on. The umpires haven't moved yet. Now they are moving and saying, no, it's time to go in. The covers are being called on yet again. So such a stop-start kind of day. Floodlights trying to pierce through the mist now as it's sort of light rain, but it's certainly blown in very quickly. And so the players go off at 177 for 7. We haven't got far into this evening session. Dan Lawrence is unbeaten on 50 from the 66 balls he's now faced. And he's alongside Ollie Robinson, 2 from 2. The lead 357 at this point. I will tell people about tickets for tomorrow. So if you've never been to Lord's and want to come, you can just hop online and buy tickets. Adult tickets start at £70.
Oh.
Children's tickets, which are under 16s, start from 30. That is the information that we have from MCC. So there are tickets available. £30 for under 16s. Would you like them a bit cheaper, Tuffers?
I wouldn't mind them a bit cheap.
£20?
Well, 50. Why not? Let's get the youth in.
It'd be nice if there was sort of an algorithm for ticket prices versus amount of rain that might be expected.
Well,
but I suppose in a way that's what the refund scheme is for, isn't it?
What you will see is an England win probably, you know,
Well,
and a
that's
performance.
the
Yeah,
temptation to come, isn't it?
absolutely. You're going to see a good bowling performance. Well, you might
Get to
see
see
a bit.
Jofra Archer bowl. And
Absolutely.
if you've witnessed anything like the speed at which he bowled in the first innings, that'll be quite a treat to watch.
Yeah, and you know, and the skill of Robinson and Tongue and everyone. So you know, it'd be well worth popping down, have a little look at the rain. But I don't think it's too. I don't think, you know, I think there's the odd one knocking about, but it's not as bad as today.
And Andy, England's last Test series victory. England have been waiting for a little while for an actual series.
When was that?
Win.
New
New Zealand.
Yeah, late 2024.
So
Ah.
that's the other incentive to come. You're not just seeing a Test match win.
No, that's
You'll be
right.
supporting Joe Root in his new era as captain.
Yeah,
to a series win.
So excluding the one-off test against Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
So yeah, they won a good win in New Zealand. They played very well in the first two tests, rather clocked off a bit in the third test and lost that. But then at the 2-2 draw with India last summer, when they were 6 runs away from winning the series, then the disappointing Ashes and that 2-1 defeat to New Zealand this summer.
Yeah, get yourself down here.
Yeah,
Why
well,
not?
certainly. And if it really rains, you can go into the museum and you can have a good look around there. You can go and see the sparrow, the stuffed sparrow.
Yes,
That's still, I think, one of the most favourite pieces of. What can you call it? It's not. What do you call stuffed animals? It's a word for it. Taxidermy.
That's it. Taxidermy. That's the one.
Well, it's possibly the only piece of taxidermy in the Lord's Museum, actually, but it's certainly a favoured artefact.
Yeah, you know.
There's there's something here for the Pakistan cricket fans as well, or any cricket fans, but there's a temporary exhibition on as well where there are some Pakistani cricketing artefacts from the MCC collection. There's a test cap of Hanif Mohammed and the test sweater of Wasim Bari. They're currently on display in the museum. There's all sorts of interesting
There is.
bits and bobs in
I think
there.
it's a little bit interactive in there as well. I think
it's
there's
gone a bit modern.
Yes, it has. I think there's a few little things that you can grab hold of or sit in and, you know, see films and what have you. But hopefully it won't be as poor as today. I mean, today it's one of the. Oh, it is absolutely.
It's got heavy
hammering
suddenly
down.
now,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
Yeah.
The
drops are big.
the drops are big. The covers, the square is now being covered to either side of the hovercraft, the hover cover now. So I wonder, what are we now, 5:10 in the evening?
That might be a lot, you reckon?
Is there always a bit of a feeling, wasn't there, that it could be terminal around about the 5 p.m. mark?
Yep.
I've been surprised and pleasantly surprised that we've had as much play as we have done today. But the game's certainly moved on
Very frustrating.
at pace
Yeah,
with the
frustrating.
wickets that have fallen. The pitch has been a bit up and down, and it
Cool,
was
a bit.
a crazy start to the day,
A
wasn't
bit.
it? Emilio Gay's dismissal.
Yeah, a bit up and
He had
down.
no
I think
chance.
they've got to do something with this pitch, Ali.
Well, they are, aren't they? They're going to be rid of the square in a
It
sense,
really
and they'll be dropping pitches but not until 2028.
Yeah,
MCC said after the New Zealand test that they will be, they'll be curating pitches out in the nursery ground and then dropping them in. So what have we got here? We've got some information as regards the MCC's pitch action plans. There is going to be some work going on both now and during the off-season, so not even waiting until 2028.
No.
Independent specialists are identified and a programme of site visits set up to conduct a thorough assessment of the square, the pitch preparation and match performance, as well as infrastructure and resources that support it. So that work has already begun. In fact, that started immediately after the New Zealand men's test match, where the pitch received the rating of unsatisfactory, and that's been continuing throughout the summer. So independent specialists brought in, and they are, so far, we are told, confident that there are ways to improve the quality of the pitch and the performance. MCC are keen to stress, they say that their ground isn't alone in facing challenges around pitch preparation. And there have been lots of conversations ongoing with other venues around the country who have similar challenges, and not even just cricket, but outside of cricket as well. And I suppose climate does come into it, Tuffers, doesn't it, with regards ground preparations for whatever sport you are.
Absolutely. HQ's got to be a little bit better, hasn't it? It's as simple as that.
Well, it's staging the most iconic games, isn't it? And when you think it's had the World Test Championship finals, a Lord's Test just has an aura about it. Men's Test, Women's Test.
Yeah.
Staging domestic finals, Village Cup final next Sunday.
Absolutely. Oh, is it? Who's in that? Who's in that?
Well, Cuckney, wasn't it?
Sorry?
We looked up.
Cockney?
Was I correct with that?
I think that's right. Cockney against Blackheath.
Oh, I know
this was the
Blackheath.
story of the groom who's getting married
Oh.
the day before the Village Cup final. He didn't realise his team, obviously when he set the wedding date, hadn't planned or thought that his team would be in the Cup final at Lords on the Sunday. He's getting married all the way in North Wales the day before.
And obviously hasn't cancelled.
The wedding's still very much going ahead.
Why would you get married during the cricket season?
Well,
But then it was planned that the league season would have finished.
I tried to.
What happened,
I wasn't allowed. I wasn't allowed. No, my.
So you tried to get married in the cricket season, so
I'm
you could
digging
miss
myself a hole there. Yeah, no. My first wife had Tim Lamb by the throat in the Middlesex office. I'm getting married on Saturday, and poor old Lammy was going, well, you can't. Your to-be husband is a professional cricketer. They sort of do things on Saturday. She wasn't happy, bless her.
Well, even the amateur cricketers do a lot on Saturday as well, Tuffers.
Well,
this is how much it means to cricketers.
Yeah.
So, he wants to be at the Village Cup final, and then the beautiful thing about it is that his fiancée is also very supportive that he should get to the Village Cup final.
That's
I
a good
believe,
start. That's a good start.
But not exactly. He's chosen the right woman.
That's a good start.
So the conundrum was, as we were saying earlier, is how to both have a wedding, enjoy your wedding night, but still be at Lords for an 11 a.m. Cup final start.
Whoa.
So the solution was a helicopter.
Oh, right, okay.
Bit of crowdfunding by his teammates.
Oh, what
How
a
about
great
that?
story.
Good friends, aren't they?
Turns up, opens the batting, scores.
Hopefully not a naught.
First baller.
That would be a disappointment, wouldn't it?
No, he's going to get 100. Oh, what a lovely story that is.
Yeah. Well, he's starting. Hopefully, he'll have a wonderful partnership in every respect.
Oh,
In
well
every
done.
respect.
Well done.
Yeah.
Love that.
I think Don Bradman's honeymoon, and he go on tour of North America with like 11 other Australian cricketers and his wife.
I might not have been able to get that one through. Where are we going? Well, we're going to the SCG, the MCG. Very nice this
Adelaide,
time.
City of Churches.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Yeah.
Well, we think this is possibly going to be it for the day. The ground staff have gathered around the covers, either side of that hover cover, and it's still... Is it drizzling? Yeah, umbrellas are still up, but it's got that sense of being a bit set in now, Tuffers, doesn't it? England leading by 357, 177 for 7 today. Lawrence with another half century, backing up the 50 that he got at Headingley. Here's a question for you.
Oh.
Do you think Ben Stokes might have declared by now? I think he might have pulled the plug and said, well, let's have a little dance.
Listen, he might have done, but I mean, there's no point, really.
There's so much time, isn't there?
2 days, you're not 2 days. If it's like, really when you're sort of weighing up declarations in your mind, you're sort of thinking to yourself, well, we want 4 sessions, and if we can squeeze and 5 sessions, that's always handy. But the situation of this game, with the pitch and the conditions and the overheads which are expected a little bit.
Oh, hello, the covers are being rolled back up, Tuffers.
O'Reilly, well, there you go.
Well, was probably not the end of the day then. This is good news.
Yeah.
This day continues to surprise in the best ways possible.
I don't think it's...
It's not as if sometimes you might think, it's murky this evening, make the most of it because it could be, better conditions the next day.
If it's flat as and what have you, but
this is going to continue to be a difficult pitch for every batter that comes out.
Get as many as you can in a robust manner, and then get bowling.
Yeah. And England have got themselves into a position of only greater strength today. So resuming on 81 for 3, they had that lead of 261. They've extended it to 357. There's been 3 wickets so far for Mohamed Abbas. You wonder whether he might still have a chance of, well, he does have a chance of getting himself on the honours board, isn't he? He's had 4 wickets. 4 wickets and 4 wickets at Lords.
Oh, is it? Yes. Oh, was it 4 and 4? I thought it was 3 and 4. Oh, it's 4 and 4.
The previous test he played with results, he had 4 in each innings.
Yeah, in 2018, I think he was player of the match in that game. 4 in both innings, 4 in the first innings here.
Yeah.
So 15
just missed out. Well, he'll be desperate to get on that. I mean,
well, unless Ali Usman continues to bowl, and then he might not get an opportunity.
There you go.
That was a curious over, but we'll see whether
another 30 more balls before they don't have to pay a refund. Do you think that's got anything to do with the boys?
Come on, ground
being
staff.
whipped by the head groundsman.
Well, it is.
I mean, they've whipped them off sharpish, I must admit.
quicker than the Wimbledon ground start that was, wasn't it? Come on, team, let's get rolling.
They might have got a bat phone, in the.
But it's a legitimate concern, though, isn't it? That the shorter Test matches are getting, the loss of money in the game, and it's across the world. Yeah. Hello, Michael. Michael
good afternoon.
Us.
I'm noticing the ground stuff. That's very lively.
Yes.
And I've just spoke to Zoltz. I don't know if you'd mentioned it, but I think there's 31 more balls to bowl. Now, if you work out how many, 25,000 tickets sold?
Yeah.
So let's average £100 a ticket, average. Maybe a bit more. 2.5 million.
Oh. So you're working out how much money is going to be saved per ball?
I think 31 balls would possibly make 1.25 million.
Yeah, get yourself out there.
No wonder they're running around. They've had directions from above.
That's what I mean. As you say, there's a big bat phone in the groundsman's hut. Quick, get the covers off. I mean, that was quite a big downpour actually, so that will take a bit of time just to mop it up. But you're not wrong, right? They're flying around.
Michael, as you've sat down next to me, and we were talking earlier about the Village Cup final that's happening at Lord's on Sunday, but just some of the other matches that are taking place here at Lord's over the remainder of this season. Thursday, 10th of September, is a cup final that you've been involved in, the Knight Stokes Cup, the inaugural one this year, isn't it? Which is a state school competition that you've been involved in, launched by MCC and MCC Foundation. That should be a good day out.
Yeah, and the finalists are Altrincham Grammar Boys versus John Hampden Grammar School from Buckinghamshire, Altrincham near me in Cheshire. And the girls' final is Penistone Grammar in Yorkshire versus Chelmsford County High School. So that's on the 10th of September. I think the boys are first at 11 o'clock and the girls come at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I believe there's going to be 1,500 school kids. So
that's supporting in the crowd.
Yeah, lots of kids that have played in the tournament this year have been invited.
Well, it's perfect, isn't it, for the final to take place just after schools have gone back?
Yeah, well, it had to be when the schools were back. Yeah, it's been a great success. We've had over 1,100 teams, over 400 girls teams, which is great. Over and above what we thought we would get in the first.
How many you thought you might get? Has exceeded expectations?
When we first had initial chats, I think we were thinking, if we can get 50 girls teams and 200 boys teams, that would be a really good start. But it just shows you that if you put on a tournament and the prize is to play here at the home of cricket, state schools players have had the chance to play here at the home of cricket, but a state school has never had the opportunity. So to put on a finals day every year, this is going to be obviously for next year and the following years as well. It's not just a one-off year. It's a great opportunity for all the state school sector to put a team in. Pretty much all the work that has been done by the MCC Foundation and all the regional boards have really helped out. We've had a finals day at Headingley. We had a finals day at Wormsley, one down at Sussex as well. So there's been lots of legs to get to this finals day here on September the 10th. But there's been a real good uptake in the first year, which is great to see.
Yeah, so named after Heather Knight and Ben Stokes. Will the two of them be down here on finals day?
No, they won't be down here. No, I've had the indication that I'm going to be able to come down from Birmingham.
You will be?
Yeah,
so
excellent. I'll get the train down from Birmingham to be here for the finals day, which will be great. Paul Allett actually is going to be here because he used to go to Altrincham Grammar School.
Oh, right.
So
that's a nice link.
Ex-Lancashire and England player. Paul's going to be down supporting his school, which is fantastic. But yeah, I mean, throughout the whole tournament, so many people have donated so many things. Whether it's been local grounds, putting on games because schools don't have the facilities. Kit provided. So that's what we're there to do, to make sure that if there's a stumbling block or a roadblock in terms of a school thinking that they can't enter, well, we'll make sure that they can. We'll provide them with the equipment. We'll provide them with the facilities if their school don't have the cricket field. There's a few, obviously, schools over the years have lost the fields. So using local grounds, using some of the independent sector schools.
That's good, that partnership.
Yeah, they've been really helpful as well. So it's been a real kind of thorough togetherness of the whole game, realising that this is a really good tournament for those. And the winners will get their names on the honours board.
Is there a brand new honours board for this competition?
Yeah, in the writing room. In the writing room.
That's the one underneath the away dressing room, isn't it?
So the 4 schools that we've mentioned, 2 of those schools, and I'm sure we'll have the runners-up somewhere on the board as well, but the winners will be on the honours board forever.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But just think what an opportunity as well to just be in the Lord's dressing room, getting changed, sitting on that balcony, watching your schoolmates.
Ali, I've been promised from the MCC, and I believe them because they've been magnificent in everything that they've put on. They're going to get the same treatment as the England players get on match day.
They get a Lord's lunch, proper Lord's lunch.
I believe they're going to get
in the players' dining room.
I believe they're going to get the food. They're going to be in the dressing room, and they're
They'll
going
have to do the walk down the steps through the long room.
They'll get announced. It'll be exactly what you get on internet. Might not get the 30,000. Might get hopefully 2,000, but no, they're going to get the same treatment. It's going to be a great day for them all.
What a special day! I mean, and kits, as well as facilities, it can often be such a barrier for cricket, isn't it? And also girls' kit, because even so much second-hand kit, by just the very nature of the history of cricket that's been so predominantly played by men and boys, that so much second-hand kit is often
I actually saw
boys'
on
kit.
Dragon's Den,
Yes,
Maiden.
That's right. Yeah,
the 2 young girls that
Connor,
produced this cricket equipment called Maiden, which is specifically for girls, which is great.
There are others
I didn't
as well.
see
Should
which
mention
dragon.
Lacuna,
I didn't see which dragon invested, but
all 5.
They all went
all
for
of
it.
them.
Gary Neville went in.
Gary Neville went in. They all went in for an equal share to give them the overall amount that they wanted.
Well, it's a great idea. Absolutely fantastic.
Fillip for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, crucially, I think that having trousers which aren't sort of so see-through as cricket whites so often are is really important for girls, and in particular, young girls who are starting to go through their period as well. Like they want to wear shorts. So often girls would wear like black cycling shorts underneath their white trousers, but these are sort of got a second layer built in, so they don't have to worry about that. Pads which are a little bit lighter, a little bit smaller, just better shaped to the women's body. Shirts which are better shaped for the women's cuts. So there's a lot of, I think, evolution in the game that can still happen, particularly around kits, but facilities is one that, of course, affects the game sort of all over. The umpires are out there in the middle at the moment. They've had a chat with the 4th umpire.
It looks pretty gloomy to me, Ali.
Well, they're walking back inside, so we wait to see. The ground staff, there's no further movement. That's never a good sign, is it, after the umpires have been out to the middle? And then the umbrellas have gone back
up. I
up.
can see a bit of mizzle just in the distance there in the stand. You can see that it's just starting to rain. It's only light, but you would think that they'll put those covers just across the square now. They'll roll them off the hover. But they're doing nothing. They've obviously had the call, haven't they, to try and get these 31 balls bowled.
Yeah. How much did you work out it was?
Well, my maths aren't one to be ultimately trusted, but £100 per head, 20-odd thousand, 25,000, it's about 2.5 million. Half that, 1.25 million.
Well, and you also admired the stoicism of the spectators who have stuck it out during the day to try and get the cricket. 'Cause, I mean, it's a date in your diary, isn't it? People buy tickets for Lords so many months in advance, and it's your perhaps it might be one big day at a Test match per year. But
the forecast tomorrow is pretty good, isn't it?
I think it's better. Yeah. And there are tickets still available, I mentioned, for day 4, but the adult tickets start from £70, and under 16s tickets start from £30. So you can get those online and experience Lords if you've never experienced it, and potentially see England win a match, win a series.
Well, you'd say that it's absolute odds on if they get enough cricket tomorrow. I can't imagine that this Pakistan batting lineup will survive too much
the first innings
longer than they have done throughout the series.
37.2 overs. So can they make a better fist of it second time around? But they're facing Robinson, Atkinson, Archer and Tongue. It's a quartet that, I know you spoke yesterday just about the effectiveness of it, and I asked Jofra Archer last night how he feels they work as a unit. And he seems very happy and settled with, I suppose, the different roles they've got. His extreme pace, Robinson, with the less pace but the control and the nibble. I mean, at the moment, they're not needing to bowl, stacks and stacks of overs. So we're not yet quite seeing, in this season with this 4, what happens when some of them are pushed into their 3rd, 4th, 5th spells, and they might be tiring. At the moment, Archer is very much saying, nobody's, having to be over
overworked. We're all complementing each other nicely. There's still a lot of testing to be done of this unit.
Well, I think it's exciting with the pace, the skill.
The cover's being rolled back out over the square, Michael.
I think it's going to be it. You look at over the pavilion, it's grey, dark grey, and that's where it's coming from. Yeah, I mean, the kind of nucleus of a real strong attack is there for England. It's clear to see it. Also, the bowlers that aren't in this team, there's a number that are kind of vying to try and get into the team, which is what you need. You need a pack of them, but they're not being challenged at all. So I'm not going to judge them on this series. It's great to see them bowl nicely. It was great to see pace yesterday. It was great to see the ball flying around, but you can't judge a bowling attack against a batting lineup that's, it's just not got much substance. It hasn't got any kind of unorthodoxy in terms of putting them under pressure. Those challenges will come, in South Africa, no doubt. Probably in Bangladesh, it'll be a different style attack required. I'm sure you'll need a lot more spin. And then, obviously, against Australia next summer, that'll be the ultimate challenge. But you look at Australia's batting lineup. I'd fancy this attack to bowl that Australian batting lineup out on
they are currently.
Yeah, on a consistent basis. Yeah, I mean, whether England get enough runs against their attack, that's
that's
the big question.
But
I would back this attack in English conditions to put a huge amount of pressure on that Australian batting line.
It could be Matt Renshaw as the.
Could be Mick Sweeney at number 3. Who knows what they're going to end up. They've got a lot of cricket to go between now and then. Australia with 3 in South Africa, 4 against New Zealand, 5 away in India. So there's a lot of cricket for Australia to play that could kind of bring a different looking batting lineup in a year's time to the UK. But this attack, if they're fresh and fit, they'll cause a lot of damage to most batting lineups in the UK with the Duke ball and obviously the movement that we find here.
Yeah, and the movement here at Lord's has been particularly. I'm going to use the word excessive again today. The one that we've seen the ball go up and down all today was all about the lateral movement, but today was certainly quite different. The rain is rather filling in again. It's getting more misty outside our window with the heavier drizzle. Daniel is here as a pigeon swoops in front of the media centre. Not minding the rain at all, but unfortunately, it's not looking so promising, Dan.
It isn't looking promising, and I was looking out the back of the media centre, and there are people filing and streaming away to head to possibly the Jubilee line, which has also got delays. So it's it's a grim picture today. But why don't we look back now on the third day of the second test match between England and Pakistan at Lord's. I am joined by Jonathan Agnew, Michael Vaughan, Ramiz Raja to look back on a truncated day. Just the 96 runs scored, 4 wickets went down, 24 overs pretty much we had, so refunds for the customers here. 50% refunds is pretty much the only bright spark on the horizon. But a day in which Pakistan have stuck at it. They picked up those 4 wickets. England didn't get away, but Dan Lawrence did star with the bat with an unbeaten 50. And it began early with the dismissal of Emilio Gay, who is proving to be one of the unluckiest cricketers around. Michael Vaughan, we talked about this a little bit on air. That was a horrible ball to face, wasn't it? A shooter that did for him.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably be thinking in the dressing room and watching back, why me? There was not one other ball that rolled along the deck, and it's not happened throughout the whole game. That's all the overs that England have batted, all the overs that Pakistan batted. Not too many from Pakistan, but enough to suggest that Emilio Gay's been very, very unlucky. I mean, he's at that stage of his test career, 5 test matches in. He got a nice 50 here against New Zealand. And in recent times, he's got in and he's got out. He got caught down the leg side in the first innings. He gets a roller in the second. And he must be thinking, his test cricket kind of working its way against me. But he's just got to keep believing. I think the way that he played, and he gets to 31, particularly yesterday's 30 not out that he arrived here with today, I thought he played well. He's not a player that I'm looking at thinking, do I see him at the minute having 50 to 80 test matches? Possibly not. But I think it's worth England giving him, obviously, the next test match. And if I was them, I'd give him the 3 games in South Africa just to find out. That would be 9 test matches. And I think that's fair to find out about a player. If you suddenly start swapping and changing after 6 games on the back of, the conditions have been pretty tough about him this summer. On the back of a couple of misfortunes, I think it'd be fair for him to get the Winter Series in South Africa. And I think then you can make a more of a sensible judgment call on him.
Jonathan, you rate him, don't you? And it just got really unlucky today.
I could have wept for him. I mean, that was a brutal ball, wasn't it? I mean, actually, funnily enough, in that brief period, we've seen the pitch do all sorts of things. You know, I don't know whether it was just the overheads or what it was, but balls seamed. There were balls that were rearing, with hitting Rizwan, standing up to the stumps. I mean, it was a completely different pitch, really, to what we've seen over the last couple of days. But that was just a horrible thing. And I do like him. I mean, we haven't seen him against proper pace bowling yet, and that's why I agree with Michael. I think South Africa would be good for him. Let's have a look. He's a tall man. He's a confident fella. But how does he play the short ball? How does he handle that sort of attack? I like to see that. He plays some nice, attractive shots, particularly through the offside. We know from having chatted to him out there and some of you having worked with him on the 100, he's certainly a character. He's confident, isn't he? And that's a good thing too. So I just like to persevere with him. But that was a very cruel delivery, and no one could have played that.
It was a cruel delivery, but Ramiz, did Pakistan exploit the conditions well enough? Because although that was the only one that really shot and kept low, but there was still lots of exaggerated movement. I mean, in the day, well, the bowling figures at the moment, Mohammed Abbas, 3 more wickets, 3 for 48, Khurram Shahzad, 2 for 56, Muhammad Ali, 2 for 54, really the only 3 bowlers properly used, despite a couple of overs of spin. Did they get as much out of it as they should have done? 177 for 7, which England closed on, looks like a good day for Pakistan, but was it?
I mean, it's been a problem because, in that phase, they could have exerted more pressure. But we've seen Pakistan to be on and off. So 3 or 4 good overs, and then, there were easy runs to be had. And so the pressure was released. And I agree. I mean, it could have been a lot better day for them, more wickets. But even now, I mean, 7 wickets down, England are not struggling at all. I mean, look at the overall picture. It's a bad one for Pakistan. So something to G them up. I guess it was a day where they felt that, they were a bit competitive, courtesy the conditions, the pitch, the way England batted. It's a difficult pitch to bat on.
I was sitting at the end down there, was watching the game. Stuart Broad came in as Ali Usman was brought into the attack, and Stuart said, if this had happened to me in these conditions and a spinner was brought on, I'd walk straight off the field. It did seem a bit of a strange choice, didn't it? I mean, And
they bowled a lot
bowled
of
2
overs.
overs for 17.
They bowled a lot of overs.
Well, they have, but come on, look at the ball was nipping around all over the place. You just got to, they just had to keep going, I'm afraid. But he got whacked. Those 2 overs, no pressure.
Well, Sarfraz Ahmad said yesterday, didn't he, that if they could roll England for another 70 or 80 and chase around about 350, then a miracle could happen. Now, actually, they're not a million miles from that. I mean, England have added, 96 today, and I know they've only lost 4 wickets, but come back tomorrow and can go bang bang, and it could be all done.
To get 357, they would have to bat, at least 100 overs, right? 110, 120 overs. In 3 innings so far, they've batted about 75.
I'm trying to help, Ram.
I'm just giving you a realistic
the odds
picture.
are against it, like Ram's saying.
Yes, okay. Well, I'll take that.
You're almost at the stage you could give Pakistan 3 innings and they possibly won't win this game, because that's a huge target on the pitch that we've seen today. I mean, 357, they're in front of England with 3 wickets to go. We saw what Josh Tong did on that final wicket partnership with Gus Atkinson. So you would think England are going to get another 30 or 40, and 400 would be the chase. And it's going to be a tall order for Pakistan to look. What you want from Pakistan is just a little bit of something.
Sure.
You want a little bit of spirit, and you want someone to go and get a 70 or 80, and just get them something that they could go, okay, yeah, we've lost, but we can take that to Edge Bast. And this is a tour where Pakistan have arrived with a team that is not that good. But what you can take away from this tour is 1 or 2 individuals stepping up to the plate, playing nicely, and that's all I can see from Pakistan. This pitch isn't going to get better. It's not suddenly going to arrive on day 4. It's going to be a road, and you've got an England quartet of quick bowlers that have been rested up, and they'll be trying to get some more wickets into their averages. So it's not going to be easy for Pakistan.
Well, Andy Zoltzman told us earlier today that this pitch is showing the same amount of movement between overs 21 and 50, pretty much, as it is between 1 and 20. That is very unusual. And it's just kept on being incredibly hard to bat on. This pitch has become a source of
my
some
concern for Pakistan, and they were embarrassed yesterday, that it could get even worse tomorrow for them. If they're not careful, if they arrive with any kind of negativity and start thinking about what happened in the first innings, it could get really messy for them. That's their the covers are starting to come off again. They're having another go. That's their goal tomorrow, is to make sure that us, the pundits, the fans, aren't using that word embarrassing. We want to see a little bit of spirit from them.
There might be still the opening batsman down, or are we? We don't really know what's happened to
where
him.
he is. Is he here?
There's been no
Ramesh?
update, is there?
No idea. No news on him.
I mean, that was
disappointment.
extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about, being, inspirational in the dugout, and he's a senior player. I don't know how bad he is, but we've seen, guys with worse injuries come out and play for the team. We haven't seen that.
Now, I want to go back to the pitch a bit because, look, we had a terrible pitch here against New Zealand. It got a demerit point. It was that bad. The pitches at Lords have been getting more and more and more difficult, and his Zoltzman's given us all the numbers on that over the course of this Test match. And we have had this is from the MCC regarding the pitch. It says aware there's a lot of pitch chat currently, so keen to share the pitch action plan. They've got a pitch action plan, guys, okay? And it's mostly management speak, so I'm not going to bore you with all of it, but it comes under the headings, things like engagement of external expertise. If I was the ground staff, I would be a bit jittery about that. Because
I know a bit about that. I bumped into Richard Robinson, the groundsman from Headingley, this morning. So he's been down having a look at the surface.
Well, it says independent specialists were identified and a programme of site visits set up to conduct a thorough assessment of the square.
I think I know what Michael Hunt, the previous groundsman, might have said to have someone else poking around his square.
But I don't think it's in any kind of... I think it's just, obviously, at the moment, you would say that Headingley is possibly the best pitch in the country. It seems to have the best challenge for batters, bowlers. It's got good carrying pace, and I think that's sensible, isn't it, to get the ground staff down from the venue that seems to, at the minute, have the best pitch, to say, OK, is there anything that you're noticing here that we could do, or... is there anything that you do to your pitches that we could add to ours? I think that's a sensible move.
I think they also want us to understand that this shouldn't be seen in isolation. They say our ground is not alone in facing challenges around pitch preparation, and the executive have had productive conversations with their counterparts at other venues facing similar challenges.
Well, I think that's a fair point. I mean, the pitches have not anywhere actually been particularly good this summer in Test matches.
Next point, an establishment of an agronomy advisory group.
Can you explain that word, please?
Yes, it's a sort of technical term for horticulture, really.
Soil.
Gastroenteritis.
Soil, yes.
It's gastroenteritis.
So they're bringing 4 to 6 leading experts with diverse skill sets and knowledge being set up to provide independent advice to the club's management. So they're acknowledging that this is a serious issue. There's investment in data-informed monitoring and analysis.
Is Andy involved in that?
I'd like to hope so. A phased pitch relaying programme, and the thing that really caught my eye, permanent drop-in pitches. As set out in the MCC cricket strategy, the club is also investing in the design and manufacture of drop-in pitch trays for use at Lords. So they are coming at it from a number of different angles. Do you think it has reached a point, Jonathan, having watched lots and lots of Test cricket here at Lords, that there's something of a crisis?
Well, it has changed. There's no question about that. I mean, I think we've been saying it changed, particularly ever since the outfield was made this very, very porous, sandy stuff.
For the drainage.
Correct, and the water just goes straight through when it rains. But yes, which is great. But it also sucks all the water out of the square. It just takes it all with it, doesn't it? And Lords isn't alone. I mean, all the Test match grounds have got these. This type of outfield now. And I think that has really added to the problem for the ground staff, in that if they keep that square wet, and which they have to do if it's draining away, if it suddenly get a lot of wet weather as well, that compounds the issue for preparing pitches. I mean, I'm not a groundsman, but there's no doubt that the pitches here have changed. They just have. The thing for me was that the New Zealand pitch here looked at the time, I think Michael went out there with me, I think at the toss, it just looked what we described it as looking like an old-fashioned hair transplant. It just like stuff had been planted in. It looked really rough. It looked bad. This looked like a normal pitch. I mean, it had some grass on it, which, given the weather and so on, is not necessarily surprising. But at least it was even. It was flat. It looked like a cricket pitch, whereas the other one didn't. And the first couple of days, I think it's played okay, hasn't it? I mean, it's done a little bit given the weather. And certainly the first day, you'd have expected the ball to have moved and seamed around. But what's happened here is really surprising. And it's not become a minefield, but it's suddenly behaved in a surprising fashion. You don't often see a ball seam more on the third day than on the second day, for instance. That doesn't really happen, does it?
That must do to be with the atmospheric.
It would have to
It
be.
must be.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you've got to be
It might be the
fair.
ball.
This week, this has been
Yeah.
a week where the clouds have been around. There's been moisture,
Yeah.
so you'd expect movement in the
Each
UK.
ball could be a different thing as well. So it might be that this particular ball is susceptible to swinging a lot, or whatever it may be. So there's a lot more to it than simply digging up the square. But isn't it interesting where drop-in pitches were viewed upon with such massive suspicion? Just a few years ago, Kerry Packer introduced them, of course, for World Series, dropping them into AFL football grounds. It's the only way they could get any cricket played. And here now, at the headquarters of cricket, Lords of all places, talking of using drop-in pitches. So that's a really
But
interesting.
do you think it's a problem around the world as well? I mean, if you look at some of the iconic venues, you look at the MCG. We had a 2-day test match. That was a pitch that I've never seen. I've seen pitches where the ball has zipped around, but nothing like what we saw, in the Boxing Day test last time round. Sydney, the last couple of years, has been a pitch that's not quite played.
Perth was lively as well.
Perth is the new stadium. That's a lively day. So
They also have a different ball, though, don't they, as well? So
the
it's
new
like a
cookery.
perfect storm happening in Australia, really.
Well, I think it's clear that what I like is that they're gathering information from the expertise from different venues. I think that's, and I'm sure they've always done that. All the ground staff are very close across all the grounds across the UK. They will have a kind of, I'm sure, a WhatsApp group kind of communicating, and I think it's really good that they pass on information.
But for them
to
to
each other.
have a pitch described as unsatisfactory, wasn't it? I think the New Zealand pitch, that'll shake them here. They'll really feel that. The Lords described unsatisfactory. That's not something that they've probably ever had before. So that will have rattled them.
Well, you spend 20-30 million pound on a stand in the corner.
Yeah.
There's no point in having that if you don't have
No, absolutely.
a pitch that you can watch for a few days. If it's going to be that you're spending all this money on the great surrounds of the stands and all the hospitality that comes with it here at Lords, well, if you're getting all that right, but out in the middle, which is your bread and butter, you're not getting right, that's going to be a problem.
They're going to grow the drop-ins, aren't they, out on the nursery end, which people know here is the ground at the back where the nets are. That's where the drop-ins are going to ferry them through and drop them into the main square. It's really interesting to watch. The television cameras will be down the first time that happens. It's quite an operation. I've seen it happen in New Zealand. Massive things come out in these trays.
Must weigh a ton.
Drop them in. Well, massive tons.
I don't think they carry them.
No, I'd like to hope not.
One thing, they will get it right here.
Yes, they will.
They'll have a team of people that will know what they're doing, and over time, they will. They've got the funds to be able to put money into it as well. They will get it right.
Just as a quick aside, they're still trying to get play on, and the covers have been rolled up. The hover cover's still on the pitch. The tarpaulins that cover the bowlers' footmarks have been taken away, or run-ups, I should say. But they're lurking on the edge of the outfield. But I would say at the moment it's too dark to play anyway.
I think they don't know what to do they?
No,
it's that real catch-22.
We know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get another 31 balls.
John.
Trying to get 31 balls bowled.
But they know it's not really light enough. They know that there's by looking at the radar, there's another shower, and we can see it coming in over there. And the ground staff are waiting. It's a sort of a great, so it's on pause at the moment while they decide what they're going to do. But the light is poor.
This light's terrible.
This is poor. Yeah.
Well, one person today who did, I don't want to say master the conditions, but actually batted really well in them, is a man who probably was one of the most surprising selection for the squad, really. Dan Lawrence coming in as England's spin bowling all-rounder. And his position in the team is fairly precarious, Rammies, of course, because Jacob Bethel could come back in, or you'd expect him to come back in. And he averages high 20s. Well, today, pick of the batters by a mile, unbeaten on 50 off 66 balls, 6 fours, couple of sixes. He didn't get into his shell. He played very few false shots, it felt like. He found a method on a very difficult surface with the ball seaming about. What was your assessment of this?
Yes, my assessment was that it was, he saw freedom from him. There was a plan which was based on aggression, and he didn't really play the conditions of the pitch. It was important from that point of view for Pakistani batsmen. If they come and bat, that's how you should be batting. Forget about the variations in the pitch. You've got to treat this as any other job and make sure that you watch the ball, which he did. And I think he was ultra aggressive at times when the situation demanded him to be, because this is a kind of pitch where you need to slog a few, where you need to show a bit of ticker, common sense, good rotation of strike. We saw that from him, it was a very, very good innings.
Yeah, I think if you look back to the Oval Test match against New Zealand, it was crying out for a Dan Lawrence selection that week. You know, someone that would bat in the middle on his home venue, 500s to date at that stage, playing great for Surrey. So I've really enjoyed the fact that Marcus North has brought him into this England team. Clearly, they like his off-spin as well. You know, you've seen a lot of his off-spin at Surrey. He's a better off-spinner that people give him. I guess it's his action that makes it look awkward, but he's actually released
better than he looks.
His couple of overs that he bowled at Headley got nice drift, nice kind of dip. So I think they'll come in really handy in time for England. But what I like about his batting is he seems to read the game. So today he walked out there, he's on naught. He knew that Mohammed Abbas with the keeper stood back was going to land it on that length. So he gambled and danced down. He got a bit fortunate. He went down to third off the thick outside edge, but he read the play nicely. It was the right way to play it at that moment. And he's clearly got a kind of quirky technique that has worked for him. So he's very confident. He knows his scoring areas. That dance down and punt over extra cover was a Harry Brooks style shot. And when you've got a player like Dan Lawrence who's in full confidence, he's clearly a better player than when he played for England last time. And when he opened the bat, and we all were like, oh, no, that's just not
wrong.
fair.
Yeah.
Not fair on him. I think he's a really good selection, and I think he's going to have a period in the England side that we're going to enjoy watching him bat. I think he's one of those players that you look down, quite enjoy watching Dan Lawrence bat. And I think in time, I think his off-spin's going to come in very handy indeed.
Just a quick thing on Lawrence. Previously in his Test career and in his first-class career, had a much better record against spin than pace. And in this series, which has been dominated by seamers, 75 runs without being dismissed from 123 balls that he's faced from Pakistan's seamers. So he's just been out once to a bowler, scored 118 runs, had that run out in the first innings, but good return.
Other than that, there weren't too many other England batting performances to get too excited about. Harry Brook made 34. Before he was caught by Mohammad Rizwan standing up. It was a decent catch from the keeper, Rameez, and it's a plan that's been working in keeping Harry Brook honest and deep in his crease, and it picked up the wicket.
Yeah, it's a difficult pitch for the keeper also because the ball is staying low and rearing from the length as well, and he had won a few, Rizwan behind the stumps. He had carried on, and it was really a smart catch because he rose with the height of the ball and took it quite neatly.
I mean, he was brave today, actually. I mean, in a truncated day, every time I looked up, I just saw him on the ground trying to stop balls that had kept low or ones that had risen high. I mean, he took off his glove at one point, and he saw every single finger had tape and stuff on it. He's
a bit of a fighter, actually. I like Mohammad Rizwan because he's got a lot to offer, and he'll not flinch away, so he'll take up the task and be in that difficult situation for Pakistan. He's played quite a few wonderful innings over the years, especially in subcontinent conditions, but these conditions will challenge every Pakistani, including Rizwan. But his keeping was outstanding, actually. There was a lot of question mark regarding whether he's fit enough to take the gloves because he's struggling in the last series. But here, I think he's really done well.
And they actually need somebody to have a bit of fight and mongrel and a bit of noise in them because they're a sort of anonymous team. It's not just about the sort of pedestrian nature of the skills that are on show. It's just where's the character? The charisma,
body language and all. Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take pride in playing Test cricket for your country, and we didn't see that. I didn't see that. I mean, it's a very, very unusual way of playing the game. Pakistan have always been renowned for a bit of fight and feistiness and taking the game to the opposition. We haven't seen that at all in this series.
A quick update, and it's not good news. The covers come back on, and now the side covers, I think, are about to be unfurled again. So I think the rain is coming down a little bit harder. Before we finish our wrap-up, Andy Saltz was alongside us. I don't suppose today was one that really got your statistical juices flowing, did it?
No, not really. Other than continuing this trend of wickets tumbling on this ground at a pretty much historically unprecedented rate. Those deviation stats we were talking about, looking at the overs 21 to 50 in tests in England. There's never been a match with more lateral movement for the seamers, and we've seen increasingly inconsistent bounce. And in fact, Pakistan's bowlers have extracted more movement in the second innings than they did in the first. So yeah, the pitch has not eased at all. If anything, it's got a more difficult in terms of that lateral movement. So yeah, but not a lot statistically. Yeah, I thought England batted about as well as you could do, and still lost 3 wickets for 80 odd.
3 or 4, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it was 4 in the end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's 4,
so
yeah.
by 2.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, there's you'd have to say England did pretty well if they're batting well and getting 80 odd for 4. Then you sort of fear for
Well, it's going to be difficult for
tomorrow.
Pakistan. So things to look out for in their innings. Since the 19th century, there's only been 2 teams that have been bowled out in under 50 overs in 4 consecutive innings.
Oh.
Happened to Bangladesh in 2018 and Sri Lanka in 2016, including 3 innings in a series against England here. So that's something for Pakistan to try to avoid. And that 30-year gap since their last 50 opening stand, looking at the conditions, it might be a miracle if they can break that.
So in the absence of a stat of the day, you're anticipating a stat of tomorrow?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Look, it's getting gloomier and gloomier, I'm afraid. If there is play, of course, we'll bring it to you. But it's highly unlikely. It was around about this time yesterday, wasn't it, when they called off bad light, I think. And the covers, I think, are about to be unfurled again. They're doing their best, but the light is dismal and the floodlights are on full and you can see all the shadows. You can watch highlights on the BBC Sport website now, or Today at the Test is on BBC4 and BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. The TMS podcast will be available shortly on BBC Sounds, where you'll also find our View from the Boundary with broadcaster John Sopel. And we're back on air, of course, at 10 a.m. for the 4th day from here with live build-up from 10:30. But for now, from all of the team, thank you for listening and goodbye.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, it's an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sends it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball.
Oh, edge. Caught behind. Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked try from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad all ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball.
Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked try from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls.
Oh, edge. Caught behind. Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner. Beautifully worked try from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad all ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward. In it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls.
Oh, edge. Caught behind. Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner. Beautifully worked try from Wigan.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward. In it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls.
Oh, edge. Caught behind. Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad all ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
What a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls.
Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad old ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Balls. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad old ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever. Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad old ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One, and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shots! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad old ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One, and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One, and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, an edge. Caught behind.
Just download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, or Sports Extra 3 to never miss a moment from the world's greatest sporting events.
They go over, it's a try!
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Nice one around the corner! Beautifully worked right from Wigan!
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Some songs never leave you.
Sticks and Stones by the brilliant Jamie T. Fantastic piece of music, always has been.
Those indie anthems that soundtracked our lives.
First time I heard that song, I thought it was a work of absolute genius.
And now they've got a brand new home.
Relive the era that made you, whenever and wherever you want.
This is going to be a mad old ride.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
It's a new 24/7 stream for BBC Radio 6 Music, playing back-to-back classics.
It's an all-time indie classic that will always get the crowd rowdy.
Indie anthems.
Hold on tight, folks. These 3 tracks are stonking.
And mixes curated to match your mood.
3 hours of tunes to help you lock in and focus on whatever it is you need to tackle.
And legendary sessions from the archives.
I grabbed the mic and I pulled it off stage and was singing it in the crowd.
6 Music, Indie Forever.
Listen now on BBC Sounds and on your smart speaker. Just say,
play 6 Music Indie Forever.
This is 5 Sports Extra.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
With 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, you'll never miss a moment.
At the last, sent it forward, in it goes.
More live sport.
Pure live sport. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a moment from the biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Oh, what a stunner! It's an absolute cracker!
From the Premier League to cricket, golf, Formula One, and much more.
It's all eyes to the lights and foot to the floor.
Bringing you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events.
Right here on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2, and Sports Extra 3.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Sports Extra, bringing you more ways to listen to your favourite sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Ball. Oh, an edge.